Jimmy, I got this dryness in my throat. Wonder if it's anything to do with Nevada. Could be.
Could be with that ragweed that's blowing out
It
there.
could be. Some of that fire is floating around, huh? Anyways, you have expanded though. You had mentioned, you hinted at that, but you're in California. You're in Ventura County and other locations still.
We started off as a little tiny regional organization, a chapter of a national organization called Pets for Vets. We opened the Ventura County chapter back in 2014. And at that time, we were training companion dogs, really well-trained family dogs, rescue dogs for veterans. The minute we got into the program, the demand for animal support services was even greater than just that. And so we were listening. And as we were working with veterans, if it dealt with animal support services, we would find out, how we could possibly help and create a program. And so we went from that to 2018, launching Military Animal Project. And today,
2018, I got you.
And today we have 4 programs, all centered around animal support services.
Now let's talk about the animals that you're talking about. You're talking about dogs.
You're talking
about equine. You're talking horses. No burros.
No burros. But I will tell you this.
But they'll take donkeys, though.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
We are in conversations with a Reno rescue called Rave, and this is a exotic bird rescue organization who is in desperate need of being able to have a place to have these exotic birds that outlive their owners usually, because they can be 100 years old.
Well, cockatoos live for like 60 years, don't they?
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Right. And it's just right now, like I said, what they need is they need land. They need some place to be and to have an aviary.
Are you going to bring them out your way?
We're talking about it. We are talking. You know, what's actually interesting is that these birds can also be therapy birds, and they can bring, just like therapy dogs do, bird love to people.
Well, let's get into this love aspect of it with these animals. And believe me, I guess if someone has been around therapy dogs, service dogs, whatever, they can see there's a lot of love there. And why don't we carry with that conversation? Okay. Mm-hmm. You have service dogs that are trained. You have therapy dogs that are trained, right? Tell us the difference, please.
Sure. Absolutely. So a service dog is protected with the veteran under ADA compliance. They're able to go everywhere, with them on a plane, in restaurants, in hotels, and be with them to provide a working task service, whether it's a diagnosis or a physical disability. And they are working for their owner. Okay. So an emotional support dog is exactly that. An emotional support dog is doesn't have the same thing as far as freedoms as the service dog, but they provide healing just by being with their person. Therapy dog, which is one of our programs, a therapy dog works in conjunction with their owner. They go through training. They go through certification and then get insured to be able to go together as a team and go to hospitals, rehabilitation centers. In our case, with the veterans, veteran events, and we'll even go in the privacy of their home if they're in hospice or if they're homebound. And together they bring in the dog and they get to visit with the dog.
Now, is there a difference? Comfort dog from service, the therapy, can one and the same, or what are we talking about? Like at the airport, you'll see comfort dogs. You can pet
at the
those,
airport.
can't you?
Those would be certified therapy dogs.
I got you.
Now, can those dogs go on planes or not? Are they just there for?
Believe it or not, no, not legally. They're not
comfort dogs.
No. The only dog is
service dogs, right? Yeah.
Okay, now here's something else you brought up, and I'm curious. There's a few little goodies you throw in these notes that you gave me. Can you give us an example of what it looks like? It's a real life. Tell us about Ray and Macho, an Operation Breakout Macho. We're talking about the life that's been changed by two of God's creatures, an animal and probably a veteran or another individual as well. Tell us about that.
So the Operation Breakout Macho happened when Ray, who had already been recovering from a hip surgery unfortunately broke his femur and was emergency
Yeah,
ran into the
man.
hospital and had to go and undergo surgery, immediate surgery. When he came to and realized what was happening, his dog Macho was at home alone,
Uh-huh.
and he was going to be in that hospital for a little while and then go into rehabilitation. He had no place or anybody to take Macho to care for him. He asked somebody to please go check, gave them his key to the house, and in trying to help, the problem was that animal control was called, and
my
animal
gosh.
control came and they took
They
Macho.
didn't put the dog down though, did they?
They did not.
Oh,
Put him in a
Um,
kennel.
But he went into the system. He went into the animal system, animal support, shelter system, and
Now, what does that mean?
well, that means that they get a number, they get tagged, they get put into a kennel,
Uh-huh.
and at that point, Ray didn't know how long he was going to be away from home.
That's because they didn't know either.
They didn't either, right? This was not done in any malice or way. It was just nobody knew what to do.
Did they know what kind of dog he was?
No, they really
Oof.
didn't. I mean, other
Wow.
than, just go
Okay.
feed my dog and water, give him water. So what happened was one of
me.
his friends had actually already gone through our new program, Veteran Pet Support Services.
Yeah.
And he said, call Military Animal Project. So they called. It was at night. And we knew that Macho had already been in the shelter system for a little while. We didn't know the details. So my team members in California went to the shelter. With his sign off and permission, they were able to get him released. While he remained in the hospital, we took Macho, got Macho some grooming because he needed it at that point,
Yeah.
and got him already set up with a boarder.
That's wonderful.
And then Macho was taken care of while Ray was recovering. And then when it was all done, our team went to and picked up Macho and took Macho home.
So a
back
very
to Ray.
successful
Yeah.
operation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, though? You got a caveat here. I see a situation or a case involving an Army veteran and a cat. Now,
Yeah.
let's get into that one.
So that was Bubba Jones, the cat. And that was here in Reno. And the veteran actually had agreed finally to go into rehabilitation. And he was put into a program. He was ready to go, but he had a cat. And he wasn't sure how long his rehab was going to be. So he got a hold of us, and we put Bubba Jones into boarding, and
Uh-huh.
he was able to do his recovery and rehabilitation. And during the time that they're in there, we'd send pictures, videos, encouragement, letting them know your cat is fine. It's a boost, and it's also something to look forward to when you come back.
Let's talk about the human-animal bond. How would you sum that human-animal bond up?
Gosh.
That's a tough one, but I mean, you're saving 2 lives.
Exactly. We're trying to keep them out of the system because these animals, what happens is, and this is what we're jumping into our newest program here, the Veteran Pet Support Services. But what happens is that when a veteran needs to have a surgery, they have a bed that's been assigned to them. They now can go in for a 45-day stay rehabilitation and get the care they need and get the medical attention they need. What happens is once they're all set up and all those details are taken care of, the next question is, well, wait a minute, what am I going to do with my dog? And a lot of them, that's their family, that's their day-to-day, that's their 24/7.
Yeah.
And so we got this program going really out of the need. We're getting phone calls from VA staff, social workers asking, do you know of anybody who could board a dog while we have this veteran go in for treatment?
Right.
And so, like we've done before, we looked at it, we created something, and now it is our flagship program. It is the most popular program we have. It has already, without marketing, so organically, we have already worked with veterans in 35 different states. And we are right now responsibly scaling that program because that's a program that could get very big, very fast. And that's why we have the consultants and the new team and the people on board and the new technology. so that all of this can support this effort. And we can continue. The majority of the calls come from the VA staff themselves looking for this particular service that has been
Animal
a barrier
support, yeah.
to them getting the medical attention they need.
Well, the last time you were on, about 8 or 9 months ago, Ricky and I, we were honored to have a dog by the name of Monty. And
Yes.
Chip was, of course, suffering. He's a veteran suffering from PTSD. Had Monty for almost 10 years
Right.
since a pup.
Right.
They're no longer with you at this time, but I just wanted to say, how have you seen a relationship between the animal and the individual in terms of the prevention of such things, even the thought of suicide? Have you seen anything where the reaction actually shows us that that pet has been a savior of a veteran?
Over and over again, in so many different ways, right? So, again, we've had veterans that they won't take their surgery, they won't take their treatment, they won't take the bed, and it's because they won't leave their pet.
Mhm.
And when they know that they have someplace safe for them, and
Then they'll take the surgery.
they'll take it, and again, it's always about building trust too, between the veteran, us, and
Uh-huh.
their dogs. So we're talking about not us giving them an animal at this point. We're trying to retain that relationship that they have already, and not make a decision to not take treatment or to have to give up the animal.
So what happens when the veteran or actually passes away and the animal still, do you guys put them with somebody else, or how,
Well,
what
see,
happens?
that's what I'm saying is that in this particular case with the Veteran Pet Support Services, these are their buddies. These are their family dogs.
Right.
So it's not an animal that we have trained and given to them, but it's just as important that we keep them together. And again, as we started working with the veterans in this program, we definitely noticed that this needs to happen in order for them to.
Yeah.
Well, Mardu, there's a lot to cover yet. Why don't we come up, if Jay in the booth, we got a patriotic song we always come up with, and I think this is one that you kind of requested, and we're going to play it for you, okay?
One of my favorites.
Johnny Cash. tell you what we're going to do, Mardu. You had something here about responsible national growth.
Ah.
What does it look like? And you said you were going to make a major personal financial decision involving Military Animal Project property.
Okay, so
What are we talking about? That's quite a significant thing.
So, we have the property on Red Rock Road. And when we first moved here back in 2022 and had purchased the property, it was a joint effort between Military Animal Project and the Horrells, Bob and
Mhm.
his wife, Linda.
Is Linda still involved?
No, Linda has retired.
Okay.
But she needed to move forward, and being on the MAP property was tough. And for us, we needed to then also decide, we're keeping the property, we're going to move forward. So what happened was on July 1st, we did purchase the other
You
side.
talking
of
about
the
this year?
property. This year.
Okay.
Yeah. July 1st, we did purchase the rest of the property, and Linda was able to then go and I understand, I understand the grief and I understand the loss.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so we get the property on July 1st, and I decided that it would be best to, for the fastest way it could happen was for a loan. And so that I did that on behalf of MAP.
Yeah. So now, excuse me, a little dry here. 44 acres, right?
Mhm.
Now, the possibilities that you and the board evaluating for the property, is that what you're into now?
So
The
what-
evaluation of the property itself?
Yeah, it is. It's not. It's either going to be a development, and we're going to have phases of development set up, or we could sell it, and then of course, then there's been equity, and the organization will have that money back. We could find something smaller. We could. There's what it.
You're not planning on relocating somewhere else, are
No,
you?
no,
Okay.
no. We're going to be here in this region, but what we needed to do was, Linda needed to be able to go and move on, and we needed to figure out with the whole property and being able to buy some time, to decide how is this going to go. We've experienced substantial loss in this short period of time, and we wanted to be able to get more time and not feel pressured to decide how we're going to do and work with the property. So that happened July 1st. And then of course, we've had contractors out there working since the second week of July. And then come Friday, they left with, thank goodness, pulling out their trailer and all their equipment. Oops.
Mhm.
And the next day, Saturday night, the bug fire started.
Mm.
So they actually, they literally skipped the fire then.
Yeah, they were staying on the property, but it was the weekend, so they went home.
Wow.
So if we
Very
go,
fortuitous for them.
okay. So if we go back and look at the veteran programs that you offer, I'm looking at one of your brochures.
Mhm.
You said we provide military veterans suffering from post-traumatic stress, PTSD, traumatic brain injury, TBI, military sexual trauma, anxiety, depression, comfort, support, companionship, and a means to heal through. And you say one of them is the Veteran Canine Program. Anything you want to add on to that as well?
The Veteran Canine Program is active. We have dogs in training to be service dogs.
Okay. Do you have any numbers?
I don't have numbers specifically for the service dogs today
Right,
because I
okay,
was talking
sorry.
to you about.
Well, you
Right.
can wag it. That's okay.
Yeah. That's a good dog term. Sure. Why not?
It had to get brought back up to speed after Bob's passing. 'Cause
Okay.
He led the program and he ran the trainers. But we do have a director of dog training, and his name is Carl Spotenden.
Mhm.
And he is a Navy veteran, and he is also a dog trainer and behavioral.
Do your trainers have to be certified or anything like that to work around the animals?
The trainers don't have to necessarily have what I say letters after their names for, one of the things Bob used to say was that he really loved to have somebody to train dogs that worked in the rescue shelter system. Because if you're a volunteer and you're working and you're putting in time, you're learning training on the job. And we work with rescue shelters. So that's the type of people that, we really look toward. And then he would teach, and now Carl does, the training techniques that we use.
Well, I see right here, you're visiting veterans in nursing homes, assisted living, rehabs, therapy sessions, hospitals, hospice facilities, vet centers, and on and on and on. I mean, even funerals.
Yes.
And also, I mean, can you elaborate a little bit on that? That's quite a chunk.
So that is
Responsibility.
another program that is our certified insured therapy dog teams. We work exclusively with Alliance of Therapy Dogs. It's a national organization that does the testing, certifying, and then passing certification. They are given an insurance policy per team. So they are able to go into places like schools, which is really hard with dogs if you're bringing in teams of dogs. They can go into schools, they can go into hospitals, they can go into rehabilitation centers, and every year they get recertified, and they hold that gets them their insurance policy.
Okay, that's another thing. Insurance. I mean, is there a hold harmless agreement you have with somebody or what?
Well, because they have an insurance policy that's through Alliance of Therapy Dogs.
Oh, okay.
They're each team is individually insured.
Okay.
So we have our general liabilities for our programs. We have property insurance. We have D&O insurance. But their insurance policy is what they get when they recertify.
You got an equine buddies program. That's another leg of your veteran program system. We're talking horses here.
We are. Yeah.
Now, how are they different than with the dogs?
Oh, the horses definitely do what Bob again used to say. They could do something that even dogs can't do. And it's a program that's all groundwork. It's not a riding program. It is learning to relate to, interact, and build the trust with the horse.
Okay.
It's a 3-day program, and I have watched numerous times over the program, over the 3 days, veterans walking in one way and having a little bit of an issue with being able to get that horse to come to them. And then by the end, they're moving together, they're walking together, and the horse is trusting them.
So all the services are provided with no cost to the veteran.
Never charged a veteran a dime in
Okay.
the almost 13 years now that we've been doing this.
How do you get your funding? I mean, there's a way people can help you in terms of funding and support.
Absolutely. They could go to our
Give us
website.
a number out there.
And they can go to our website, which would be the fastest now and the easiest because of the way it's all set up now, and go to donation, and they can donate directly through there. And they can send a check if they prefer to do it that way.
Mhm.
All the information is on that donate page, and we would love the support because we are growing, and the fastest program right now growing is that Veteran Pet Support Services, which does require more funds to make
Would
it
that be
successful.
info@militaryanimalproject.com still?
They could send an email to that, and they can
I understand your phone number has changed a little bit too. You want to give us an update on that?
our phone number has changed, and
No, it's okay. But I mean, if they want to get a hold of you even.
they can call my direct line is out here in Reno at 775-400-1947.
Okay. And is there one of that like push 1, push 2, Mardu is 3 or whatever?
No, but on the website with the literally brand new phone numbers, and that's why I haven't memorized them. Shame on me.
No, it's okay.
But they're
Sorry.
there, and that is where that system is. Those new phone numbers are there on that.
And also
website.
California, you have a number, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Now you are located at 14035 Red Rock Road, Reno, Nevada,
Mhm.
89503. Can anyone volunteer to come out there, or is it a little bit too risky for the average tenderfoot to come out there and try to do something?
we take volunteers at all stages and levels and whatever it is they're interested in. You can go out to the property right now since the recent purchase. The property is being it's under repair. We've got certain things we needed to get done in the house. So right now the property is in development, but that's going to move pretty fast here, and then we're going to have a program starting again past the fires, but get back to work there.
Well, the good news is nothing left to burn. So
Yeah. Yeah, let's hope not.
yeah,
Well, I'll tell you what, it may sound like to some people, I'm not saying it may not sound simple, but it does take some effort. What are the challenges that, say, in a service dog, if you want to adopt a service dog, is that a challenge? Some of the challenges you may have on that? Can you adopt a service dog outside of your program? Are you aware of that? Is there a program available? I know some of the GIs that come home from overseas, they try to see if they can adopt that canine that maybe they work with or had. But do you reach out to, say, like Liberty Dogs? How are you different from, say, the Liberty Dog program in itself?
So yes, we do actually. If we're at events, and we have been out here in Reno at veteran events, depending on what the veteran's asking for at that point, we will refer them out to local organizations. That's one of the bigger things that we really made sure to do, was that if we couldn't give them a service, we couldn't help them with what they were specifically asking for, that we could at least guide them to the right place to find it. And
Okay.
Liberty Dogs is an amazing campus, and they are doing service dogs, PTSD, I believe, service dogs. And so their service is one that I have referred numerous times, because there's different ways a program goes about their methodology of how they're working with the dogs, or how the program runs. And one may speak better to a veteran than another. And the whole goal is just to get them going into the right place,
Yeah.
and get them connected.
Yeah, I know we've been trying to get them on the show for about a year now. And it gets a little bit on the frustrating side, that you don't hear anything back and you wish you would. Oh, what happened? Nothing. Okay. But I mean, if you're talking about the service dog end of it, and Liberty Dogs versus you, there is a difference. I mean, they're large, they're all South Meadows, I believe, aren't they?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, they have a large campus.
Mhm.
You got 44 acres. They're not exactly small.
No, and again, for us, it's
Mhm.
going to be a question of, do we need 44 acres?
Yeah.
Right. So
Right.
we're in a very young area of dealing with the property right now.
Mhm.
But I say this, I believe that Northern Nevada is very lucky to have the nonprofits for our veterans here.
Mhm.
That is an amazing campus. We're building our program, and our program is different. It may work with animal support services, but in a different way. So in a sense, that's complementary, right? So you've got full-rounded animal services that are offered right here in the backyard.
does your property is it congruent with BLM land or not?
No, it's not.
So there's no BLM land around there. Is that right?
There may be land around there, but it's not a part of us.
Okay. The reason I only ask is because just in the last 6 months, BLM is now offering citizens to purchase BLM land
Huh.
at a very, very low rate. I mean, it's almost giving it away. So I don't know if that's an option for you guys, but you could have an extended campus just down the road. If there's some BLM land you would be interested in getting, just to let you know that's available.
That's good to know. I did not know that.
Yeah. A
Yeah.
lot of people don't know.
I was going to ask you about what are the ideal ages for dogs, or are there ideal ages for these dogs? Service dogs, therapy dogs, comfort dogs.
So for us working with rescue, we actually look for a dog no younger than a year and a half, and maybe not older than 4 years. Kind of sit in that range, because you do want to have longevity with a dog.
It's
and
probably easier to train when they're younger too, isn't it?
you know what? Dogs are pretty good at training at almost any age.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, after
mean
working
even-
in rescue
even
for
a puppy?
so long, A puppy is just energy.
Wow. Oh, now that's gonna bring another thing up here, because if you're talking about a service dog, therapy dog, you got to look at the dog. So,
Absolutely.
what would be the ideal dog that I would maybe want? Example for, say, moderate activity.
Oh my goodness. Again, this is going to go back to that dog.
Yeah.
And remember, we're going into rescue and shelter.
Yeah.
So when Bob would do that, and he'd train the trainers for that,
Mhm.
they would go in, and Bob would look for a dog that uh, would come to him maybe in the kennel that he could sit with a little while, and it warmed up really quickly. The bigger one was if he could bring him out into the yard, and there's other dogs out in the yard in their areas, their fencing, and see if the dog wanted to be with him more than the other dogs.
So you're trying to match the dog, the personality of the dog, with the personality of the individual.
Right.
For example, I wouldn't want, at my age, I wouldn't want a collie dog, and also, you know what I'm saying? Because they're too energetic. I couldn't stay up with them, and it would be probably a miserable relationship. To be honest with you.
So something specific though too with our program that is slightly different because we do work with rescue shelter. Our program is kind of the opposite of other service dog programs and how we approach the beginning of it. We take an applicant first. So the veteran applies. Our trainers get to know the veteran, their lifestyle, their home. Do they have a backyard? Do they live in an apartment? Are they high energy, low energy? We get to know all of those things along with their diagnoses.
Mm.
And then we go find the dog. So
Okay.
yes, our way of approach is a little different, but it works for working with rescue shelter.
Okay. I'm looking at service dogs, and it's amazing. I've seen blind people come up to a red light, a crosswalk, and I've watched that dog just go into just automatic. I mean, it's amazing, this relationship we have. I'm talking physical assistance in helping, seizure assistance. I'm amazed what the dogs can do with that.
Mhm.
I mean, a person has an issue, a seizure. What can the dog do? And what have you seen about these dogs?
You know what? I have seen dogs go. That's the thing. I've seen dogs when they're released from the shelter come out one way, because they're also in need. They also have to have time for decompression. They also
Yeah.
have to have time to, get to know you. But I have watched dogs go from released from shelter and then be trained, match with their veteran, and go home. And we still stay in contact with them years later
Mhm.
and doing well. And it's amazing to watch both the veteran and the dog
Mhm.
go through this walk together.
Mhm. It's amazing in terms of it. I'm thinking of anything. Is there anything now? We got about a couple of minutes here, but I want to mention to you. You said, what do you want our listeners to do after hearing this story about Military Animal Project?
You know what? I invite you to go to our website and see our history because the new website is really beautiful. And Matt's done a beautiful job. But we could always use support. We're volunteer based. We have all kinds of talent of volunteers that have come in and they've either learned something that they didn't know, but they were interested in doing, or they brought their own skill set and experience. We also are right now doing heavy fundraising and bringing in funding to support the programs. So you name it, it's there. We have a volunteer application on the website,
Mhm.
and it gives some examples of things if they're interested in, and then they can tell us if there's something they want to go towards directly.
Mhm.
But any and all support is welcome, and we surely appreciate it.
Yeah, we still have some time. I see a new phone number here. We're talking to Mardu Leidig, founder, president, Military Animal Project. And the website is militaryanimalproject.com. I see a new phone number here. Folks, we're going to write it down. 775-519-0321.
That's it.
Okay. That's fantastic.
That's the new phone system. Yeah.
Okay. And it's amazing. All right. And how's your California operation going? And you said you were expanding outward. Where are you actually? You're Ventura. That's where you started.
Mhm.
you're where you're at now.
Mhm.
How much else have you grown? Go back one more time. Are you any plans to go out further than you are now?
Yeah, that's the reason why we have the consultants on board that we brought in this last 6 months. It is
For
it
expansion
is-
purposes?
It was for expansion, and it was for also making sure that we had the right technology, data capture, and the ability to be able to, through the technology, respond quicker and have the information all coming into one spot. And that was because of the Veteran Pet Support Services Program.
Mhm.
That one started off again as a need. We knew we were called out of 35 states, and this is not marketed. This has all been organic. So
Mm.
VAs are calling us from East Coast, Midwest, and back, and it's about the need to. We're working in conjunction with them. They're getting the veteran into the medical that they're trying to provide them, and we're taking care of the pet while they're taking care of the veteran.
Even though they're like on the East Coast or whatever?
Yeah, because a lot of this work is actually more, it can be more virtual. We could be on the phone, email, and it is resourcing. So the programs and how it's being developed, and specifically with what, for instance, we've been using rover.com, and rover.com is national. So we're able to connect with boarding and fostering that way. And through that organization, similar to our therapy dog teams,
Okay.
rover.com does background checks, they do insurance, and they, certify their employees there that are doing the boarding work.
What kind of feedback are you getting about your success rate?
Oh gosh, it's amazing.
Is that the individual coming back to you years later and saying, "Hey, thank you very much"? It's like Chip and Monty were 10 years together.
Yeah.
So you're getting a lot of positive vibes back.
We just actually not too long ago, our very, very first service dog that was matched, Jetstar with Alan. This was Bob's and my first completed program with a dog. that
How
was
many years
trained.
ago was that?
That was back in 2015. And Jetstar, we lost.
So 11 years ago.
We lost Jetstar about 2 years ago.
Wow.
So we lost our very first service dog, but she lived a really wonderful life, long life. And Alan left California and moved closer to family, and that dog was by his side the whole time.
So does he have a new dog?
Not yet. He at the time said, he was a Vietnam vet, and he said, I think I'm gonna just kind of grieve this, and then he wasn't sure whether he should take up another dog. So
Oh,
How do you
is that normal?
it can be. I think it's individual circumstances.
Yeah, but Ricky just hinted at something. What happens if the match isn't there?
So if the match doesn't work,
How do you deal with that? Because
I've actually had to do that myself.
it could be hard, because the veteran could say, "I think we're doing well," but you all's observation could be, "I don't know if this is going to work."
Right. So one of the things we do is aftercare. We don't just hand the dog off and say goodbye. We are constantly, the trainer stays in touch, and if there's extra training needed, support, but also to make sure that we're putting eyes on the match and seeing how it's going.
Right.
We did have a veteran that he was claiming that the dog was having accidents, and the dog was counter surfing, and it was things that she didn't do. We didn't even see her do them, just in the training process. But as I got to talk to him, and he was upset, and so as I talked to him, he finally had decided that he said, I think this is about me. And I said, well, why do you
Okay.
think that? Right. So
Yeah.
I had to get him to that point where he said, I'm not feeling well. I need more help. And basically he wasn't doing the schedule, and he wasn't walking her, and he wasn't. So he said, I need to give her up. I need to see my doctor and get more help. And he didn't think he could give to her what he thought in the commitment.
Well, it's kind of a symbiotic relationship, isn't it? Between the dog and the person?
Mhm.
Yeah. So if there's not a real connection, like the Colonel's saying, that's probably a non-productive relationship, right?
Right. I think he really, the intentions all were well, and they were good, right? With the training and getting the dog matched. And the problem is that he was unfortunately spiraling down. And we do have a contact name with their doctors, so that in the event we ever have an emergency or there's something that we need to say while working with their patient, then we can contact them. They can't give any information to us due to HIPAA laws, but we can tell them, if we're experiencing something. But in his case, he went to his doctor and said, I'm not doing well. And that got him better help. He got him in a different direction. I had to pick up his dog, and she wound up being adopted.
Oh,
But
that was a good outcome.
yeah, but we'll bring the dogs back into program. It's not like they have the dog and now they got to take care of that issue. We stay with them.
Okay, one thing I wanted to mention to you that you're 12 years now.
Yes, yeah.
12, it'll change.
2024 was our 10-year anniversary.
Yeah, 12 years. And I just want to say, I'm looking at your old brochure. Next time, give me a new one, a couple of copies. But
Well, they're all good. They're just more.
But you know what? I think pretty well. It's still pretty much all there, right?
It is.
Well,
Some
yeah.
people, missing, but yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. I want to thank you for coming in. We all want to thank you for coming in. Any closing comments? Because we got about 2 minutes or so left, and I know Ricky already has something he wants to say. Maybe Mike too.
Thank you. This has actually been my first interview
You feel pretty good now?
since my husband passed away.
Well,
And
but we got it out, didn't we?
we did. We were not sure. I was not sure, how I was going to handle
either
that.
on the phone, but it worked out.
It did.
Could you
And
give your phone number one more time for the people so they?
where is it? Yeah.
I know it's a new number, but
805, or I'm sorry, 775-519-0321.
And your website again is Military Animal.
MilitaryAnimalProject.com. All the
right.
information is there, and stories as well. We're starting to really get our the different veteran stories down and sharing them. So definitely
All
check
right.
it out.
well, thank you so much for
Yeah.
coming. We really appreciate
Yeah.
all the information you do, and especially what you're doing for the veterans with the Animal Project. I mean, it really makes a huge difference to our veterans, especially those who are very much need psychological support.
And Ricky, you always have a closure here.
I do. I always want to say thank you to our active duty members, the ones that are standing in line, those who are working the military programs today, especially those that are overseas in harm's way. We want to say thank you. Thank you to their families, of course. Thank you to our veterans. Thank you to our first responders. You had mentioned that today, how critical they are in emergency situations, that they're there for our people. So we want to say thank you to all of them in outreach through this program. And Colonel, you have a few things you want
Well,
to say?
I want to thank Major Michael Masterpool, sir, sitting in with us today, U.S. Marine Corps retired. Freedom's never been free, folks. Someone that paid for it in the past, they continue to do it today. And thanking us, all you family members, community supporters. Our troops are veterans, active duty, guard, and reserve. And Ricky just acknowledged, as do Mardu, tremendous firefighters, healthcare people, EMTs.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I thank also Jay Biggs, general manager, and he's also been in the production booth, keeping an eye on us.
And Major, you got a few sign-offs you want to say?
Well, we're not really done yet. I want to advertise that.
Oh, okay.
We
My
got
mistake.
775-360-0692. If you have any, you want to sponsor this program or the show, we're KNNR. We are 103.3. We're 1400 AM and KPGF 93.7 FM, Nevada's voice for the radio. Michael.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want you to all know that that veteran services are everywhere and they're for us. They are not out here just a gratis charity. They're here to provide for you. And that your service is appreciated, and we provide these programs for you. The fact that we have so many looking after our best friends, our dogs, our cats, our loved ones. Thank you. Thank you
Thank you.
very much for a great program
Thank
of
you.
care for our
Same,
loved ones.
same time next week.
Radio. Woo! Turn it up right now. Woo! We came to lift them high. Woo! Jesus Christ in the house. Yeah, let the praise collide. Bring that fire. Teddy B in the driver's seat, and we taking it higher. 777 Crew Radio. 777 Crew Radio. We go for the king. 777 Crew Radio. Hear the whole group sing. Teddy B, lead us in the light for Jesus Christ will live tonight. Yeah, you know the name. 777 Crew Radio. Teddy P. Let's go.
Yo, what's going on? It's Teddy P with the 777 Crew Radio. Got my girl Soja in the building. What up? Woo! Yay, it's about time we got you in the studio.
That's right. That's timing.
Absolutely. We're going to have a great show today. If you're just tuning in, great. And if you've been missing some of the shows, don't stress yourself out. You can always go to the website, the777crew.com. You can also Google us, the 777 Crew, or the 777 Crew Radio, and you'll find us right there. And make sure you download that radio station app. We're going to get into that a little bit more. We're going to play a couple tracks right now. It's Hallelujah to the King on the 777 Crew Radio. Let's go.
777 in the building. If you love Jesus, make some noise right now. Walk in the spotlight, King of Kings. Bible on my chain, that holy bling. Devil in the corner, I break that ring. Every bar swing, watch the chains uncling.
Hands up high when the truth get dry. Sitting on lock when the beat go pop. They said church can't rock this club. We brought
my soul. From the block to the altar flame. Same crew, brand new name. If you believe in our Lord, scream hallelujah. Hallelujah. Jump, jump, jump for Jesus. Lift them hands and move you. All my people in the club shout. To the King of Kings. To the King of Kings. Shawty in the middle with the cross on waist. Working on the devil, make his lie look fake. Save him bad, yeah, faith on flex. Bible in her bag, holy steps on deck. She like, back that, praise up, hands to the sky. Flow still lit, but my soul sanctified. We don't play with the dark, we light that up. Holy fire in the dance, Uncle turn up. Yo, DJ, Grace hit hard. From the stain to the stainless waves. New life, still we reign. If you believe in our Lord, scream hallelujah. Hallelujah. Come and scream it louder. Hallelujah. When I say king, you say Jesus. Now everybody jump for the song, go crazy. Hands to the sky for the one who saved me. Body on the rhythm of the house set free. We go out for the Lord as the energy. If you believe in our Lord, scream hallelujah. Hallelujah. Come and scream it out. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Jump for Jesus. Lift them hands and move you. All my people in the club shout. Hallelujah. To the King of Kings. Everywhere I go, all the biggest pop and R&B. Everywhere you go.
Listen in the car, at home, at school, anywhere. Download the 777 Crew Radio.
You live in the sun. Yeah, we living for life. Now perishing now.
Yeah.
Now we walking in life.
Walking in life.
So around the world, He paid the whole price.
Pay the whole price.
Not here with the living. Came to say life.
Can't say like hands up, heart open, faith on display. Look to the sun, yeah, he showed us the way. Cross wasn't lost, it was love in the pain. Eternal life flowing through Jesus' name.
Now the truth shine bright from the grave to the throne. He won that fight. Every tongue confess, every knee go bend. Grace on repeat, yeah, it never gone into the sin. Yeah, we living for life.
Living for a life,
Now perishing. Now we walking in life.
walking in the light.
So love the world. To the whole crowd.
Say the whole fight. No shame, no change, let the freedom ring. Cold water about it when the gospel say, yeah, but that move fast. But we don't stop, no. Jesus for the streets, yeah, he died for us all.
From the lost to the found, from the weak to the strong. He ain't pointing fingers, he's calling us home. No life, no heart. Resurrection time, being on the throne, yeah, the grave got time.
I condemn, we redeem, that's the truth we claim. Yeah, by grace, not a work, all glory.
In the sun, yeah, we living for
Yeah,
life.
we living for a life.
Perishing, now we walking in life.
Walking in life,
So love the world. He paid the whole price.
pay the whole price.
John 3:15.
Through 17.
New life.
The 777 Crew Radio. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate you. God bless you every single day. I'm glad you woke up this morning. I'm glad the Lord breathed oxygen into your lungs. You can breathe. And we got my girl Soja in the studio today. How you doing, darling?
I am blessed, man. I am blessed. I'm grateful to be here. Thank you for having me. You know what I'm saying? I just want to glorify God, let people know how good He is. What's happening?
Absolutely. And if you don't know who Soja is, and you're just like, what's going on right now? So Soja is one of the dopest female rappers in Northern Nevada right now. And she went through some experiences that we're going to get into. She changed her life for Christ. We ended up meeting at a concert.
Yeah.
And she was performing, and she came up with this attitude. And then she was like, I was like, oh, great, one of these. That's exactly what I was saying to myself. I was like, great, not again. And then you were like, I like your bracelet. And then I was like, oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
I know. I love that they see the piercings, the tattoos, and they're like, that's me. She's approachable. And then I'm like, what's up? They're like, oh, okay. You know, that's how it is, man. That's the love of Christ.
Absolutely.
I wasn't always like that, though. So, yeah.
There was a scary factor there for a minute. So what happened? So you were born and raised in Reno, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what was your story growing up? Like,
man.
just kind of from the beginning, and what you want to touch base on, because I mean, a lot of people, they started getting affected when they were like as young as like 3, 4, 5 years old,
Right.
and then some not so much in their earlier times, maybe in their teens or even after they were like got to the parents' house. Like, when did life really just started throwing blows at you, trying to knock you out? Like, when did this start?
Well, first off, I want to say it's like the enemy, which is the devil, he will always try to get you when you're young. You know what I'm saying? Like, the younger, the better. You know what I'm saying? And so, it's like when I was way younger, I'd say like maybe 10, 11.
Okay.
I did get touched by a family member who I loved so much. So I know that had kind of put a root inside of me, right? And I also grew up with my brother's dad being very abusive to my mother, right?
Okay.
So around all that same time, I got tired of it one day, and he was choking up my mom, and so I took a pot and I hit him over the head with it, you know?
Okay, good for you.
And so I think that like just all that kind of stuff right there kind of put a root in me as far as like wanting to be protective and also have my guard up, you know what I'm saying? Like with the trust issues, you feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And then so 13, so at the same time my mom actually had an alcohol addiction, okay?
Yeah.
Which now I give her a lot of more grace because now I understand what addiction really is, you know? But back then I just felt like she was taking alcohol over me. So anyways, I have my little brother, we're 5 years apart, right?
Okay.
And so I was about 13, so, he was like 5 years younger than that. And I remember him saying, I'm hungry. So I looked in the refrigerator and all there was beer. So at that moment right there, I decided like, nah, I got to do something. Yeah. So I actually went to my best friend at the time. And because he was actually selling for his family. He was 13 too. So I went to him and told him what's up, and he brought me to his plug, his connect, and he put me on. So I started selling drugs at a very young age, you know what I'm saying? And so being around all that, I started dabbling a little bit, and so I had started with an addiction at a very young age.
Yeah.
My first hit of weed was at 9 years old. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and-
no, it's crazy because like it was funny that you kind of brought that up. Not funny, but like at the same time, it's like so even growing up for myself, my mom got into a really bad abusive relationship, bad, like super bad to the point where like he used to beat her up all the time. And I remember I came home and I saw her crying at the table, and he was sitting at the table like, "What's going on?" And she looked at me, she's a big old black eye, and I was like, you know what, enough is enough.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: is in Minnesota, if you don't hunt, you're kind of a weird kid. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, and all these kids have guns in their rooms. Like it was just not like normal for that.
Right.
So I was like, dude, you're dead. And he was like, what? And I went downstairs and I loaded up my shotgun, and I was like, literally as calm as could be.
Right.
I was just already like okay with myself that I knew I was going to kill this guy.
Right.
And I had no problems with it.
Right.
And my mom was standing on the stairs because like we had a basement, that's where I slept, and she's like, stay down there. And I'm like, no, Mom, just get out of the way because I'm going to kill this man.
Right.
I'm literally going to shoot him right in the face, like right now. And so she ends up calling the cops. The cops come in, they put me down, they handcuff me, they got the gun. And so I'm in the back of this cop car, and the cops are like, dude, what's going on right now? And I told them, I was like, yo, man, I'm sick and tired of this dude beating up my mom.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like you can hide a black eye by
Right.
the time they got there, you know? And they were like, and then they found out everything that really happened. They were like, they were so blown away on how calm I was. The fact that like this kid is like, he's just over it.
Right.
And and that's exactly kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
So it was like, you know, one thing after another, and like kind of the same thing when your mom was like being an alcoholic. It's exactly where she was at in her life at that point too. She was drinking, doing drugs. She would lock herself in her bedroom and just walk to the side of the house. And we're like northeast Minneapolis and some of the burbs too at that time. And yeah, so we just had to fend for ourselves. We'd have to ask people for money to go buy like a cheeseburger from McDonald's. And it was crazy back then.
Well,
So-
and that does something to you. You know what I mean? Like that does something to you, period. You know, it's like when you have to go through something like that, especially at such a young age, it almost like it puts roots in us, and it's like seeds that get planted at such a young age to where we end up carrying it to our adult life, and that actually kind of builds on who we become. You know
Oh,
what I'm
absolutely.
saying? So I totally get that part. So my dad, I love my dad very much. My daddy's grown and everything, but at that time, you know, he was gone a lot. You know what I'm saying? He was working, and I even said it in my last testimony. My dad's a handsome fella. He was with the ladies. So if he wasn't working, he was with a female, and you know, so just pretty much like I didn't have no structure. I didn't have like that guidance. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you know, the streets ended up being my guidance.
Yeah, and that's a dangerous place to get your guidance from. You know,
Absolutely.
especially with when it comes to dads, their daughters, man. Like, you know, here's the thing: is we talked about it yesterday on the show about how big of a role dads actually play in a boy's or a girl's life. Because we were just talking about, you know, it doesn't matter how great of a mom you are, you cannot raise a lion to be alive. Right? You just can't do it because you're not one.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And there's going to be a point where the boy needs to be around his father so they can teach them how to be an adult and how to be a man.
Right.
And
And
that's-
that was part of my hurt too, is because like I would see big girls with their mom, you know, and it would
Yeah.
it would hurt me. I would have like I had so much anger growing up because I just felt like, you know, I wanted my mom. She was using alcohol in my mind. That's what she was doing, but really she was fighting demons herself.
Oh, for sure.
You know, my dad, I felt like he didn't have enough time for me. You know what I'm saying? So, but I do also want to make sure that I give a shout out to my dad, because when I did get locked up, I went to prison. He made sure he took care of me. Like he always had money on my books, you know, so I didn't have to hustle in there and nothing. So,
That's cool.
you know, he's really stepped up. Great grandmother.
That's cool.
So, you know, just there, you know, I want to make sure that I have that. But this is just part of my upbringing. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. No, and you know what? There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with like, because here's the thing: people do change for prayer.
Absolutely.
People do change for the Lord.
Mhm.
You're not your old scripture. You're new scripture. That, like, you know, when you get baptized, when you give your life to the Lord, it's like down with the old, up with the new.
Absolutely,
So,
absolutely, yeah.
yeah.
And actually, and part of it too is because, you know, it's like my dad. We had nothing growing up. You feel me? And so my dad, we'd go to the churches sometimes. And I think like the times that we did go to that church, it did plant seeds because, you know, it's like I always knew there was God. You know what I'm saying? Even at a young age, there was something about, you know, but it's just the way that life had put me. You know, obviously I got further from it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, there's just a lot of that. So, let's see here. I had my son. Oh yeah, go ahead.
You know, I want to say something.
Yes.
You know, and it just kind of dawned on me in this, and it really just came to my head. I don't know, but it was just like, you know, I feel like when people, and I said the same thing too, where like, oh, I moved away from God. I don't want to ever say like I've ever moved away from God, or maybe you've never moved away from God. However, However, the enemy will distract you from
Right,
God,
right.
and he'll distract you with other things that you need
Absolutely.
to say. So I don't ever think like, you know, my heart or maybe even your heart at that time, I can't speak for you,
Right.
but like, I was like, oh man, I hate God. I never really said that, but I was like, but I've been distracted from him to go towards the world.
Right.
You know what I
Right,
mean?
right. Well, and I think part of that is because the world is so much louder, right?
Oh,
So
absolutely.
it's like God, he has a more still voice, and so it's like, you know, if the enemy has us distracted with all these loud noises, we're not ever going to be able to hear God.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And they also say, like, you know, the devil doesn't need to prove to you that he exists. The only thing that he needs to do is distract you from the Lord.
Yeah, and that's
You know?
just what it is, and that's why he doesn't really mess with lukewarm Christians.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
spit
saying?
you out of the
Because
water.
yeah, well, and because like the enemy
Exactly.
knows, the enemy knows you're not
Yeah.
really a threat to his kingdom of darkness.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Because you're lukewarm, I'm gonna let you.
You're good.
You know
You're
what I'm
good.
saying?
Yeah,
But
yeah,
let
yeah.
you start stepping for the Lord. It's a whole other ballgame for him. You know what I'm saying?
My pastor said this a few weeks ago. It was funny. He's like, you know, some of y'all think the devil's going after you, but you know what? You're not that important to him. And it was like, ooh, dang. He's like, maybe the demons, but the devil is going after the people that are really trying to actually
Yes.
put the kingdom out there.
Actually,
And I was like,
exactly,
dang, because
yes.
the devil wants to take on that personally,
Mhm.
and he'll send his demons out after the lukewarm to the
Right,
other side,
right.
so he ain't gonna waste time with that.
Yeah, and it's more
I
like
was like,
tormenting.
ooh,
Yeah, it's more like
exactly.
to keep them where they are. You know what I'm saying? So, I just think it's a beautiful thing how God works because, you know, it's like no matter what, and once He ordains something in your life, then He can do whatever He thinks He can try to do. So, I mean, and ain't nothing new under the sun anyway, because He's been doing the same thing for the past 2,000 years.
Oh,
You feel me?
absolutely.
So,
And the same thing with Job, man. I mean, the enemy couldn't even do anything to Job without having Jesus, or God's
yeah,
approval.
permission. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
But we're gonna actually play one of your records right now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So this is actually from Soja in the house. It's called "Heaven Is My Home."
Okay.
You ready for this?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Just before you play that too, just so y'all know, that was on my first album. This song was on my first album. So,
Okay.
yeah. Okay.
All right. Let's get it in. Let's get
Yeah.
it in. All right. It's a 777 Crew Radio with Soja.
Yeah. Sometimes I be in my head, moved up and down, annoyed with myself, like what's my problem now? Here comes the doubt, feeling lost, even though I'm found. Grateful for everything, that's why I watch my mouth every day, getting stronger, spiritually bolder. My babies know mommy's a soldier, never folded, stay devoted. Only God who I'm promoted, better know it, heaven's where I'm headed. There's no dreading, like no regretting, patiently waiting, knowing the Savior coming to get me. They see my felony, God says I made wonderfully. Can't believe Christ died on that cross for me. Knowing that sin in me, friends with the world means God to me. Leaving my kids with this legacy, Holy Spirit in me. Going hard to the business, keep let's go.
Heaven is my home, dead and gone. Praising God in these songs, finding where I belong.
Yeah. Heaven is my home, the old dead and gone. Praising God in these songs, finding where I belong. Heaven is my home, the old dead and gone. Praising God in these songs, finding where I belong. Heaven is my home, the old dead and gone. Praising God in these songs, finding where I belong. Heaven is my home, the old dead and gone. Praising God in these songs, it's where I belong.
Heaven is my home, dead and gone. Praising God in these songs, finding where I belong.
Kingdom business I'm standing on. The old me dead and gone. Reading this word in all. Got my head gone. Been with me all along. Forget my wrongs. Fire up in my bones. Love when I'm in the zone. I heard the call. Trusting God for what's ahead. Trusting God for what He says. Work for the enemy, now I'm a threat. My word Christ instead to the last breath. Paid my debt with His bloodshed. Overcame death. Took the keys, told Satan to step. God still working on me. He ain't done yet.
Heaven is my home, the only dead and gone. Praising God in these songs, it's where I belong. It's my home. Praising God in these songs, finding where I belong. Heaven is my home.
home. It is rated.
Take us everywhere. On our app. Let's get it. Search
The 777 Crew Radio.
Used to be on the block with my Glock, running from the cops, stealing rocks, hoping I don't get shot. Lord, help me get to the top. I'm not the same. Trying to change my ways, trying to change my ways. I'm not the same. I'm not the same. Get convicted every day with a different name. Can't let Satan win to be the only power he has is what we allow. You are as strong as you are on the Lord's side. 7, 6, 6, bull army, so I'ma ride, killing my pride until I die. Have my last broken cry. I'ma let my light shine, and we all backslide. But if you ask, he will guide, and when the enemy speaks, don't listen to his lie. When it comes to this, I'm not shy. I can't afford to be. I got these demons saying, oh why? Cause I'm not the same. Still soldier, that's my name, but my heart is shaped. No bumper say. Used to feel like I was going insane. Now I'm a warrior for the Lord, breaking these chains. Don't wanna be a disgrace. I have a home and feel safe, and life ain't no game. I knew I had to get out the door, and that's what lately I've been stacking, praying, staying out the way. Used to be on the block with my Glock, running from the cops, selling rocks, hoping I don't get shot. Lord, help me get to the top. I'm not the same. Trying to change my ways, trying to change my ways. I'm not the same. Used to be on the block with my Glock, running from the cops, selling rocks, hoping I don't get shot. Lord, help me get to the top. I'm not the same. Trying to change my ways, trying to change my ways. I'm not the same. Christ writer over any fame. I'm done feeling ashamed, knowing to blame. Look how far I came, I'm staying in my own lane. I know I got more to change, but we was all meant to go hard in the pain. Paint a pretty picture, put it in a frame. I tried to fill that void, but couldn't find a placement. Started feeling resentment. I thought my mission ended, but it's just the beginning. Can't wait to meet him in heaven. Kiss his scars and tell him I love him. I'm living for him. Used to be on the block with my Glock, running from the cops, selling rocks, hoping I don't get shot. Lord, help me get to the top. I'm not the same. Trying to change my ways, trying to change my ways. I'm not the same. Used to be on the block with my Glock, running from the cops, selling rocks, hoping I don't get shot. Lord, help me get to the top. I'm not the same. Trying to change my ways, trying to change my ways. I'm not the same. Thank you, Jesus. I'm not the same. Jesus is king, period. Let's go. Facts. It is written.
Not the same soldier. Oh, you gotta turn your mic on, girl. Yeah.
There it is.
Let's start again. Not the same soldier.
That's right.
So was that song on your first album too, or the
Yeah,
song?
that was actually my very first song.
Oh, was it
Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's dope. Okay, cool.
Because I'm not, you know what I'm saying? So I was actually still transitioning to being on this side of me. So that song is actually very important for me. And like just like in the scripture says, it's like you're becoming a new creature, creation, correct?
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes, no, that's cool. That's cool. So then, all right, we're gonna back up a little bit. If you're just tuning in, we got my girl Soja in the studio. If you did miss part of the episode, don't stress yourself. Just go to the 777 Crew website. You can Google us. Just type in the 7 Crew. Go to the radio page, and then it'll take you all to the other episodes that we've had already. But Soja, let's dig back to where you were talking about. Like you were about to, like, so you were getting yourself into the streets, looking for guidance in the streets.
Yeah.
And that led you down, like, you were doing drugs when you were young, and leading to prison.
Yeah.
So-
So I started selling drugs at 13, and then which obviously kind of led into an addiction as well. So kind of just like moving a little bit further. Oh, and also like I had a lot of anger issues. You know what I'm saying? So I was fighting a
Naturally.
lot. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
fighting a lot. Actually, I didn't even get to finish high school because I got kicked out. And so I would say like 18, I got pregnant with my son, right?
Okay.
Which was like the biggest blessing because I was with my son's dad for several years, and we were thugging it together, right? And so I knew though that I wanted a different life, but I also knew that I wasn't about to leave and lose my first love. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't have really a reason to anymore. I wanted something different.
Yeah.
So I remember being, I remember being in the bathroom. And I was like, God, because what would happen is we ended up fighting. So he has schizophrenia.
Oh.
And so it's like the more higher we got, the more days he would be up, the more that his schizophrenia would start tripping.
off.
Yeah, so we end up, physically fighting, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, I was in the bathroom and I just broke down. Oh my God, I just want a son. I just want a son because I could not get pregnant. I was trying to get pregnant at the time. And I couldn't. And I don't know what happened. So anyways, I just prayed to God and said, God, please give me a son. I don't want this life anymore. So I got to the point where I kind of just got depressed. I kind of gave up on trying to get pregnant because I was like just, fail after fail, pregnancy test, negative. And so what happened was we stopped having. Okay, yeah. So we stopped having. So we stopped having intercourse, and then so it was just crazy because something kind of just told me like I think I got morning sickness or something. So I took a pregnancy test. It was positive.
Okay.
And it was to the point where I was like, there's no way, because I almost just gave up on everything. You know what I'm saying? So I had actually sent him to the store to get another one just to be sure.
Yeah.
And I found out I was 6 weeks pregnant. You know what I'm saying? So then what happened was that I ended up moving into my mom's, even though I knew she had a drinking issue, but I also knew that I needed to stay away from that life, and I didn't want to get high while I was pregnant or anything.
Well,
so I ended up, So I ended up moving, with my mom and everything. I had my son, and it's a whole nother even thing with my son, but just to kind of make it, short. He is special needs. So he was born with a blood disorder. Okay. And so what happened was all the cells that were attacking his body, they turned on him. So that's how he had a blood disorder. And then of course it's a big story, but just to make it short, is that when he went to chemo, all those cells that turned on his body actually ended up forming a lymphoma tumor in his brain.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So my son has been through so much, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, it's a whole another testimony, a whole other thing with him. But just with him being through what he's been through, my son has showed me so much.
Yeah.
And he's the definition of strength, period. So there's that. And also, so I had, my son's dad went back to prison, right? Because I told him if he lost his son, if he missed his son's birth, that we were done.
Yeah,
He was on probation. Right.
Yeah, that's standard.
Yeah. Right. Well, because he was on probation and his probation officer liked us, So she was like trying to, she's like, okay, well, I need you to complete these things. And, she wanted us to work out. But because he didn't do that, he ended up violating and going back to prison. So while he was in prison and everything, I ended up, ending things with him because he missed his son's birth. I ended up meeting my daughter's dad. So I had 2 daughters by him.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So I have three children altogether. And with both my baby's dad, so Adam, which was my first blood, my son's dad, he actually hung himself.
Oh.
Yeah. And then my daughter's dad, he ended up drinking himself while I was pregnant. So, it's just literally like my children and me as far as like a parent, and that's all God though. That's all God, because there's a point when, at first the CPS took my son from me because they didn't know what was wrong with him. He was misdiagnosed.
Oh.
And so even though he had a blood disorder, they didn't know. What happened was they ended up, some doctor from some special hospital, he kind of had an idea of what he looked like. So they ended up doing a bone marrow biopsy. And that's how they found out that he had a blood disorder. So they transported him all the way to Oakland Children's Hospital. And they wouldn't let me get on the helicopter because I was pregnant at the time.
Yeah.
So I'm on my way to Oakland Children's Hospital. My water breaks.
Oh my goodness.
So I ended up having my daughter. Yeah.
Wow.
Like it's crazy, And like I said, this is just like the barely even touching the surface of everything that actually happened. But I just mostly I'm saying all this because I want people to understand, like, no matter what you are facing, no matter, it can look like the most impossible situation. You know what I'm saying? But if God has ordained something, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? He will always, Romans 8:28 talks about how he turns everything that was meant for bad, he turns it for your good. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. So, like he can use evil for good.
Come on.
Yeah, he uses it.
All of it.
Yeah,
all
he's
of
God.
it.
He can do whatever he wants. Yeah.
And so as we're moving forward and everything, right, my son, he ends up coming back to me because they find the Oakland team, found out what was going on, so they ended up telling the courts that it wasn't the mom's fault. So let's see, we're moving forward. Now, when my son went back to the hospital, right, at Brenau Hospital, I went to work and I came back and his bags were empty. He had formula on his mouth. His diaper was so filled with pee, right?
From the hospital?
Yeah. And
Wow.
so I ended up trying to fight the nurse that was in charge with my son. This before God has obviously transformed me. So I'm trying to fight the nurse and all kind of stuff. I ended up getting trespassed off the property. And it was just the whole thing. They ended up calling CPS again. They put him in a facility this time, okay? And in that facility, he's getting abused, right? And so I planned to kidnap him. I was planning on kidnapping him, okay? And so the crazy part was as I'm on the run at this point, this lady called my son retarded. So I ended up breaking her off. Okay, so I ended up going to prison because of that. It was like substantially right. So I'm in prison, and I'm thinking that my son is in danger from this facility and everything, and I'm about to kidnap him. But like 3 days before I'm about to go through the kidnapping, God makes me arrested. But it was the best thing that happened, because when I went to prison, I was so desperate. I'm like, God, like I had no choice but to turn to him. At first, I was so mad at him because I'm like, how could you let this happen? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then, like, he ended up raising a team, and it was like against CPS, and they just like gave them everything, right?
Nice.
And so, like, long story short, my son is back home. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have all my children. You feel me? I've been clean for over almost a little over 5 years. I got
you.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, and that's all the glory to God, you feel me? And I just know that, like, when you need to be delivered, and once you really truly surrender, he will deliver you. He will make things turn out for your good. You know what I'm saying? The whole most important thing is that you have to get to a point of surrender. And so he literally broke me all the way down just to build me up.
Oh, absolutely. Like we were just talking about that earlier, and I was like, oh, we were talking about that last week about building your tower, the Lord coming in, and we're like, you sure you want me to break it? And you're like, yes, break it down.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, he's like, nothing. And then he's like, now watch me work.
Exactly.
Now watch me work.
He wants
now,
you
this
to
is
be
how
in
it's
a
supposed to be.
Exactly. He wants you to be in a position to where you're like, God, I have nothing left. And he's like, finally, come here, because he's near the brokenhearted. He's near the brokenhearted.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's just a tiny little bit of the surface.
That's beautiful. Well, we got Soja in the studio. It's Steady P. If you're just tuning in, please check out the recap on the website, the777crew.com. We're going to be posting this show later on this evening, so you can go check it out, along with a bunch of other shows. And while you're on the website, under the radio station page, please feel free to download our music app. Okay, we've got 5 different radio stations on there right now, all Christian faith-based under the one app. We've got the EDM station, hip hop and R&B, rock, Latin, country, everything that you're going to want to hear. But we're going to play your next song, though. It says, Say Goodbye, Soja. Yeah.
Okay,
All right. Is this the first album, second album?
This is the first album.
Still the first album? All right,
Yep.
cool. We're going to make this an episode.
Let's
thing.
go.
Soja.
Is it you are my keys?
No longer do I trap, no longer need a strap. Back on the mat, Jesus, you brought my family back. No longer do I trap, no longer need a strap. Back on the mat, Jesus, you brought my family back. No longer do I trap, no longer need a strap. Back on the mat, Jesus, you brought my family back. No longer do I trap, no longer need a strap. Back on the mat, Jesus, you brought my family back. I'm trying to go back to what you saved me from. Looking over my shoulder on the run. How can I not be thankful you sent your one and only son? His blood of forgiveness covers anything that I've ever done. Save me from selling drugs, fighting king's blood. I'd rather praise you than have any worldly fun. My life is done. You died so we can be free. I laid my life at your feet. Hebrews 10:36. I can't wait to receive what my God's promised me. Yes, Jesus, you are king. I'ma be what you created me to be. Lord, I'm listening. Got me through my destiny. Have your way with me. The only reason why I'm breathing, so for you I'm living. Let's get it.
You will be seen. Never gave up on me. You set me free. Send me back to the home. Say goodbye.
No longer do I try, no longer need a strap. Back on the mat, Jesus, you brought my family back. No longer do I try, no longer need a strap. Back on the mat, Jesus, you brought my family back. No longer do I try, no longer need a strap. Back on the mat, Jesus, you brought my family back. No longer do I try, no longer need a strap. Back on the mat, Jesus. I'm a slave to my sin, uncomfortable in my skin, scared to repent. Nothing made any sense. Everything was so intense, always on the fence. Now I'm in the game, no longer on the bench. Never thought I could get so up. The world on my shoulder, devil trying to take me under. But ever since I was a young empty with no structure, and Jesus took me up the gutter, brought my babies to be a mother forever. I'm a soldier, yeah. No longer do I try, no longer need a strap. Back on the mat, Jesus, you brought my family back. No longer do I try, no longer need a strength. Back on the mat, Jesus, you brought my family back. No longer do I try, no longer need a strap. Back on the mat, Jesus, you brought my family back. No longer do I try. No longer need a strap. Back on the map. Jesus, you brought my family back.
I'm saying back to the old me. Oh, I'm saying goodbye.
It is written.
The 777 Crew Radio.
Taking back what the enemy stole. Do what I'm told. No, all here I go. Breaking these strongholds. Sick of these demons. That's got cold. Breaking my soul. I'm never gonna fold. Devil can't have my flow. Oh no. He could have killed it. So let's go. He could have killed it. So let's go. Taking back what the enemy stole. Do what I'm told. No, all here I go. Breaking these strongholds. Sick of these demons. That's got cold. Breaking my soul. I'm never gonna fold. Devil can't have my flow. Oh no. He could have killed it. So let's go. He could have killed it. So let's go. The devil trying to take my mind. It's God. I'm still trying to hide you. Big on my side. All you can fly. You can divide the whole. We got it out. How could I ever repay you? Only you know what I did. You shots fired out. Made me do it. I can't do it. I like you. I know I'm one of this choice of you. Leave my past in the rear view. Living up life. The Christ is the truth. So many things I would do. So many people I knew. What if things wrong? Instead of looking cool. Now it's only you. I was living for you. Things overdue. Let's go. Taking back what the enemy stole. Do what I'm talking about. Where I go. Look at these strongholds. Look at these demons. That's gonna come. My soul's gonna never gonna go. Devil can't have my soul. Oh no. He could have killed it. So let's go. He could have killed it. So let's go. Taking back what the enemy stole. Do what I'm talking about. No, I'm living go. Taking these strongholds. Look at these demons. That's gonna come. My soul's never gonna fall. Devil can't have my soul. Oh no. He finna get his soul. Let's go. He finna get his soul. Let's go.
You can have my soul.
He can't have my soul.
Oh, it's gonna get exposed.
Jesus coming, Jesus coming. Enough time undeserved. God's only one that I'm serving. Prayer reverse this curse. Take you back. Take you back. Do what I'm supposed to know. Let it go. These strongholds, sick of these demons. What's gonna go? I'm trying to show them what's gonna fall. The king of my soul. He's gonna get his spot. Let's go. He's gonna get his spot. Let's go. So he did what the enemy stole. Do what I'm told. No, let it go. Breaking these strongholds, sick of these demons. What's gonna go? Let's show my soul. It's gonna never fall. Still can't have my soul. Oh no. He's gonna get his spot. Let's go. He's gonna get his spot. Let's go.
It's gonna get exposed.
Can't have my soul, Soja.
No, he can't. He tried, but he can't have it. It belongs to God.
Absolutely. Welcome back to the 777 Crew Radio. I'm Teddy B. We got my girl Soja in the studio right now. Oh man, we're having a good time, good talk, good everything right now. So like, all right, moving forward with the story, like, so you were in prison. Like, did you find God when you were in prison or
No.
when you got out of prison?
No. We've always been like tight, especially in the streets.
Okay,
Right?
okay,
Like
okay.
it got to the point where it's like, there has been situations, right? I'll just use a quick example real quick. So I'm beefing with somebody, right? This female, she ends up giving her gun to her boy, her dude or whatever. And, he puts it in my face and I'm like, what's up, bro? You know what I mean? Because at that time, I didn't have my kids and everything. So I was in a very bad state of mind.
Oh, yeah,
So,
you get real dark when you have
yeah,
the kids.
exactly.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, bro, I don't care at this moment. You know what I'm saying? And so when he tried to shoot it, the gun jammed. You feel me? And it was just like, that's just a small example. There were so many different times where it's like something could have happened. It's like I knew that was God.
Oh,
thing.
for sure.
I knew it. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And so it's like we've always been tight. There was even times when I would be playing something about Jesus, and the second his name was said, the people would run out because it was like the demons in him. You know what I'm saying? So it was just like I always knew that God had me somehow. You feel me? And it's just a beautiful thing because He never gave up on me even when I gave up on myself.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I'm, even my shirt, girl. It's like,
Yeah,
you
he
know,
left the 99. Hey, that's so true, man. I was that one sheep. Straight
that's
up.
that's the whole thing of this ministry right now. You're
Yeah.
never too lost from the cross.
Right.
You
It don't
know?
matter where you are. And one thing I love about God is it's like, you know, He will go where you are at. He'll meet
Yes.
you where you at, but He's not gonna let you stay there.
You know, you did say that before, and I
That's
love
in my
that.
song.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what it was. And that was the song that I was telling you
Yeah.
about.
Yeah. That
Because He
kingdom
loves
come.
you so much that
Yep.
He will never let you sit. Yes, it is that song.
Yep.
We're gonna play that one next time.
He's like, in fact,
We're gonna move that to the top of the list. That was the song it was. And yes,
Yeah.
yes. I was like, I wrote this part down to the song, and I
Yeah.
can't remember what it was now. It's up my head.
right, yeah,
Yeah.
that's the first song to the second album.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, cool,
So,
cool.
yeah.
So God's always been with you. You were in prison. You got out of prison. What happened after that?
So it was just beautiful, right? Because okay, so I'm from Reno, right?
Mhm.
But my godparents, and I always want to make sure I give my godparents their credit because they were actually the foster parents of my son.
Oh wow, that's cool.
You know, and so God set that whole thing up. You know what I'm saying? And it was just so beautiful because it's like if you see us, you wouldn't even think like, how what do they have in common? But we were like, I have them tattooed right here. Like I love them. Shout out to Wayne and Linda Howard for always just believing in me and stepping up to the plate. And it's like, without them doing what they were doing, I wouldn't be here talking to you right now. My son wouldn't be at a safe place. I mean, it's crazy, right? So God definitely put the people, where they were supposed to make this all happen.
Oh yeah, and I was telling somebody else this too on the air. I was like, the Lord is the ultimate chess player.
Come on.
But His chessboard is way bigger than the one you put on your table.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
and it's always checkmate. He's always in
Yeah.
checkmate, man.
It's like he's not. The thing is, it's like everybody in this world for thousands of years have all been His pawns,
Yes.
and He moves them correctly
Right.
every single move.
When he's so intentional. That's what I love about God. He's so intentional and strategic in everything he does. And that's why it's important that we understand God's ways and thoughts are higher than us. Because there's
Absolutely.
things that we're like, what? This doesn't make any sense. Like, God, you know what I'm saying? But we have to understand, we can't lean on our own understanding.
Exactly.
You feel me?
I was going to say that you can't look at your own understanding. That's why you got to lean on Him.
Yeah, because he knows what he's doing.
Oh, absolutely.
He's a pretty smart man. You know what I'm saying?
I think so too. Yeah.
Not that he didn't create the world, the world or nothing, but yeah, man.
He did the universe.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So absolutely. That's why people are like, oh man, my prayers could be too small or too big. And
No.
there's nothing too big or too small for the Lord.
No.
I mean, and this is where I was explaining to people. I was like, when they say He's the Alpha and the Omega, He is the beginning and He is the end. He is the one that created everything from the beginning to the end.
Yeah.
And it was funny because even like Pastor Phil at Calvary Chapel, the church I go to, was talking about this a little bit. It was just like, when there's nothing too big or small to come to the Lord.
Yeah.
But when you start not going to Lord with even the small things in your life,
Yes.
then you're trying to say, "Oh Lord, I got this."
Right. And that's what it is. So
That's
you got to get to a
dangerous.
point where it's like I won't even go to the store without talking to God first. You know what I'm saying? Because the more that you involve Him in just even the small things, the more you'll be able to hear Him with the bigger things. You know what I'm saying? And I think sometimes we make the mistake of putting God in a box only because of our limitations.
Oh,
But we
for
can't
sure.
put them limitations on God. You know what I'm saying? Because He's bigger than our troubles. He's bigger than our problems, our addictions, or anything like that. And as far as prayer, I always talk to my listeners about this. It's like, don't ever think you have to pray a certain way. You know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously, come to the throne with respect. You know what I'm saying? Even though sometimes I talk to God like my homie, because he's my best friend, my husband, my brother, my everything. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I'm like, God, did you see that right now? You feel me? But it's like I don't want people thinking they have to pray a certain way because God hears you. He hears you before you even say anything.
And we were talking about this too last week. It's like, come to the Lord boldly.
Yes.
Come to Him with boldly, because there's times where you're like, I go to God, I'm like, dang it, God, why? Why is this happening? Why? There's times I'm angry with the Lord, but at the same time, He wants to hear the anger.
Exactly.
He wants to hear it when you're sad, when you're mad, when you're happy, when you're doing all these things. Because here's the thing is when I would talk to Christians, like, hey man, I want to go do this, that. You guys, like, man, let me pray about it first. And I'm like, is that a nice way of saying no? And I'm like, but then they turn around, I'm like, hey, I'll go, or I'll do this. I was like, oh, what? Until I started understanding what they were coming from, and I was like, oh, I get it. Because I was under that misconception too.
Right.
Where I was just like, oh man, I got this. This is easy stuff. I got this 100 times.
Right.
And it's like, but you do it 100 times, you mess it up all the time.
Absolutely.
You know?
Well, and that's the thing too, is because what happens is the enemy, he likes to like make things like they're free.
Yeah.
You feel me? And so sometimes, especially when you are really close with God, you want to make sure that you have peace about whatever it is. So even if you're like, hey, you want to go hiking with me? Let me pray about it, because it's like if God, perfect example, Christ, like, right? Shout out to you, my boy.
Yo.
So I've been wanting in the box. I've been wanting to, because I've always street fought. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted to do something where it's not to learn how to fight, but just more discipline and fitness and all that. So a couple of the trainers or whatever, I didn't have peace about, right?
Yeah.
And then when I met Christ, like I'm like, this is what it is. You feel me? I felt peace, and now look, you know what I'm saying? And so it's just like that. It's so important to come to God with everything, even the littlest things, because your discernment starts with the good. You feel me? And he's very protective. So if something ain't for you, even if it looks good, sometimes it's not for you.
No, absolutely. It's just like, even like ice cream, for instance, man, it looks good, but it's gonna make you fat.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
period. And that's just what it is. And that's how, and it's crazy too, because it's like, that's how the enemy's been doing it with the world. Everything is fun. Everything looks, but everything that looks like it's fun is actually what's going to send people, to hell. Not send them, but,
well, yeah, they make their own choices.
Exactly.
And that's what we were talking about last week on the air too. It was just because, like, going from the narrow road to the road to the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, we were talking about it off the air too. It's like, the Lord doesn't want lukewarm people.
Right.
He will spit them out. You know what I mean?
It's easy to be in the world.
Oh, yeah.
It's easy to do that. What's hard is like the walking with Christ. That is not for the weak. You know what I'm saying? Walking with Christ, because it's like everything. There's kingdom values and worldly values. They're the complete opposite.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? What does the world tell you? Like, and that's why it's so important that we understand our identity in Christ. Because the world will try to live you. The world will try to tell you who you are. You feel me? And once you know who you are in Christ, you can stand on that. No matter what, you know what's not real and what's not.
No, absolutely. Because, like, and that's why I sit there trying to tell people, like, oh, you think that car is going to go with you?
Right.
You think that money's going with you? You think this is going with you? That's going with you? No, man. What that's giving you is the distraction, like we were talking earlier.
Yeah.
All of these things, and especially nowadays where it's like, oh, man, you ain't got a Louis Vuitton purse. You don't have this. You don't have that. You're a nobody. You're not a real man. You're not a real woman. Well, define that to the world. Maybe I'm not a real man of the world, but I'm a real man to the eyes of the Father.
Yep. And we're called to be set apart. You know what I'm saying? We are
yeah.
called to be set apart. We are in the world, but not of the world. You know what I'm saying? And as a Christ follower, we do have a responsibility. You know what I'm saying? And that's why it's like we cannot fall for temptation, because the temptation can look like just going to kick it with some friends.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what's wrong with that? Okay, but what does it come with? People, places, and things. You feel me? And and that's why God also talks about us not being around unyoked.
Absolutely, you got to be equally yoked with not just like your significant other, like your wife or your husband, but with your friends.
Yes.
And and here's the thing: is like being equally yoked in the world is very difficult, especially if you're in a situation kind of like what we're doing in our line of work right now. Is we're going out of our way. The reason why like you always kind of like come to my head is because you always have like this, I believe in the Lord, and that's that.
That's it. Yeah,
and
period.
we're still going out into the darkness to find these people that are in the darkness to bring them to the light. And sometimes it gets very difficult to do that. There's so many temptations, there's so many other things out there that you've got to know who you are in Christ. Because if you don't, it's going to be so easy for you to fall back into that world.
Yeah, and I do want to touch base on something before we get too far. So the best friend that I had mentioned at 13, the one that actually put me on it, introduced me to his blood, because I didn't put on it.
Yeah.
So when I actually got out of prison, right, I did see him like once or twice, but then it was crazy because then God, he said, don't be around him no more, and I didn't understand, because that was literally my best friend. He loves me. He would never do anything. But unfortunately, he ended up actually getting shot by the cops. And so it's like, and then I finally realized, because I was like, God, how come, but maybe I can help, and and he was just like, no. And now I see why, because I could have been him.
Absolutely.
You feel me? And that's just another thing of God seeing, like, sometimes he will separate you, or that's why you have to listen to him. Because if I would have just been like, no, God, he's been my best friend since I'm 13, I'm going to go hang out with him. Yeah, okay, well, look at what happened. And so, I just wanted to make sure that I say that, because that's part of it.
I was even talking to my wife kind of about that the other day. I was just like, hey, we don't have any friends. And I was like, I know, isn't that great? Just because she's a new believer. I mean, I've been a believer for a long time, but I don't want to say I fell off, but I was distracted is what I'll say. And then coming back and then having my eyes reopened, and I'm like, wow, I really messed up a lot. And I apologize to the Lord, and I'm like, you know what, Lord, I'm sorry. And just like I was talking about with my daughter, I'm like, she can come back to me anytime and be like, you know what, baby, I got you.
Right.
And that's what the Lord's going to say to us. Oh, baby, I got you. I'm here.
Exactly.
He's
And because he knows that when we're gonna fall before we fall.
oh,
You feel
absolutely.
me?
He already knew it.
And I love him so much because he uses that. Like he will literally use, instead of like us, feeling condemned, he's gonna literally use that
Yes.
for our next chapter. And like that's part of like seasons. I wanted to talk about seasons was because it's like once you start walking with God for so long, you start to know his ways with you. So then
Oh,
you
yeah.
start knowing what kind of season you're in because there's different seasons. Then you'll understand, okay, I'm in a season of endurance right now. Okay, I'm in a season of being isolated with God. I'm recovered right now. You know what I'm saying? You start to kind of understand, what season that you are. That way you can take that opportunity to be like, God, show me what you want, build me however you want. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? And so that's just what it is. That makes you endure and persevere easier because you know that at the end of those trials and tribulations, you're going to get the crown of life and God's going to elevate you. You know what I'm saying? But with that, you got to always keep in mind, man, because the enemy, I always say this, it's like the enemy, he cannot, predict the future, but he knows when something's up. He knows when God's about to do something with you. So the spiritual warfare is going to start, coming up. But when you're in that isolation, it's different when you're isolated with God versus by yourself. Because when you're by yourself, your head homies can start to be banging and you're in your head and everything. But if you're isolated with God, that means you're growing. That means he's refining you. If you're in the furnace, you know what I'm saying? He's shaping you. And it's just a beautiful thing because God doesn't want what's good for us. He wants what's best for us.
Oh, absolutely. Because what it's going to do is it's going to start shaping your mind on what's right and what's wrong. And then when you start taking, like I was telling my wife, like when all the friends that I used to hang out with, when they were smoking weed, drinking, doing all these things, I was like, I don't talk to them anymore. And it's just because of the simple fact is like I'm not on that level.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have nothing common with them no
Yeah,
more.
and it's just like so now when I take out the negativity, like oh man, I'm gonna get a bottle tonight, or oh man, I'm gonna get some weed, and then I'm gonna go smoke at my boy's house and all this stuff, and whatever. And now that I'm not focusing on that, now I take that focus and put it onto the Lord, and then now I'm like getting close to the Lord. Oh, I want to learn about this going on in this scripture.
You start getting hungry. You start getting
Yeah.
hungry and thirst for the word.
So it's like replacing the addiction with the addiction for the Lord.
Right.
So instead of focusing on, oh, I can't give this up, yes, you can give it up. And maybe even if you think you can't, the Lord, he says, I am and I am who I am.
Yes.
And so he will help you get it up. Because if you can't do it, he can. So lean not on your own understanding, but lean on him.
And see, and that's what I love too about God real quick is the fact that we're speaking about addiction. It's like I had to be delivered from that. I had to be delivered from her. You know what I'm saying? But God told me I need to give up weed.
Yeah.
And weed was my, I mean, it wasn't I because I was going to that before I was going to God.
Oh, 100%.
You know what I'm saying? And so now, I understand it's like, there are going to be things that he's going to have to deliver you from, like a stronghold. So when sin becomes a stronghold, it's because that sin, you have fed it so much that now it has a stronghold on you. And now the only one that can really break those spiritual chains is God.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? There was points when I was getting high and crying at the same time. I was like, I don't want to be doing this, God. You know what I mean? I try to put so many times on my own, you feel me? And that's why when now where I'm at right now, and he's like, you need to put, because I was still smoking weed, you know what I'm saying, when I found out, because I didn't think it was nothing wrong with it, you feel me? And, I know weed is a very touchy subject just because it's like, oh, it's legal now and all this other stuff. But what I realized is weed is another tool for the enemy to use because it's not like, oh, I went out and killed somebody because I was high on weed. No, but what it does is it makes you do nothing. It takes away from you, not even knowing it. You think for a minute you're having some relief, but really it's slowing you down. It's taking your full potential that you can have. You know what I'm saying? And God had made it very clear to me because I said, God, why do I have to stop? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. I'm not hurting nobody. I'm still doing what you want me to do. So what's wrong? And he told me, and by the way, when God tells you something, it's not like a boy's voice. It's like inside your spirit that you hear. And he said, my Holy Spirit will not dwell with the dirty vessel. I was like, woo!
Yeah. Well, and like, what it was funny is because anything like this says it's mind alternating.
Yes.
Like,
sorcery.
Yeah, sorcery and witchcraft.
Yep.
I was like, dang, okay, well, I'm not dabbling in that. But at the same time, they make it like, oh, well, just because it's legal doesn't make it right. And here's the thing is, too, it also said in Scripture, yes, we're supposed to be law-abiding citizens, but the law of the Lord overturns the law of the government.
Yes.
So if the law of the government is telling you, oh, this is fine, this is legal, this and that, but the law of the Lord says, no, it ain't.
Right.
Well, then you don't listen to the law of the government, you listen to the law of the Lord. But we're going to get to the other record
Let's
now.
get it. Let's get it.
So thy kingdom come.
Yeah.
It's on the 777 Crew Radio, baby.
Here we go again, looking for the kingdom. Wanna talk Christ 'cause I need him. Everything go back, don't please him. Gave me a reason, with me every season. Wanna be breathing, nothing like a heathen. Listening to demons, running from policemen. Free gon' release them, living in my sin. Wanna feel the pain, but over the end. Give me a second chance, or sounding grim. Mobbing for the great I am. You got this, was I do what I did. For him's a must, I turn to dust. Holy Spirit filled us, flesh combust. Getting rid of the lust. Only him I trust, my God. I just him just could've left me, but he loved me too much. Bring from darkness to light. I know I got my sight. Fight our fight, fight for what's right, expose the right. More pride would be his pride, fighting his real right. Ignite, fire inside, heart contrite, no red eyes, not fright. Sing better high, 'cause it's on fire. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Sing better high, sing better run. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Sing better run, sing better run. Trapping like the band, on rocks and knots, like I got thank God. Locked in a pot, I walked out like an astronaut. Ready or not, here it come, knock, knock. Back on the block, doing pair walks. Ain't trying to stop me, circle blocks. He comes to a time out line with the chunk, God won't be mine. Savings, no one reach, so crash my confidence. Look at these days, like I worked in a restaurant. Upside on my drop, hip hop. Come on, pop that, let's pop up. My spiritual back block, singing in pop up. Hot sleep, drop, drop, in the crock pot. People with a slingshot, pop up. My God, that kingdom come, that will be done. Sing better hide, sing better run. That kingdom come, that will be done. Sing better run, sing better run. So check it. God loves you enough to meet you where you at, but loves you too much to let you stay there. Straight up. It is real.
Radio.
The devil ain't hard, the coward really soft. He never carried a heavy cross trying to save the lost. He wanted go, he finna set it off. He keep on pressing me, but I shake him off, shake him off. That's right. I said, he keep on pressing me, but I shake him off, shake him off. Yeah. Seems the biggest. I was trying to plot. He need to stop before he get dropped. I know he mad, so I clicked on shop. He had me a stronghold, torture my soul. Jesus said, let her go. Now I'm hitting touchdowns like I'm in the Super Bowl. Wanna go? Scriptures extra, click with the signal. Staying on 10 toes, reload, explode, let it go. Holy Spirit flow. Let these youngsters know. Heaven or hell, only where to go. Ain't no game, eternal forever. Quit trying to change the agenda. Embrace what God gave you. In this world, need to say ya.
We pray, Lord, that we're able to stay focused and not be distracted. We thank you, Lord, for your mercy, your grace, and your blessing. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. The devil ain't hard, the coward really shut up. The killer heavy cross trying to save the lost. He wanna go, he finna set it off. He keep on pressing me, but I shake him off, shake him off. I said the devil ain't hard. The devil ain't hard. The devil ain't hard. The coward really shut up. He never carried a heavy cross trying to save the lost. He wanna go, he finna set it off. He keep on pressing me, but I shake him off, shake him off. Yeah. Father of life, always in the skies, biggest of fate. All he does is kill, destroy, and take. Man, he big man, he don't take no break. Being a snake, he can't stop you, so he'll distract you. Temporary pleasures, different measures, friendly gestures. Don't lose your soul to earthly treasures. Put you in depression, stop your blessing, learn your lesson, get the message. Satan getting stumped out, read the passage. Try to take my soul, but he can't have it. Cause my Jesus is a savage, about to do some damage, make these demons vanish.
Be alert in the summer night. Around like a roaring lion looking for someone to devour.
I'm not saying I go through anything. I'm not saying that the devil is on my back. But God is more precious. God is more precious.
The devil ain't hard, the coward really shut up. Never carried a heavy cross, trying to see the lost. He wanna go, he finna set it off. He keep on pressing me, but I shake him off, shake him off. I said the devil ain't hard. The devil ain't hard. The devil ain't hard. The coward really shut up. He never carried a heavy cross, trying to see the lost. He wanna go, he to me. But I shook him off, shook him off. He think he hard, but he a bark. Always hiding in the dark. Got no fight, only bark. Back to business, he don't want no smoke. Make people lose all hope, like when I was on dope and broke. But God said no, time to go. Now I'm exposing this lane. It is written.
It is written. It's a Triple Seven Crew Radio. I got my girl Soja in the studio. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having me. Straight up, I'll go ahead and Jesus Christ.
Absolutely, 100%. You know, so we were just talking about like the seasons that we go through in life and things like that. And it was funny because like we were just talking about this at church the other day too. It's like, you know, when you give your life to Christ, people are like, oh, it's gonna be smooth sailing from here on out. It's like, no, bro.
Exactly. It's the opposite.
It's the opposite.
It's the opposite. It is so the opposite. And that's why Jesus tells us, he's like, die to yourself on the cross.
Yeah.
You feel me? Because that's what the price to pay is for us to die to this life. You know what I'm saying? Because our flesh ain't going with us, so our flesh don't care.
Yeah.
So our flesh is going to crave everything that the spirit don't. That's why in Galatians it talks about the spirit is willing and the flesh is weak, and also how much they collide. You know what I'm saying? They just fight each other all the time. That's why we're in battles. Paul even says it in Romans how he talks about, I do what I don't want to do, and I don't do what I want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So you feel me? It's like that's what we go through, and it's a constant. It's like we can't just say, okay, God, I'm yours. Boom, that's it. No, every single day, even like multiple times a day, you gotta surrender. It's a daily decision. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And you got even like surrendering what you're watching on TV, what kind of music are you listening to, the people you're hanging around. Like all of these things can be certain influence. Like like there's. It's funny where even I see Christians watching like secular TV, which is like whatever, but at the same time, like they're like, oh well, what would this character do? Or I'm like, well, first off, that person's a character in a show that doesn't really exist. That's not real life. So
well,
don't
we have
start
to
mirroring things like that.
understand too, like everything's a portal. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, that's why a lot of the secular, artists these days, what are they promoting the most? You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, what are they talking about? It has nothing to do, because that's what they're puppets for the enemy. You know what I'm saying? That way they can control the mass. And it's like, you hear the rappers talking about females and chains and money and all this stuff, and it's like you see every video they're smoking, drinking, whatever the case is, but it's like they're misleading. And that's why it's so important that we have that relationship with God or in our word, because otherwise, on Hosea it talks about my people perish due to lack of knowledge.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So one of our responsibilities is to seek God wholeheartedly, because otherwise we will get misled. You feel me? On my daily videos, when I do, I always make sure I try to post verses. That way, because I'm like, listen, you guys, like, I want you guys to take the time to go look at these verses yourself, because I could be telling you guys anything.
Yes, and here's the thing: is go follow Soja on the Instagram. What's your handle on Instagram?
So it's Soja for Christ. So it's SOULDJAH, the number 4, and then CHRIST.
And then she starts off every video. What's up, my beautiful peoples?
Well, I switched it up a little bit now because somebody was giving me a hard time where it was like, but
that was me.
I know, that's why I said somebody. I wasn't gonna try to put you on blast, but you
go for it. It's all good. It's just funny.
No, but no, I definitely switched it up. Just because.
I'm just teasing you, but no, I love watching the videos because you always come up with different Bible scriptures, like what they mean to you, and you're moving forward with them. And like, you did like a whole like a devotion thing for a while there, weren't you?
Oh
like,
yeah.
You going through like different parts of the Bible.
Oh yeah. I always try to make sure that like when I talk about stuff that it gets backed up by scripture.
Absolutely.
Because we can't be, we can't either make up words, because it even says in the Bible like God will prove you a liar. Try to add a word or try to change up the scripture. You feel me?
Yeah, even in Revelations in the back of the Bible, you can go check it out right now. It says like anyone who adds to this or takes away from this will be cursed.
Yeah.
So there's even times where I'm like, sitting here and I'm like, oh man, like I'll be reading scripture and I'm like, oh man, this is kind of what it means and this and that. I'm like, but then I got to really dig into it deep because I'm like, hold on real quick. I don't want to say something and be like, my bad, God, like my bad. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm not trying to deliberately say anything that's not what's for the Lord and what His real word is.
Yeah, and also sometimes we have to make sure we're reading the whole verse, because like for example, I believe it's James 4:7 where it says, "Resist the devil and he will flee." But what else does it say in that script? It says, "But submit your ways to God." You know what I'm saying? People only say, "Oh, I just gotta resist the devil and he will flee." I'm like, "Oh, what is the rest of that verse saying?"
Absolutely.
Submit your ways to God.
And there's the thing is, it's funny because we do this at Calvary and they're like, all right, so like, for instance, you just kind of nailed it on the head. The one scripture says this, okay? But then you want to read 3 back and 3 forward to make sure that you get the full meaning of just that one scripture, because you have the buildup, that part of the scripture that you're super into, but then at the end, what does it also say?
Right.
So
Absolutely.
you can't cherry pick the Bible.
No,
you can't
you
just pick
can't.
out what you want.
Right.
You got to literally leave it like the Bible the way it is, read it and follow it. You know?
Well, and the Bible, that's our biggest weapon. You know what I'm saying? It
Yes.
talks about how like the Bible is active, you feel me? And it pierces through, you know what I'm saying, the bone and the marrow, because you know, it's like one scripture, even if it's one verse and you meditate on that, it's like what it does to your spirit is like, even if you don't truly understand it yet,
Yeah.
you know, your spirit somehow does. It soaks it up. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, and as far as like you know, because what I'll do is I'll go to the streets and I don't really record it because I feel like I don't want to put anybody on blast. I'm not doing it for recording. You know what
No,
I'm saying? So I do it on
absolutely.
my
Yeah.
personal time.
Absolutely.
You feel me? And it's
Yep.
between me and God and his beautiful word, you know what I'm saying? So I'll go to the people that nobody else is going to talk to. And I'm like, here, Jesus loves you. He hasn't forgotten about you. And when that look on their face, when they see that Bible,
Oh, it's amazing.
it's
No,
like they
I
know
exactly what you're talking about. Yes.
Yes.
But it's also giving with your left hand and letting the right hand know what the left hand
Come
doing
on.
and stuff, which is beautiful.
Yeah.
And you know, like giving is also in scripture. Not saying you got to give until you're like, you know, completely given out. But at the same time, when you're supposed to be giving, you're supposed to want to be able to give. It's because you're joyful of giving. Now, like, oh, dang it, I got to go give because I'm supposed to give.
Right,
Well, then
yeah.
you're already defeating the scripture of the
Right.
purpose of scripture.
And
you know what I
God
mean?
doesn't
So-
want that no more.
No.
If you feel like that, then just keep it.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm
Yes,
saying? Just
exactly.
keep it at that point. You feel
Because
me?
that's not what he wants.
It's
He
the heart
wants-
posture.
Yeah. He wants to know that you're genuinely giving it because you want to give it.
And the more that you the more that you like, God, transform me, transform my heart, transform my mind. And it even talks about that, you know, in Romans, how it's like, you know, don't be conformed to this world, but be transformed. Is because, first of all, God's the only one that can truly transform you. But once you do get transformed, it's beautiful because it's like your desires start aligning with God's desires.
Well, absolutely.
So when he tells you, oh, I'm going to give you the desires of your heart, he's not talking about our fleshly desires.
Yes.
He's talking about the desires that he placed within you. You know what I'm saying?
Because the closer you get to the Lord, the closer the Lord wants to get
Come
to you.
on.
That's what we talk about all the time. It's
Yeah.
just like, and that's the thing is, it's like when people are like, man, you say this and this now, but yeah, because everything that the Bible has said comes around in some sort of full circle
Yes.
somehow, some
It
way.
does.
Even if it doesn't matter if it's like the Old Testament, the New Testament,
Right.
like in lines. I can't remember of like how many different pinpointing things that they had from the Old Testament to the New Testament that you could pinpoint. I know it's over thousands.
Yeah.
It's thousands of things that they pinpointed in the Old Testament to the New Testament, and there's nothing else in the world or even in the universe that does that other than the Bible.
Absolutely.
So-
And it all points to Jesus too. That's the
Absolutely.
crazy. There's so many different things where it's like
Yes.
it still points to Jesus. So God knew what he was going to do with Jesus even before.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? And so I just think that's a beautiful thing. And you know, we just have to understand that you know, the world is going to tell you what it is, right? But it's like that's why we have to stand on our word, because that's our true weapon against anything and against spiritual warfare. You know, because the Bible talks about we need to take every thought captive. You know what I'm saying? But how are we going to replace it with God's truth? We don't know it.
Or praying on it.
Yeah.
And meditating on it. And learning more about it. Like, how are you supposed to fight a fight with nothing on?
Absolutely. And if you do have questions, I do want to make sure I say this, because it's like, if you have make questions and you really are like seeking God, you know, and you're like, God, what do I need to do? And you don't know, fast.
Oh, fasting is amazing. And here's the thing is like a lot of people are thinking like, all right, there's a couple things with fasting I'm going to break down real quick, okay? Fasting from Starbucks does not count, okay? Right. Fasting from chocolate does not count,
Right.
all right? Like that's like American fasting, and yeah, that's just not what we're talking about here. And there's also obviously fasting from food. You know what I mean? That was like, you know, one of the traditional ways
Right.
of doing it, just having the water. Which the longer you fast, the closer, yes, the Lord does want to get you, because what you're doing is you're denying your flesh
Yes.
of what your flesh wants.
Yes.
So now you're training your flesh, saying, "You don't own me;
Yes.
the Spirit owns me, and I can deny my flesh and just give it to the Lord." And that's why, you know, when people are fasting, that's when they pray the most. That's when they're supposed to. That's when they get super close to the Lord, because they're denying all their flesh.
Absolutely. And you don't have to just fast from food. Okay. You
Exactly.
can-
That was a good.
Yeah.
You know, on that next.
Yes. Yeah.
I had somebody on the show that was like, "Yo, man, I have a hard time with lust," and I was like, there's a thing that you can fast from even having sex.
Mhm.
Like I did that for over a year because every time, and I was like, it changed my life dramatically. And I'll tell you why. Is because when I cut off all of like, oh man, how do I find out this chick, or how do I link up with her, and then find this, and then take her out over here, and I'm focusing all of my energy on trying to figure out how I can get women, and either sleep with them or whatever the case may be. Now, when that's not even a factor in my life, then I can like basically take all of that 60% of my time and dedicate that 60% of that time to the Lord, and watch how closer you get to the Lord.
Right. And that's so true. And we also have to understand too, it's like when the reason why God says, for us not to have sex before marriage, it's not to keep us from anything. It's because he knows that when you do fornicate outside of marriage, then when you sleep with that person, if they have all these unclean spirits attached to them, well, guess what? Now they're transferred. Now you have those unclean spirits. So it's like everything he says and does, it's not to punish us, but it's to protect us. You know what I mean? And so I just want us to understand that, like, when sometimes we're like, gosh, there's so many rules to follow and all this other stuff. And you know what I mean? Like sometimes it does feel like that, but it's for our protection, and God has a bigger purpose behind it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I've been celibate since I got out of prison. You know what I mean? And that was like what? So I got out in 23 and I got out in like 20, 21. So, it's been like 5.5 years since I've had, any sex. And so it's like, but because of that, it's like I've made that vow to God, and it's like I had to fast when I got out too to make sure that I wasn't having urges and all this other stuff, right?
Absolutely.
And what happens is God will literally ignite you. It's like you get this overpowering like sense of knowledge, this insight that God, but it only can come from you being cured. You know what I'm saying? Whether that's from drugs, sex, whatever the case is. And so when you're fasting, there's been times when I have to fast from my phone. There's been times when I have to fast from, whatever it may be. That's what you fast from. Whatever is what you have either made an idol or whatever.
I was right about to say that. Yes. Whatever you're making an idol in your life, and people are like, well, it's not a golden calf. No, but you're out worshiping it like a golden calf.
And what we mean by that is when an idol is, that means you're putting it before God.
Exactly.
That means you're depending on that more than before God. That means that it has taken place over God.
Absolutely.
So I want people to understand, like, well, I'm not worshiping anything else. It's like we are in our own way.
Oh, absolutely.
If
you're focusing on money, you're focusing on anything else. And, the thing is that we're touching base down on about being celibate before marriage, because you're absolutely right. You hit the nail on the head when you said like the unclean spirits, And here's the thing is, there was a study that came out, I want to say a couple of years ago, because I used to talk about this all the time, and I used to tell women, watch who you're playing games with, because these men, they might not have an STD, they might not have something like that can continue right off the bat, right away. However, the spirit that they have inside of them, it could be unclean. And if you're playing with unclean people like this, what happens is you'll be in an unclean environment, not just because you've been ran through, but the fact that you had all these unclean situations. And then they're like, oh, whatever. Now, science proved because they can't disprove the Bible. They've tried, and all the people that basically try to disprove the Bible end up becoming Christians
I was
anyways.
just going to say that. Welcome to the winning side.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and it's funny. Now, scientists have just proven a couple of years back, saying that with babies with birth defects, and I can contest to this because my son he's a high-functioning autistic, right? However, his mom, I didn't know how many people she has been with before she was with me. When we got married, we had our son, and we were like, we both took tests about, everything. I passed super clean. I had no problems. But the DNA from her sleeping around, so every time a man, inside of you, he leaves his DNA in your body that does not go away. So the fact that now my son is, a high
Special needs,
he has special needs, came from a different man.
Wow.
It came from a different man.
Well, and then it's like generational curses. You know what I'm saying? And that's how that kind of happens. Like our children sometimes they into like addiction. I feel like that has been something that's ran in my family. You know what I'm saying? Just because, and so it's like we have to be the ones to break that generational curse.
You're absolutely right. We talked about that last Thursday on the show. Actually, I did a whole thing on it. It was
Wow.
great. Yeah, it was like I was talking to on the air. I was like because this is a real thing.
Yeah.
Generational curses really are real.
Yes.
Because what we were talking about last week is it stops right here with me.
Yes.
And we said it live on the air. We said it in the car. We said it in the shower. We said it wherever we were listening. It stops here with me. Now, when you sit here and you're trying to change that for your kids, you got to talk to your kids like, you know what? I might have messed up, and I'm sorry.
Yes.
But I'm going to try to train you the best I can to not be the person who I was,
Yes.
but who I am right now.
And that's just what it is. That's what we can do. You know what I'm saying? And I think that it's important also for us to understand too. It's like if we aren't that step up, if we aren't the ones who are like, look, God, because and one of the things too, it's like we have to remember that once we deny ourselves or once we get rid of something, we have to instantly replace it with the Holy Spirit, because the Bible talks about how we clean the house, which is like your mind, your body, your temple. That if you don't replace it with the Holy Spirit, then that demon or that unclean spirit will leave, and then he will come back with 7 more.
Absolutely.
And then that can carry on to our children.
Absolutely.
You feel me? So once we close that door, we gotta put a lock on it. We gotta, you know what I'm saying? We gotta do a lot more to it than just be like, okay, it's gone. Like, nah, we gotta
it'll come back.
It will
come back. Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna get to another song right now, though. It's the 777 Crew. Thank you so much for listening. If you are missing out some of this, don't stress. Okay, go to the website, the777crew.com. This whole episode will be on there later on this evening. And if you can't spell like me, it's all good. Just go to Google, type in the number 7, not spelled out, the number, and then crew.com. Google us, you'll have a good time. We have a bunch of stuff up there. Even if you're looking for prayer, you need anything, go find us on the Instagram. Get in contact with us. We'll be praying for you on the radio. We have a prayer team in the background. And if you need Bibles, we can also supply that with some of our partners. But we're going to give you our next record right now. It's Soja, Greater Who Lives in Me.
All right.
Let's go. It's the 777 Crew Radio.
We all got dealt in here. What's cordial, but it's wrong. They say I'm wrong. Pray for discernment so you can see through the fog. My life is my testimony for the most high. No coincidence, beat the odds. There's no other gods until my enemies. I still pray for you, Lord. Can I say I'm cut from a different cloth? I ain't gon' front, this ain't no easy walk. I gotta keep it stepping and be on top. I gotta remind myself, God's ways and time and it's perfect. I'm so glad it's stopping my life. You love the mercy, kept me from getting shot. Will I ever go back? I think not. I think God. I'm still up the ball, but not. Found my rest and safety. Greater who lives in me. Everything he does amazes me. Spiritual tax, so he fits in me. I'm armored and prayed up, suited and booted up. Better read your Bible, get your boots laced up. There's a war out here, devil working overtime. Trying to get your mind. God says she's mine. Victory's ours for all time. People switch on a drop up and down. Read the small print for some of the dotted line. Her is the branch, Jesus is divine. So I'ma stay giving word to him every single time. Let's go. Jesus coming like a thief in the night. We don't know where we tonight. Heavenly revelations is unraveling. The days is happening like it's challenging. Jesus knows what you're battling. When your mind gets scrambling, people get to hassling. Running out from they battling. We got the Babylon. I'm getting my Christ on till the devil get on. Tell my haters it's on. Whatever God is on is what I'm on. Greater who lives in me than the world. Greater who lives in me than the world. You set me apart. Now I'm gonna do my part. Yes, for my own. Correct me, protect me, Lord. In Jesus' name. Amen.
And take us around town. Search the 777 Crew Radio.
I know I'm not perfect, never will be, but when he sees me, he don't see what I see. I see my mistakes, he sees what he's made. I see my failures, he sees me worthy of a savior. My ways are not his ways, my thoughts are not his thoughts. Looking back, didn't realize all the time he saved my life. Any second could have died. Wiped the tears from my eyes, felt ashamed every time I got high. Now I see results, how you plan. I was always in your hands. Now it's time for me to take a stand. Yeah, I'ma share my story for your glory. Your love, you don't want us to worry. Want us to embrace your mercy. Be still where you're going, there's no hurry. Don't rush, just to trust the journey. God's gentle, he knows what he's doing. Relax, feel the Holy Spirit brewing. Enjoy the view and watch how God keep proving how he moving. Jesus Christ is who I'm choosing. Let's get it. Died on the cross. Never did you leave me, there's no real love in these streets. Wanna be a change for these youngsters in the special needs. Put my testimony on these beats. Maybe it's what this generation needs. Teach my kids early so they don't have to repeat what happened to me. I gotta be an example. No, I won't give you more than you can handle. Man, this fire burning like a candle. Friends from my past got canceled. I'm here to testify. God is real, his son was crucified so we can have life.
Society telling you how to live, that ain't right. You gotta fight for what's right. Jesus bled on the cross for hours. I know he cried. Said was finished before he died. The least we do is try. How you gonna get wet if you stay dry or listen to the enemy's lies? Man, you can see it in my eyes. I'm not playing. Jesus is the prize. You're beautiful no matter your size. Let our king rise. He paid the ultimate price. Get right with Jesus is my best advice. Let's go.
He loves us
For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son. Whosoever believe in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. In Jesus' name, amen. It is written.
The Crew Radio.
Strobe on, put God up. Enemy talk big, we don't do.
Heart steady, not fake. Whole road looking at me like take. It's like any fight, let them hate me. Got a king on the throne, they can't break me. Gotta run my past, can't steer my soul. If the lights off, cut. Still blow if they put it up deep. Still roll if they look for me. I say no, nah. You think I'm moving off love? No. I'm just moving off trust. They wanna fight with the what? But my pen turned dust. Yeah, cause I'm like, my power, I'm full, I don't doubt. Oh, I feel not someone out here. Power, stand tall, I'm kiss out. Check it the power. Oh, I feel not someone out here. No one tagging. I'm the second on the same code. Hit the flow, heavy step in the brave mode. They circle, I don't panic or stay froze. See a fall on their face when they stay close. Talk loud, but they vanish in the quicksand. All teeth when they type in a big tent. They can camp in my door, that's a big dent. But they trip on the track, they say, you see me dancing in fire. You think I'm calling for hell? I got a strength from higher. Gotta go, but it ain't good like fire. I'm power, I'm full, I don't cower. Who I fear, not a single one out here. Power, stand tall in the darkest tower. Chase in the power. Who I fear, not a single one out here. But I hear that word, every line could be like the word, but they creep, I don't see. It's absurd, I just feel like a promise to this third. I don't mean that's a fiend, that's a mark, so I flat to a crap, to a bar, I don't wanna hunt on my heart when you stumble. You some kid in the dark. I'm proud, I'm full, I don't count. go out there, gotta see my out. No fear. Talk down. Talk down. Talk down. Yeah. Yeah. Stroll on. Stroll on. Yeah. Yeah. Stroll on. Stroll on.
Rebels up, what's up?
Yeah, light work in the dark of the 777 Crew Radio. Got my girl Soja in the building. What's up?
What's happening?
Just played a few songs. We got 45 minutes left of the show. If you did miss part of the show, don't stress. Okay, it's cool. All you got to do is just go to the 777crew.com. The show will be all up online. I'll follow the other episodes that we have. You can listen back. I want to say there's like 9 other episodes that you can listen back on. And Soja. So, man, we would just been walking back and forth on a whole bunch of stuff, man. Oh, my goodness.
Man.
So what are your plans now? Like, you overcame addiction. You're out of prison. You had like this crazy, childhood, and now you got your kids full time, right?
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah,
And-
love that baby.
and we were just actually talking off the air about this. It was just like God has a plan for everything. We might not understand what His plan is, but having faith in God and just following the footsteps that He wants us to take. And I was explaining this to somebody too the other day. They're like, "Man, you're doing such a great job with this and that." I was like, "No, I didn't do all
Yeah,
this."
exactly.
I was like, "No,
Yeah, bro. Like I promise you, it's not me at all. You know what I'm saying?
Like, there's no way I can accomplish all this."
And we have to understand too, it's like you can't please God without faith.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And also faith without works is dead. So you can try to do, whatever, but if you don't have that faith and that trust, then God's just like, well, what are you doing it for? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think He takes that kind of personal, just because it's like, we are surrounded by undesirable circumstances. We are surrounded by, people hurting children, and, which is like such a big thing for me. But, so it's like if we're walking by sight and not by faith, then we're screwed. You know what I'm saying? So it's like having that faith is what's going to give us that peace and know that, listen, this might be happening, but God is just. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And, faith is everything for a relationship with God. Period.
Absolutely. And, at the end of the day, that's what He wants. He just wants to have a relationship with you.
Yeah. And it's not religion. People always make
No.
a mistake of, it's a religion. No. It's a relationship.
Yeah, and we were talking about that too, like where people are like, "Oh man," it's just like you kind of touched base on a little bit where like, it's like, "Oh, there's so many things I just can't do, and I can't do this, I can't do that," and I'm like, "But here's the thing: is you're looking at it the wrong way. Look at all the things that you can do.
Right.
Look at all the things that are going to be positive for your life. Like, you can't get drunk and you can't do drugs and you can't fornicate. Yeah, those are all pretty awful things. You can't kill people, you can't do all this stuff. Yeah, those are pretty awful things. And where is that going to lead you? Well, it's going to leave you in a ditch. It's going to leave you in prison. It's going to leave you with a broken home. There's a reason why the Lord says don't do these things.
Right.
And he's not telling you. And here's the thing: is a lot of people are like, "Well, He's just saying this." Here's God gives you the free will to do what you want to do. Okay, He's given you the guidelines. He told you how to live your life.
Right.
But at the same time, He's also loving you so much that He's letting you choose between His way or the world.
And that's why when people are like, "Oh, well, if God's so loving," I say this all the time, if God's so loving, why does He send people to hell? I'm like, He don't send people
No,
to
He
hell.
does not send
First
people to hell.
first of all, He created hell for Satan and his demons.
Yes.
That's what hell was created for anyway. But if people who are in hell is because they followed the devil.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and so we can't put that on God. We can't, because He's not going to sit there and force Himself on us. You feel me? Like, He's a gentleman when it comes down to it, and that's why He has a still small voice. Even though He's God, He has a voice of thunder. But when it comes to, like, we have to be intentional as well and make sure that we are in a position and a heart posture to where we can hear His voice. And if we're surrounded by all this loud noises and distractions. There's no way we can hear him
No,
because
absolutely.
he's not going to go over all that. Another thing is too, it's just like, you know, with Job, when the enemy was like, oh, the only reason why he loves you and stuff is because you give him all this stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Well, it's the same thing. It's like he doesn't want it because he's forcing us to love him. He wants us to choose him.
Yes.
You feel me? So, you know, and when you do, because he's already chosen us.
Well, no, but the thing is, like, you know, I was talking about this too again. Everything circulates.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, if he wanted all of us to just praise him and worship him every single day, he would have made robots.
Right.
He didn't make robots.
Right.
He made us. And like the real love will come from actually choosing that person.
Yes.
Because, like, you know, here's the thing is, like, say you get married, right? And would you want to be with someone that was like, oh no, you're just going to marry that person, or someone that actually genuinely loves you?
Right. Exactly.
Because the person that genuinely loves you is going to stay faithful to you. He's going to want to be a partner to you, want to take care of you. He's going to be there no matter what's for you.
Right.
Other people are just like, you know, we were talking about, you know, the whole relationship thing on the air yesterday. It was like, no, if a woman or a man just only in it for like, oh, well, he's got money. Well, the money runs out, so is she.
Yep.
When the cars are gone, they're gone.
Yep.
You know, but, you know, when you're with somebody who genuinely loves you and cares about you, you're going to stick around through the hard times and the good times. Just like the Lord. If you genuinely give your heart to the Lord and you love him, it doesn't matter what kind of storm that the Lord will put you through. Because like he even put the disciples on the boat where the waves were crashing on the boat. And he's like, why are you guys freaking out? I
Right.
sent you here.
Exactly.
And what did he do? Snapped his fingers and everything was calmed down.
Right.
He's like, chill out. I'm God. I can do this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's what you got to do, because the lack of faith. Now, when you have enough faith in your heart for the Lord, then he will show you, even though that he's going to put you through some trials. But you know what, though? He knows that you're going to conquer on the other end. And when you finish the race, like we were talking at church, it's not how you start the race, it's how you finish the race. Now, when you finish the race and you hear that in heaven, like, oh my goodness, my grateful, you know, servant.
My faithful servant.
Thank you.
Faithful
Yeah.
servant.
I just got tongue-tied there for a minute. I was like, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's what I meant. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Like,
well, we don't want to hear depart from me. I never do. You know what I'm
absolutely
saying?
not.
And
That's
it's
where the
like,
relationship comes into play.
Yes. And again, I know I said it earlier, but you know, just because of what we just said, but it's like when he says in Romans 8:28, he says he turns everything around for those who love him.
Yes.
It doesn't say for people who keep doubting him and who want. It says for those who love him. So it's like, you know, your pain, it was not in vain. You know what I'm saying? Everything that you've been through, he will use that. And, you know, people are like, well, I can't do this. I can't do that. But it's like, God is not called you to quit. He quits the call. You feel me? So it's like, if he has called you to do something, best believe, even though you're going to go through this, he's going to be developing you. He's going to be giving you the tools and skills that you need in order to do what he's placed within you. You know what I'm saying?
And that
So
makes you stronger.
it really does. I'm doing stuff that I never would have thought I could do. And that's because of God. You feel me? Like, part of it is, you know, with the foster the city thing that I'm doing with my church. You know,
Yeah,
I'm an
what's up with all that now?
I'm an advocate for foster the city, right? So, you know, it's a beautiful thing that because of all the experiences that I actually have with the foster system.
Yeah.
The system is so broken, so corrupted. We all know that. You know what I'm saying? But, and so when I first started, you know, when they told me that they want to be the advocate of the foster the city, I was like, there's no way I can do this. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? Do you see me? Like, what I look like? I mean, like, what? And it's just beautiful because, I mean, and even when I first started trying to do the work of it, it was like foreign to me. And I felt like I was stupid because I'm like, none of this makes any sense to me. I called my pastor and I'm like, you know, I don't know if I'm the right person. Just like Moses did with God. Like, he's like, go free my people from Egypt. Moses
I don't know about that.
Moses like, you got the wrong dude. He's like, I can't speak. And, you know, it was the same thing, right? And so, you know, I was like, my head homies and all that. And my pastor, he was like, first of all, tell your head homies to sit down and shut up. And he's like, so am I stupid? Because I'm like, I'm just street smart. And, you know, I'm just stupid. You know what I'm saying? And so he's like, well, am I stupid because I don't know how to do brain surgery? I didn't go to school for that. But am I stupid because I don't know how to do brain surgery? No, you have to learn this stuff. And so it's like, just like with Moses and how he learned how to speak, is because God said, I created your mouth. I'm the one that's going to be putting the words in, you know? So it's like, we don't have to be worried about, we got to get, just like you don't have to get right before you get with God.
Absolutely.
You know, it's the same thing. It's like, just when God tells you to step, just move, even if you don't even know what you're doing or whatever, because when you're faithful and you step out of faith, just like Peter, when Jesus, we just talked about, when Jesus was like, come here, or he's like, call me out to the water. And it's like Peter was focusing on Jesus. He was doing something impossible. He was
Yep.
walking on water.
Yep.
But the second he took his eyes off Jesus and started looking at his surroundings, like, what? I'm not supposed to be walking on water. He started drowning.
Yep.
And then what did we say? Again, God, he still, picked him up, but he also said, "Be little faith." So it's like everything comes down to faith with God. You know what I'm saying? And once you have that faith, God, I have faith that you are going to turn the situation out for my good. Father God, I have faith that you are going to transform my mind. You know what I'm saying? And then to where it's like, okay, so say that you have an issue with lust. Well, if you're asking God, please transform my mind and all this other stuff, but you're still sitting there watching certain videos and
Yeah.
you're still,
Yeah.
entertaining certain things that are going to trigger those lustful thoughts, then that's the whole thing, right? But if you stay faithful to God and you avoid those things, then eventually when you end up, something pops up, you're not even going to want to touch that. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Because you have already been getting transformed by God, because you have that faith that He's going to do it. And we also have a part to play. You know what I'm saying? So God, transform me, please get rid of this lust. But then you have to do your part by avoiding certain stuff.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? For it to even, it's like y'all are a team.
No, absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, because he, like you said, you don't have to be clean to go to God. But like, you know what you said in your record, yes, you know what? You might meet God in one spot, but He loves you so much, He's not going to keep you there.
Yeah, yep. He will come to where you are at. Wherever you are, He will come meet you there. Because He loves you, but He loves you too much to let you stay there. So
See,
you will
man, when I heard that, I wrote it down when I got home. I was like, that's dope. I was like, I like
because
that.
it's true. That's what He did
Uh-huh.
with me. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
Like,
yep.
and that's why it's like, and no matter what, like, I also want people to know, and I just told this because we're doing a baptism at my church and everything, and this little girl had a issue with, well, what should I say for my testimony, right? And so, anyways, we kind of gave her some ideas with that, but I also said a testimony is very important, because when you go out to talk to people about Jesus, people can argue with you all they want, but they cannot argue your testimony.
Yeah.
That's one thing. Nobody can argue with you. Like, I know what God has done in my life and what He's brought me out of. You know what I'm saying? So they can argue about whatever, but when it comes down to what God has done in your life, nobody can tell you different.
Absolutely.
Nobody can tell me about my God. You know what I'm saying? Because the stuff that He has brought me out of, the stuff that He's protected, there's so much evil in the streets. You know what I'm saying? It's so demonic, and it's literally just, it's like an abyss. You feel me? And where I was headed at, I was on the run. I was on dope. I mean, it was just like, and I can't even explain to you of where I was at. And the only one that can literally take me out of that was God. You feel me? And it's like, nobody can take that from me. You know what I'm saying? Nobody can tell me anything about my God. I know how powerful He is. And if He can do it for me, He can do it for anybody. Straight up. You know what I'm saying? And my mental used to be so different. I used to flash hard because I was a female and I was in the streets. So I had to be harder than these dudes. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't about to go prostitute. You feel me? So I had to be harder. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but because of that, I got the reputation of, because I didn't name myself. The streets named me Soldier. You know what I mean? And that's part of why I kept it. You feel me? It's because it's like I went from a soldier for the streets to soldier for God. And that was only because, and I was almost ashamed of it once I started getting with God, because I'm like, God, I've done so many things. I was working with the enemy. I was working for the enemy. You know what I'm saying? I was His soldier for so long.
Oh, I understand that.
You know what I'm saying? And so, but at the same time, God used all that, because when people see me now, they're like, bro, if He could do it for Soldier, okay, there is a God. Because she was ruthless, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so it's a beautiful thing, man. And like, God can literally change you. There's been times when I was crying because I'm like, man, I did this to this person, or you know what I'm saying? They owed me $20, and the things that happened to them just because of that, and so I just felt so bad. But there's a couple times when God let me make it right with that person, because I ended up running into them or something, and I was just like, listen, and so God will do certain things where He'll let you do something, but because you know what that feels like, that way you don't ever want to turn back to that. In the Bible it talks about how a person will return to the vomit. You know what I'm saying? So when you have done stuff a certain way for so long, and then you start learning God's ways, because sometimes you can't see the light unless you were in the dark.
Absolutely.
You feel me? So it's like, once you do see that, you're like, okay, I don't want to do that, because I already have that taste of the light. You feel me? And so now that's why I have such a passion for the streets, because I know where a lot of that comes from. Because some people were even born into it, that's all they do. But sometimes, like, that's the only family that they have.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
So, but it's sometimes you don't understand that, how demonic it really is. Now it's like the people that I used to sell drugs to, now I'm giving Bibles. You know what I'm
That's
saying? I had a
cool.
backpack full of drugs and a scale. Now I have a backpack full of Bibles. You know what I'm saying? Still going to the same spots. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and it's just a beautiful thing, you know. And then it breaks your heart when you still see the people who are still stuck in that. But at least that gives them a little bit of hope when they see you, because you were right there with them.
Yep.
You know what I'm
Absolutely.
saying? So
And you know, the one thing though too is like, you know, when you're surrounded by the darkness, most people don't realize this. When you start praying and you know you are part of the light, like, you know, the best example that I can give anybody is like if you're in the bedroom and you know, my gosh, I'm surrounded by all this darkness. You just turn the light on.
yeah,
You turning that light on is a reference of going to the Lord, praying to the Lord, giving your life to the Lord, because you will become that flashlight in the dark.
well, and it's crazy too because it could be a whole dark room, right? And you can just put like a candle, a birthday candle, and you see how much that light brightens that darkness over a little light.
And the darkness has to flee from the light. It has to.
It has to.
And that's science. Okay, that's science. So prove that science theory
Right.
wrong too. Then we get
And I want to do one last analogy. So my goddad, actually, shout out to you, Sensei. I call him Sensei, right? Because he always speaks like to me, and he's the one that actually taught me about people, places, and things. So, so he gave me this analogy, and it was just it stuck with me so much, and this is exactly how it is. So, okay, say a glove, right?
Yes.
Okay, so a glove is made in our hand's image.
Mhm.
Okay, but if the glove is just sitting right here, it's useless. It's
Yes.
just a glove.
flat.
Right.
Yep.
But when you put that hand in there, all of a sudden that glove comes alive, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's the same thing with us. It's like we are made in the image of God, but without Christ, we're just,
Laying there.
come on. You feel me? But when you got Christ in you, all of a sudden it's the same thing. We're that glove.
See, that's a great analogy.
I know, right?
I like that
Come
analogy.
on. You can keep that. It's cool.
I will.
It's good.
Oh man! All right. You know what? Thank you so much for coming on the show. We got like about 10 minutes left. You know what? We're gonna play a couple records real quick. We'll be right back. It's the 777 Crew Radio. Thank you.
I see you walking head low. World on your shoulders, don't let it show. They take and take, but never give. You forget why you live.
Really higher, but we leave. Not for me, but for the keeper. Do nothing, not a selfish crime. I'll be right here by your side.
I'll be right here by your side. They say the strong survive, the weak fall behind, but love reunites. Lips the design, don't chase the crown. The crown chase you. The humble shine bright. Yeah, that's the truth.
Let me be bold. Not for me, but for the keeper. Do nothing, not a selfish pride. I'll be right here by your side.
Oh,
For the keeper, nothing else but pride. I'll be right here by your side.
let me see you home. Let it be for them. Let me see you so love with it.
No glory, no love. We rise together, no matter
I'll be right by your
We go everywhere with you when you are out. We live in your pocket. So pull us out sometimes and take a play on the 777 Crew Radio.
Lights on, lights on, lights on, lights on, lights on, right? Lights on, lights on, yeah, lights on, lights on, lights on, lights on, lights on, crowd now, lights on, like one shot, make it count. Said I walk while I got it. That light on my path, I don't hide it. Dark track creep, I spot it. Feet on flame, I'm solid. He said, last little while I'm with you. I'm like, if I lose that flame, what I drift to? Night outside trying to pull that switch, one flip, then I fall in the ditch. Nah, I ain't roll with the blind. They stumble in the dust, can't see what they find. I'm trying to move while the day still golden, brown while the truth still smoking. Walk while you got the light. Walk while you got the light. Yeah. Before that shadow light. Before that shadow light. Yeah. Don't wait till the sky go black. Step now, ain't no turning back. Walk while you got the light. Walk while you got the light. Keep warm, the darkness coming. They laughed and ran when it started flooding. I learned, don't play with the time. Sun don't pause when you stuck in your pride. So I move quick with it. Heart stay liquid. It don't talk loud, but I ain't sick with it. If you walk in the dark, you ain't know where you're headed. Trip on the hate and the lies that you wedded. I'd rather glow in the world that's cold. Stand in the beam while the story unfold. Light still here, I'ma hold that tight. Cause in a split second, that switch hit night. Walk while you got the light. For that shadow light. For that shadow light. Yeah. Don't wait till the sky go black. Step now, ain't no turning back. Walk while you got the light. Walk while you got the light. Move now, not later. You choose, pass straight up or lose. Walk while you got the light. Walk while you got the light. For that shadow light. Yeah. Going to die, oh, black. Step now, ain't no turning back. Walk while you got the light.
Walk while you got the light on the 777 Crew Radio. I'm Techie P. Soja. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out with me for the last couple hours.
And thank you so much for having me. It's always a blessing to be able to just talk about our Lord. And it was getting hot up in here, though, boy.
Absolutely. If you missed the show, don't stress. It's all good. Just go to the 777crew.com. Google us, the 777 Crew. Go follow us on the socials. This episode will be up on the website later on this evening, so you can go back and listen to it, along with a bunch of other episodes that we have on there, too. And while you're there, don't forget to download the music app. So there's just all these great music radio stations. The one app has 5 different music stations. We try to hit something that everybody kind of listens to. Anything from the hip hop and R&B, country, rock, Latin, EDM. Please go check them out. Download the app if you love it. Keep playing it.
That's right.
But we're going to finish up with one more song today. You want to introduce it?
Yeah, so this is the newest one on the second album. It's called I Ain't Never. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, man, this walk is not an easy walk, but we cannot fold. We can't do any of that, man, because once we know how to die to ourselves and pick up our cross, then we will hear good and well faithful servant. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't never gonna fold. You heard?
You know,
Let's
I'm
get
going to do this.
Yeah.
Soja.
The best thing that we can hope for, the most important thing we can hope for, or pray for, or ask for, and our desires to ourselves. That's with it. At the end of the day, at the beginning of the day, it's going to be God's will.
That's right.
It's going to be God's will.
I ain't never gonna stop. I ain't never gonna quit. I ain't never gonna fall, man. This is it. I ain't never gonna stop. I ain't never gonna quit. I ain't never gonna fall, man. This is it. I ain't never, never. I ain't never, never. I ain't never gonna quit. Yeah, this is it. I ain't never, never. I ain't never, never. I ain't never gonna fall, man. This is it. Some people say I lost my mind when I gave my life to Christ. Got baptized, really legit. No more rolling dice. Been revised, life in mind, flesh denied, dodging bullets, focus on the prize, bigger the fight, bigger the skies. One within myself, hurt inside, screaming hell. No one knew the pain I felt, just the pain I dealt. If you trust me, I'm a step and still. Another well, truly swallow well, hard as ice with a melt till I felt compelled. So when I say I'm not the same, take it. Risen by the risen king, last of a dime, breathe bound, now I'm free. As the streets was a beast, hold my peace till I get released. Now it's Christ I wanna please.
It's gonna be God's will.
Yeah. That's right.
It's always gonna be God's will.
I ain't never gonna fall, man. This is it. I ain't never gonna stop. I ain't never gonna quit. I ain't never gonna fall, man. This is it. I ain't never, never. I ain't never, never. I ain't never gonna quit. Yeah, this is it. I ain't never, never. I ain't never, never. I ain't never gonna fall, man. This is it. And watch the story unfold. Going in bold, the position I hold. God prepare me in the hole. Inspired no parole. Double lost control. My spirit richer than gold. Told you I ain't finna fold. Don't care what you've been told. Always God, never left. Just getting started. Warming up. Holy Spirit, fill my cup. Spiritual sniper loaded up. Shooting slugs. Demons better duck. Stuck in the mud. Nuck if you buck. Nuck if you buck. Salvation not for sale. 3 nails on the scale. Love never fails. Can't run. Swallowed by the whale. Through Christ I will prevail. No more locked in the cell. On the way to hell, I'm doing well as you can tell. In the ring to the bell. That's right. I will prevail. I could do all things through Christ who strengthens me. I ain't never gonna stop. I ain't never gonna quit. I ain't never gonna fall, man. This is it. I ain't never gonna stop. I ain't never gonna quit. I ain't never gonna fall, man. This is it. I ain't never, never. I ain't never, never. I ain't never gonna quit. Yeah, this is it. I ain't never, never. I ain't never, never. I ain't never gonna fall, man. This is it.
It's always gonna be God's will. Always gonna be God's will.
It is written. It is written.
Being Blunt with Jay Biggs will start momentarily. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for another episode of Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, live from the Reno Town Mall, 4001 South Virginia. Come on down here and be a part of the show as it's open studio until 6 o'clock. We're right between the Proper Fit and the Unemployment Office. Come on down. Till 6. We're here. That's right. Stand back, Reno, as we are here at the Reno Town Mall, 4001 South Virginia, crossing the Atlantis, and we are taking your messages to the community all the way until 6 o'clock as we have an open mic studio right here at KPGF and KNNR. It's 93.7, 103.3 FM, and of course, 1400 AM. Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, which might be your new favorite afternoon drive home. You might not like the show. I don't know what you think, but I can tell you this. I'm having a great time kicking it right here with folks on the air and doing things that nobody else is doing. So make sure that you sit back and relax because we have got one heck of a show that is planned right here today as we are going to deep dive into what might be the scariest thing ever. My mind. Yes, my mind is getting deep dived into today as we have none other than Scan Reno Wellness Concierge right here with us today. And I truly think it's going to be a fun episode because, well, I'm going to find out a little bit about myself. You're going to find out probably more about me than I've ever publicly talked about, which is okay. Most of it, anyway, as long as I don't get in any trouble. Richard.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you, man?
I am doing wonderful. Thank you for having myself and my partner, Mark, with us today.
Of course, man. Hey, here's the thing. Last week, you guys stopped in, and there was a little bit of confusion.
Yeah.
And that's okay because, we need to make sure things are right before we start doing things with the brain and the body. Right? So here we are. It's a little bit of a repeat, and that's okay. I've got my scans. I got my results, but we're going to do it again today, right? Just to make sure.
Yes, sir.
And we can do that on the air here during the show before 6 o'clock. That's going to happen. We might have some other guests showing up as well. So throughout today, we might have Nevada Firearms Academy. Scott and Michaela might show up before 6 o'clock. Also, Veronica Cortez might show back up, and she is going to have the Women of Cannabis Expo with her. God only knows who else might pop in. Rod the Rabid Dog might show up as well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. You guys are going to have lots of brains and bodies to scan today for sure here on the show. Grayson Negra Neho Lee, what's going on, dog?
I'm doing great, man. I'm excited for Scan Reno because I was looking through the report and everything, and man, I've said on the air in the past that I'm neutral. My goodness, this report signifies that there's nothing completely bad nor completely good. It's just right down the middle.
That's right. Absolutely. Well, here's the thing. Today we're going to be talking with these two, Mark and of course Richard, and we are going to essentially hook me up to this machine. Richard, why don't you go ahead and explain exactly what it is you're going to hook me up to with Mark?
Well, this is what we call a quantum resonance bioscanner. It reads your electrical currents going through your body. We'll scan 45 different body functions, organs, blood, heavy metals, and it creates a 120 plus page report from the scan. It's very pinpoint accurate. It's accurate, 95% as accurate as a blood test, only scanning more body functions at one time.
Oh, wow. Okay. So,
Yeah.
so you're essentially telling me that I'm going to be able to find out things that would cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars with a bunch of different tests off just this one machine.
That's right.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So we like to say, welcome to the wellness lifestyle.
I love that, man. I love that. Well, hey, Scan Reno, their wellness concierge is what they call themselves. And if you would like to get a hold of them, their phone number is 775-527-5005. That's 775-527-5005. And it's the Mental Group. Is that how you say it? At gmail.com?
Yes, that's your email to me. And yeah, we look forward to bringing an alternative, healthy alternative to the Reno Sparks area. And through these scans, they directly will refer to natural herbs to realign your body. So it's a holistic approach to wellness that you can't find anywhere else currently, through myself and my partner Mark.
Right.
And you know what's even more fascinating about these tests? I was just looking at it just before we started the show, and it shows each of the emotions. So, like, you can literally tell what your levels are, whether if you're angry, you're upset, you have fear, or whatever. It shows all of that on the test. So it's very, very, very detailed.
Man, I got to tell you, I have not had a chance to read through my booklet. I just got it today. But that's no fault of theirs. This is my own because I could have had it within an hour or so of the scan last time. And that's one of the things they do. So, yeah, if you would like to, maybe have yourself scanned, it's not going to take as long as me. That's my fault to get that back. But absolutely, we can, even if, let's just say this, maybe if you would like to get scanned, maybe today come down here to the studio and get scanned. We have, the scanner's out.
And it'll only take 90 seconds to do the test.
Right. Right, exactly. Seriously, you might find out something about yourself you didn't know.
You know what's crazy? I don't even like going to the doctors for physicals. But this was the greatest physical of my life.
Well,
On everything.
Hey,
That's
there,
right.
There you go. There you go. Well, maybe that's what we do is we offer if somebody wants to come down here or something, and be a part of that. What is this Vital Health Global? What is that?
Well, that's the parent company that we're affiliated with. And they're the ones that developed this technology as well as the herbs that are really special and designed to be incorporated into these scans. Part of it's because of their nanotechnology. When you take these capsules that have the herbs in them, it absorbs immediately into your system. So it doesn't have to go through the digestive system or anything like that. It will just immediately absorb. And then they work on the different, depending on which capsule you're taking, it works right on the area that's out of balance. So it's just incredible, brand new technology. The company's out of Mexico, Hermosillo, Mexico, and they're about 3 years old, but we're the first ones to introduce it here to the Reno Sparks, Northern Nevada area.
Right. Well, I love how Mark, he's got his headphones on. He looks like he's setting up turntables or something. Like he's from the back. Looks like he's getting ready to DJ something here. I'm serious.
This is great. It looks like it too.
Yeah, well, he's got a human body over here. You know, like it's
Yeah.
just it's just funny how it's like getting it's totally reminds me of like DJ Teddy P. Just left out. By the way, him and Soulja, if you did not check out that show that they just did, please go back. Northern Nevada's Voice on YouTube. It is live right now. We are in fact doing that. If you would like to check out anything else about the station, well, please, including the YouTube, get over to northernnevadasvoice.net. That's northernnevadasvoice.net. That's northernnevadasvoice.net.
Triple thread?
Yeah, I gotta let you know. That is where you can go and find our social media. That's where you can go and find our sales guide. That's where you can go and find out pretty much almost anything about us other than Social Security.
Yeah.
Yeah, which Mark and Richard might be able to scan.
If they
no, I'm
could
joking.
do that, that'd be the greatest little white machine ever.
No,
It could
we
go
don't-
that far.
Social Security numbers aren't required.
Right. I'd be a yellow machine if it was looking for social. Anyway, so what, Grayson?
I couldn't help but laugh.
What?
I was
We're-
like, you made
Well,
it yellow. Come
I'm
on.
in a hurry to get to the next. A hurry to get to the next segment. Anyway, hey, Mark, you're here. Talk. Make sure you talk to that mic for me.
Good to see you all.
Good to see you too, brother. Good
Nice
to see you.
be here today.
Hey, man, you're the mix master on the
Thank you
turntable
kindly.
over here. Yep. So what do you got pulled up, man? What do you? Is the machine all ready to go and everything?
For you, Mr. Dick. However, if you keep DJing, let me know, and I will set Jason up.
I think it's time.
Okay. Let's do Grayson. It's Grayson.
Okay.
It's all good.
All right.
But
Give me
before,
2 minutes, guys. Thanks.
which is perfect because what we have, it's about that time.
Oh yeah.
Let's do this.
Oh my gosh, dude, you're absolutely right. I cannot believe.
I got you.
Well,
I got you, bro. You good?
okay, yeah. I guess I sometimes need this, right? It is that time. So let's go ahead and get it started. It is time for the 420 roll call here on the show, and I'm glad I have Grayson watching out for me. So shout out to everybody. Oh my gosh, Soulja checking in already there. Teddy P, what's going on? James over at Neil City Creative. We've got Ben checking in today. Ryan from King of the Cage. Ed over at Diamond Vault. What's going on, brother? Yes, I know. Pearl's checking in. Jen down at RC Willie. Tall Trevor's checking in. Monica. Valerie's checking. My gosh. Brittany, what's going on? Rick. Also Jen. Dave. Dave Hirschbein as well. Matt's checking in. Jocko is checking. Carmelo is checking in. Envy the Truth. My gosh. And a few others. Ronnie ECV Deribus. There he is. Zach Howells. My gosh. The list just continues to grow and grow each and every day with new people. Remember, if you would like your business said or your name said, all you need to do is simply get over to the Reno Town Mall and don't worry, Grayson. You don't have to turn around. I will say your name. Wonder if they'll pick that up on the machine. It's a sickness for the thickness. What is that? Hold on, Richard.
Uh-oh.
Is that something that you guys can pick up on this machine as a sickness for the thickness?
That is wild.
Let's not get too far into detail here. We don't want to scare off any prospects. That
No,
need to
yeah, I
find
guess
out
you're right.
About their health.
Right. Well, I do. I want to know exactly their health and their pH balance.
Yeah.
So with that
That's
being
important.
right. Well, if you don't have a good pH balance, that means you're going to be all psycho. Hey, I know that. I was married for 16 years. Was. Anyway, that being said, we'll get off of that and get on to the to the facts, the cold hard facts here today. I did want to say once again, please, if you have not donated yet to Eddie Floyd's fund, please get over and the GoFundMe is up right now at northernnevadasvoice.net. Eddie is still struggling. He's still with us.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, his wife did pass.
Oh, no.
On Saturday. So it's just been it's been a hellacious weekend for his family, and a lot of people struggling. Poor Harold in here, 93 years old today, did a
Yeah.
whole show dedicated to Eddie at noon, and the guy sat in there where Richard is right now and cried. I mean, he
Wow.
cried the whole hour while he prayed. And so anyways, there's just a lot going on, a lot of emotions. It's been a heck of a week.
And there's tons of love going towards the Floyd family for all of
Oh
their-
yeah, absolutely. It just shows how Northern Nevada can pull together in a time of need.
Mm-hmm.
Well, speaking of pulling things together, let's maybe pull together me being tested out here in just a moment, because I will say that I'm pretty pumped up and energized and excited about all this, but you never know what you're going to find out, right?
Yeah.
So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and play a song, and when we get back from this, we will start testing Jay Biggs, which may be a good thing, maybe a bad thing. I have no clue what's about to happen. But we're here today with none other than Scan Reno Wellness Concierge. We've got Mark and Richard in the house, 775-527-5005. ScanRenoNV.com. That's ScanRenoNV.com. Come on down here till 6 o'clock today. It's being blunt with Jay Biggs, 93.7 on your FM dial, 103.3 FM and 1400 AM. It's Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, and we are live right here on your Tuesday afternoon, Reno. Hanging out on 93.7 on your FM dial, 103.3 FM, as well as 1400 AM. Simulcasting across all of Northern Nevada. Thank you for joining us right here. That was Indigo's Pastel Sunset, one of my favorite, pump-up tracks, right? That's we're on a road trip, and you just feel good. That song just pumps me up. I don't know what you know what? I actually first heard that song when I was leaving Urrington one time, and it just brought so much hope to me. So much promise that maybe that the world was going to be a better place at some point for me. And it is. What do you know? So I love that, and I'm going to pay tribute by playing that every once in a while right here. It's a little pump up song. You know, it goes all over the place. You don't know if I'm going to play country. You don't know if I'm going to play rock. You don't know if I'm going to play retro synthwave, punk, classic rock, rap. You know, it's really whatever I'm feeling like at the moment in the conversation, and that's what's beautiful about all this. All right, we are here today with none other than Scan Reno. And we've got Richard and we've got Mark in the house with us right here. And we've got Grayson as well, who is about to get all scanned up. So Grayson and Mark, go ahead if you're ready. Grayson, can
I'm ready to go. Let's do this. I'm putting my
all
finger
right.
in. I'm locked.
You can pull that mic up if you want, so you don't have to bend over.
I'm so used to just doing that just because it's what
Right.
it
No, I
is.
get you. I get you.
But yeah, I'm ready to go. Let's
All
do
right.
this.
So
Okay, Grayson, thank you so much. And we scanned Grayson 5 days ago, so we're going to compare the difference between the 5 days. We're hoping everything is exactly the same. We're expecting everything to be exactly the same, and we're soon going to find out.
And in the meantime, Mr. Biggs, if I might just add, to the folks out there listening to this great radio station, are you frustrated with inflammation or chronic pain, bloating, digestive issues, or gut problems, low energy, fatigue, or brain fog? If you have hormone imbalances or mood swings, trouble losing weight, poor sleep, high stress, food sensitivities, well, that's what this scan will do. It'll pinpoint up to 45 different body functions. It creates a 120 plus page report that we email you. And from that, it sets a baseline for you to begin to heal and regain your health and all the issues that you've been dealing with that traditional doctors couldn't put their fingers on. We're the first to introduce this technology to Northern Nevada. We have the ability to be able to do group scans, individual scans in a group setting, individual scans in the privacy of your own home, or we do scan parties. Just a lot of ways to get before this scanner, but in the end, it gives you a personalized plan to help you heal. And I think that's what we're all looking for, is a alternative method, a holistic way to find our way back to good health and without traditional pharmaceutical medicines that come with side effects and create other issues. So let's decode what it's saying and get you in front of the quantum resonance magnetic scanner.
all right. I love that, man. And we do have Grayson on the scanner right now.
Testing is now done.
Yeah, that quick. 90
Wow.
seconds to a better you.
I just posted a video up too on our Facebook. If you want to go over there and check it out, and you want to see what Mark and Richard look like, they don't have radio faces. Thank God, they're helping us out, me and Grayson. But Grayson's got a radio finger.
A radio finger is crazy to say.
It's better than a trigger finger.
Very,
I'm sorry. Trigger finger.
Trigger finger.
Jeez.
Oopsie.
There we go. Okay, well, all right. So what's going on? What did you find out?
Jason has just completed his second scan.
Grayson.
Grayson. I was close.
Yeah, it was. Just
You're
off by a
renaming
G.
Thank you kindly.
He is
I
a G.
appreciate that. And in less than 2 minutes, we've clamped on a little clip to his finger, and the magnetic resonance scanner has scanned 45 of his body systems and is in the process of creating a report, a color report, 5 colors: red, blue, orange, and green. And it's very clear And the information that it gives you on each system is what's doing too much and what's not doing enough. What has too much, what doesn't have enough. Okay. And these systems include cardiovascular, digestive, liver, kidney, respiratory, blood sugar, pancreas, etc., etc. 45 body systems. Now, Grayson has already received his first report today, 125 pages, and he was glancing at it earlier, and now we're going to create the second report here 5 days later and compare and contrast.
And this is the first time that they have actually done a test to people before 30 days, by the way, because normally you have to do it within a 30-day stretch.
Yeah, that's correct. And it's because once you start to get on the herbs, as effective and as fast as they will work in your system to help optimize your body's performance, it takes, a month allows for results to show. And then what we found we're doing is the report has a comprehensive section that condenses the 120 pages into 4 or 5 of what's out of balance, the functions of your body that's out of balance. It tells you healthy recommendations with diet, as well as the herbs that you can take and consume on a daily basis that will then realign your body. And these herbs are common. You'll know some of them, curcumin, they're common herbs that you'll recognize once you get scanned and into our system, but they're prepared and created in a way that they absorb very quickly the nanotechnology and begin to work very quickly and effectively.
See, I was having really bad gut issues, and I ended up
Right.
going to a GI consultant, and they did this test where they literally gave me microwaved radioactive eggs.
Oh.
And I had to eat it, and then they followed it going through my digestive system like
Right.
45 minutes at a time.
Wow.
And come to find out, I have gastroparesis, which is basically where my digestive system is about 30% slower than an average person. And so I was having foods break down in my upper GI that should be breaking down in my lower GI, and it was messing me up really bad, man. Like especially eggs, because I mean, imagine an egg breaking down in your upper GI. It's like the worst rotten egg fart burp ever.
Oh boy.
Yeah, like absolute worst.
Terrifying.
Yeah, no, dude. I mean, like seriously, like I went through this for months trying to figure out what was going on. Another thing I ended up finding out I'm extremely, allergic to is turmeric. Turmeric so there was something like 50,000 different foods that they did the test on my GI system for, that they ran, see if there was anything that was affected, and that was one of them. So I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get these tests and it's like, wow, like what's going on? But I will tell you that I believe and try everything out. You never know. Worst case with this one, you come down here until 6 o'clock, you get a free one. But I will say that these guys here have got you covered over at Scan Reno, whether it be night or day, and you can get a hold of them anytime at scanrenonv.com. That's scanrenonv.com. So get over there and check that site out. And it does take you over to Vital Health Global Solutions. And so that page right there, which has, I will say, their page looks pretty darn good.
Yeah.
It looks almost as good as Grayson Lee's page that he made for us with northernnevadasvoice.net. So please get over to that too, and you can check out all the links to either our social media or to watch us live right now on YouTube. The video stream is up here at the Reno Town Mall at 4001 South Virginia. And if you'd like your website built, if you'd like someone to take care of it, much like he's taking care of what's the Sub-Zero Goodies, right?
Sub-Zero Goodies. That was confirmed right after Con for a Cause on Sunday. Eli, a good friend of ours on the show for quite some time with Ads and Motions, has teamed up with me to allow me to revamp his website.
Ads in Motion. Yes, absolutely. They used to have my face driving around town. Yep. On the back. Maybe we'll see that once again. Although I'm not really promoting my face anymore. People should know what that is.
There's no need. At this point now, we should be pushing the station.
Yes, absolutely. The community.
We're all one big family right here. We support each other. We push each other to new heights each and every day. So if you want to join, come check us out at northernnevadasvoice.net and all our other social medias.
Yes, thank you.
I've got a
Absolutely.
question for the team.
Yeah.
About how many people do you think are listening to us right now, driving their cars?
Driving their cars.
That's something we do not know yet.
Well,
Do we?
we could believe all we want, but there's no actual way of even knowing.
Okay, so could you guys honk?
Hey, lady, hold on a minute. That reminds me of Price is Right. Ladies, do I have 2 numbers right? Ladies, do I have 3 numbers right? Nobody honks.
Damn.
Yeah.
honk.
Well, I've jokingly said we could open the door and double the listenership. So, I don't know. Honestly, I'm sure there's some people out there listening. I know who's listening for sure.
I know who's popping
Veronica,
up for sure.
Yeah, Veronica Cortez.
Yep. Let me go get them in.
Yes, absolutely. Get her in here. Maybe we could scan her. I don't know.
Maybe.
Oh my gosh. Veronica Cortez is coming in from the Women in Cannabis Expo that was just happening right across the street. I jokingly said I was going to dress up in a dress and put a wig on and go over there. But I don't think that they could scan and find out if that's a sickness or not either. That'd be something that we have to do. Now, there's no on-site. You found out anything about Grayson at all, right? You didn't. You didn't actually find out anything about Grayson, correct?
No, we're still in the process of moving his folder to the desktop, and in a moment we'll be able to do some comparisons because he has a hard copy, which he can hold and then compare to what comes up on the screen, which we think we haven't done that before. So this is a new aspect of our business. And folks, we're in our first 30 days, kind of, sort of. We're just getting started. We're so
Right.
happy to be here. And thanks again.
Yeah, we're in our first 30 days here too.
I would like to add that Grayson's first scan, that guy's healthy. He is one healthy son of a gun. He was in the green zone. His scan looked good, but few things were out of balance. Weren't out of balance by much. I mean, he's a picture of health, this 37-year-old young man.
Hey, I like that. Well, you know what it is? It's because he be walking. And this guy is if he were white, his name would be Clay Walker.
It goes with the thing that I always used to say a long time. I'm everywhere but nowhere. It literally states that.
Right.
So there's that.
Keep on walking, my friend.
Right. I wonder if his credit score is as good.
Yeah. No,
Actually,
I'm
yeah.
joking. I don't have
No,
clue.
I'm not going to
just
say it,
joking.
but yeah,
Oh,
I
there
don't
you go.
use it. I don't use it unless I have to.
Right,
When I
you
do,
know-
I pay it off.
Oddly enough, my parents raised me to, if you can't afford it, don't buy it.
That's good.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
There it
And
is.
and I, as a 43-year-old man, I have no major debts other than my current
Oh
car.
my word.
That's
Uh-oh.
good
No,
place
not in
to
a
be.
bad way.
Oh.
No, it's still exactly the same. Like, so ladies and gentlemen, people that are listening out there, when you are doing this test, okay, the green represents is right down the middle. That's your normal state. Either to the left, it's too little, or to the right is too much. So that's how the testing results you'll see on your reports.
Yeah, and that's why if we were to do these, we have programs where you can get scanned monthly or bi-monthly, and through the purchase of these herbs that are creating health in your body and wellness. We have programs that include complimentary scans just for the purchase of the products. The scans are reasonably priced. We normally charge $79.95 if you wanted to just have a scan to check how healthy you are. And if you decided not to order, then you have the scan results emailed to you within an hour, and you'll always have that reflection of what's going on in your body. But for those that then want to take their health to the next level through holistic with these wellness products, then we will waive that $79 fee and allow you to apply that towards the purchase of the herbs that the scan will be recommended for whatever's in and out of balance of your body. And, some of these, I have a product guide here in front of me. Some of these, are like they're V Daily. It's daily nutrition multivitamin supports. They're just excellent vitamins that are put into, a powder, you drink it down. Great way to get what you need in a day. Another one's V omega 3. So it's essential fatty acid support, so for cardiovascular
So you can
wellness.
actually, Grayson's over there looking into this and able to read it. Are you able to read it yourself, Grayson?
Absolutely. There's
You want
one that I
some
was.
of the results here. I'll put on some background. We've got some.
Oh my word. Okay, you want to talk about that? Oh, I got a great immune system. I'll tell you that much. So pretty much, I have maybe 2 that are slightly too little, 1 that is slightly too much, and everything else is down the middle. Which means my immune system, because I walk everywhere, is really freaking good.
Congratulations.
Traveling around, when you're a kid, you are always thrown to the kid that's always sick, right? When all the parents always throw the kids that way. I grew up that way. And because I grew up that way, I believe that that's the reason why my immune system is the way it is,
Yeah.
That's
I'm
probably
sure.
the truth.
And that's carried into your adult life. Obviously, if
Yeah.
you're still walking, it's important factors, especially as I've gotten older. I'm not going to throw that out there to you guys, but you just got to stay moving, stay fit, and utilize healthy herbs to make that journey the best you can.
And on top of it, another one that they're doing, like you could check your hormone system as well. And I can contest that I got some pretty stable hormones.
That's
That it shows that I'm a real man and not have to worry about no chemical imbalances,
That's great. Great to hear.
stuff like that. And on top of it, let's check out the blood. No, the trace element. Let's check out the trace element. I'm just throwing about random. Yeah, throwing about different parts, not going in order, not going in any particular order.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, okay. Yep. That makes sense. I ate earlier. It's okay. Normally, when you eat, the human toxins always change and stuff like that. So I ate some rice and some peas before I got here. There's that. Yep. It definitely shows in the report. Now, the tracing element, or more likely than not, I'm actually pretty healthy about that as well here. Calcium is normal. Iron is a little bit moderately abnormal. So I got a few abnormals here, but that's just because I have too little of. So I got to just pick up a little bit of iron and copper, potassium, and stuff like that. But other than that, it's pretty good. Now, this is the one that I'm pretty sure you're interested in, Biggs. My eyes.
Yes. Yeah, I want to know about my eyes.
I got you. So I'm going to say this right now. My eyes are exactly how I expected to be. A little bit too much on a few things. So dark circles, I would say it's a little bit too much. The eye wrinkles, a little bit too little. Backs under the eyes is about normal. The eye cell activity, normal. Visual fatigue, that means people that are on too much screen time. People think because I'm a graphic designer, I'll be doing a lot of screen time. I'm actually just a little bit above average.
Well, that's good.
So, in other words,
Considering you're a graphics designer, that's really good.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
excellent.
Now, hold on, go back to that one. Here's one. Go back to the one you were just at. No, the collagen or whatever it's called. Yeah, yeah.
So just for the folks out there, they're evaluating Grayson's health scan report on the computer right now, and it's scanned 45 body functions, organs, different parts of the body, and they're just clicking on different aspects right now.
Yeah, in no particular order at all. So another one that I'm looking at is the collagen, and as we just talking about my eyes are just below average. My tooth and my hair and my skin is good. There's all these other ones that are pretty solid. My immune system is pretty solid overall. It's a little bit below the average, but it's okay. But other than that, yeah, I'm pretty healthy. Hey, people were worried about my bones after my shoulder's injured. Don't be. Guess my skeleton's just fine. It ain't cracked or anything.
Every bone in that man's body works. Blood flow or not.
Blood flow or not.
That's good to hear. So Grayson did his first scan 5 days ago. I just was reviewing it with him prior to going on air here. And to be honest with you, this guy's really, really healthy. Most of his scan components were in the green zone, which is where you want to be. The comparative report at the end of the scan compiles all the information in the 120 pages into like 4 or 5 pages, and it does make recommendations. So he will be able to, even though he's a healthy guy,
I still got things I need to do.
and he will, it does recommend different products for him, even if it's one that I noticed it was recommended for him to be daily, which is his multivitamin support, so it will have products for you, and even the healthiest person healthy this month, next month when we scan them, or if we put him on a every couple month sort of process, it will he'll be able to monitor his health and wellness and continue to take the herbs as needed.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just so fascinated about this very detailed report because it even goes as far as what are your levels of your emotions. And I didn't think it was capable of doing that.
Yeah.
It shows that. So,
This might be scary to see what I'm thinking.
Once again, his was on the green zone.
like
So
literally
this guy-
down the middle, all of it was green.
This guy's as solid as can be. I enjoyed looking at that with him because as I've just gotten to know both of you guys, Grayson and Jay Biggs. I mean, you guys are really cool, and now I'm going to help you stay healthy and your wellness at peak performance.
I love that, man, because well, I'm pretty sure that Grayson's a lot healthier than myself. So that means that I'm essentially probably going to have to train him to take over the show one day. We just need-
Yeah, eventually. But talking about, so this part is the human consciousness. This is what I'm talking about here. This one's crazy. It shows your shame. See, it shows shame. It shows guilt, empathy, grief, fear, desire, anger, pride, courage, neutral, willingness, acceptance, reasoning, love, joy, peace, enlightenment.
Wow.
It shows all of that on this test, and it even gives you a percentage of where you're at. See, today, anger and pride, I'm not even remotely angry or prideful right now. Last time, I was balanced all the way down the middle, like all the way down the middle. Today, I am less than on certain parts, and not like I have too little shame, I have too little empathy, have too little grief, which is ironic about because of everything that's going on. Too little bit of anger and too little bit of pride, but everything else is balanced.
Well, that's a good report for you. You should be proud of it. And as Mark works through the system, get you on the proper herbs, and keep that peak performance going in your body. I look forward to our future scan relationship with you. Coming back and being on air with my partner Mark Flanagan. We call him the captain. So he's the captain. If any of y'all see Mark Flanagan out on the streets, just let him know, hey, Captain, I'm ready to have my scan done. He's always set, ready to go for you.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate both of y'all for allowing me to do this test again, which is, like I said earlier, It's in 5 days. Normally they do at least 30, so you can go through like the pills and everything and whatever you need to do to make your balances better. So this is actually herbs. Well, there's
Hey, I know that one.
Yeah. No, we
Of
don't
course.
have that kind of herb.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Ah,
No,
dang
we're-
it.
we're
but
not-
have you? But could it be something that affects this at all? I'm serious when I ask this. Like,
I don't know, to be honest, and I'm not just going to say something to answer you. We'll research that for you, Mr. Biggs. And
well,
but,
yeah.
But hey, here's something that maybe might intrigue you to add to herb consumption. Jay Biggs, our company, Stam Reno, and the parent company, Vital Health. Vital Health created 4 functional coffees. So these coffees, one I think might pique your interest. It's the Cafe Latte Cafe. It supports.
I love coffee.
Yeah, well, this one's made with 10 functional mushrooms. So it's great for natural energy and alertness, mental focus, digestive balance, metabolic activity. That means just helping you burn calories, things. Functional mushrooms. It also has MCT. A lot of people have heard of MCT oil. And it's flavored with coconut cream, coconut sugar, and vanilla flavor. It's off the hook. I'll have to leave you.
I love that Richard just said it's off the hook.
Yeah,
I love it. That's diabolic.
Yeah.
Hey, check it out. It even comes in the cool bagging.
Oh, absolutely. Everything is Ziploc. I grabbed a sample from the house on the way. Just let me share some of this coffee information. This one's called Nourish. It's a plant-based all-in-one shake with about 20 different vitamins, particularly dried beet, strawberry, mango, blueberry, noni, red dragon fruit, some that I cannot pronounce.
They must be the real healthy.
And here's the mushrooms. The mushrooms are mangosteen, forgive me, and shiitake, maca, ashwagandha, turkey tail, chaga, holy basil, and ginger.
Now, just to clarify, the Nourish is part of a shake, like a meal replacement product. That one is. The functional coffees, there's 4 of those. So the Nourish is a smoothie you can whip up and get the benefits from that. But the 4 functional coffees, and your scam report will tell you if any one of these functional coffees would be a benefit to add into your. So the scheme creates the baseline for one to then move forward with. And if you were to follow their recommendations, then you're just taking the products they have the scanner has determined to be beneficial for you and what your scan has provided, the information it's provided.
Right.
So it's not taking a bunch of products all the time. It's just targeting, pinpointing what's most beneficial based on the scan results and just utilizing those particular products for your system.
And for those who might be wondering, all right, this all sounds great. What's it all going to cost? Let me tell you, I've been on spirulina since I was 18 years old. I just turned 72. Now, I haven't taken spirulina every day for 50 years, but I've been taking herbs most of my life. And my budget, the important thing I want everybody to know is that my budget has not changed. I was spending about $200 a month 2 or 3 years ago, and I'm spending about $200 a month on my vitamins. I've just passed around another product called VE Energy, and it's a supplement with guarana and vitamins. And I opened it this morning for the first time, poured it into a glass with 4 ice cubes, didn't add anything, stirred it up, and It was like having 2 cups of coffee without the jitters I need to add. Now, Grayson has just taken a whiff of the energy, and let's hear what he has to say.
It is so tasty. I didn't just had a sniff. I had a little poke and a dab. Of,
Tasted
yeah, a little bit of dab of it, and it's honestly really, really tasty.
Smelled like mango or fresh fruit
Yeah,
to me.
Yeah.
it does have that mango and what else in there, Mark? But so the energy was designed for energy and mental focus. It supports natural energy production. It supports mental focus and alertness, metabolic activity, mood balance, and it's that tropical flavor that you identified, mango and something else. So each one of these products have a specific area that you can incorporate into your healthy lifestyle and wellness routine. And if you like holistic products, that's what these herbs are all about. There's no side effects. You cannot hurt yourself on these products. They're natural herbs, and each one has a specific response to your body, and it's just it's great. Now, you guys have all added a personal story, so okay, I guess it's my turn. So I am of the age where I am on Medicare. So most people know that's 65 years old. So, and I've been seeing my doctor since being on Medicare for years now. So now it actually makes me older than 65 if I've been seeing her for years. I'm making this really clear for you guys out there. But, and you know, you did the blood test before going in for your annual checkup. And she has told me, oh, your cholesterol, oh, your weight, this, that. And always wanted to offer a statin or things that traditional medicine offer to help correct those issues. Of course, those kind of pharmaceutical drugs come with side effects and other issues that they can create. And I would always recommend to my doctor, listen, let me work on my own health through diet and exercise. And she would say, that's fine. Then, you know, we'll just do it and I'll see you next year. And if anything's changing or you're getting worse, then
Right.
we're going to have to take steps to help you. Well, I've been on these natural herbs for the last year. And in April, when I went for my annual checkup, my doctor sat down, she pulls out her laptop and pulls up my blood test from 3 weeks prior in April. And she's looking at it. She goes, oh, wow. And I didn't know how to interpret that because I wasn't thinking that I've been eating the herbs for 8 months prior. And I go, what do you mean, oh, wow? Is that a good oh, wow or a bad oh, wow? Am I dying? What's going on? She goes, oh, wow, no, I've never seen your blood test, your numbers look so good. She goes, what are you doing? What's going on? I go, well, I'm taking these Vital Health natural herbs through Stan Reno, and that's the change I've made. And she said, congratulations, keep doing what you're doing. And
Oh,
that's when
there's a real testimony right there.
That's honest God, true testimony, true story. And that's when, for me, I decided more than just consuming these herbs and getting scanned once a month or every couple months, that I was personally going to take this to the next level. And I became part of the company and invested in the state. And now getting the education, all of which is online. They have, you know, daily seminars and Zoom calls and things that, you know, get you up to speed about the company, the products, how to build a business with this. But that's what I've chosen personally to do. That's how I met Mark. He made the same decision, and we just, our partnership is individual business structures, but partners because we support each other in the same company with bringing health and wellness to Northern Nevada.
Absolutely. Well, we do have to pay some bills here. Ken. We've
Okay.
been on that whole hour, and it's 5:03 now, so I do need to pay some bills. We got to go to a break, folks. But when we do get back, we are finally going to scan me, and of course, we are going to have Veronica Cortez on as well. So yeah, we're going to get her in here and seated. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the house right now with Scan Reno.
Well, thank y'all.
That's right. 775-527-5005. It's scanrenonv.com. So go and check them out. We're going to be right back after we pay a few
Whether
bills
you're
here.
a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
At A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, we've been accomplishing happy feet for over 30 years.
We offer a various range of shoe styles and sizes for both men and women. From all-season shoes and orthotics to work boots and safety shoes, our professional and reliable staff possesses the knowledge to help you find the proper shoes to fit your needs. Hard to fit? Hard to find?
A Proper Fit Footwear is here to give our customers happy feet. We make people aware of potential foot problems as we're sizing their feet, suggesting the right arch support, and guiding them to the proper shoes for their needs.
Stop by A Proper Fit Footwear at 4001 South Virginia Street in the Reno Town Mall today and allow the owner Mike Jones and our fabulous staff to find the perfect pair of shoes tailored to your specific needs.
A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, the home of happy feet, where comfort and your feet meet.
It's a sign and design under the Reno sky, where the high desert sun keeps the spirit dry.
Storefront signs, vehicle wraps, banners, decals, and logos. If it puts your name in front of Reno, the Sign and Design Shop makes it. Custom built, fast, and done right the first time. Sign and Design Shop, 775-357-8900. Or find us online at signanddesignshop.com.
Shining down on the best little shop in this neon town.
All right, back here on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, and we are at the Reno Town Mall, 4001 South Virginia. And if you, let me get my voice right here. If you would like to be a part of the show, we are here until 6 o'clock, and there is an open mic. Richard had to leave. Mark is still with us, though, and he's going to be talking about everything with Scan Reno for the next hour with me. Also in the studio with me now, Veronica Cortez, the lunch lady. Oh, her mic's not on.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Hear me now?
No.
Check. Testing 1, 2.
That's crazy.
Easy does it.
I bet you stuff isn't plugged in the back there. Just all right.
Jump-
Well,
jump
Mark.
into the other one.
Yeah, that's
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I
All
can hear
right.
you now.
It is a lunch lady. Here I am, Veronica Cortez. And I'm having a late lunch here on a Wednesday afternoon with Biggs. My right-hand man, we got Grace and Lee over here with Mark. And Mark are going to be doing some other stuff tonight, but it is good to be with you. I was out today at the Women in Cannabis Expo. Don't forget that will be tomorrow again from 10 a.m. to about 5 p.m. Brooke Westlake, she's running for school district. She has a great organization that gets women together and empowers their businesses. My daughter and I were over there today. We're business owners. My daughter has a clothing line. I have a pizza company. I'm a notary. I have a nonprofit. And it's a gathering of the minds of these women. And it's an open dialogue. You know, we can say bad words if we need to, and we all have the common ground of cannabis, not because we use it as a recreational drug, but it's very medicinal. So if you get a chance, $99, head over to the Reno Sparks Convention Center tomorrow, 10 a.m. or anytime. They have about breakout sessions about every half an hour. Tons of information. You get a cute hat that says legally blonde and blunt, which Biggs is wearing right now. I hope he gets lots of pictures of that. So big shout out to Brooke Westlake. Like I said, she's ready for the school board. She's an entrepreneur. And Women in Cannabis, it will be open tomorrow again from 10 to 5. I hope you get a chance to visit us.
What's going on over there, Veronica? Like, what kind of things can you see over
Oh,
there?
man. So let's see. When you first walk in, they have a whole booth set up. And they receive you, like even before I told them who I was, they just said, "Oh, look, it's Veronica, the lunch lady." And I went in, and they gave me my swag bag, a little swag bag out there. It's going to come with some little earrings that are in the shape of marijuana leaves. I don't know if we can say that, but then they're shaped
Oh,
of
yeah, you
cannabis.
can say that.
Okay, cannabis leaves. And so everybody is like wearing these cannabis earrings, shaped earrings. And then you go inside, and these other booths are set up. And each booth is a woman who owns their business. And this aspect, this one was, they had a breakout session. A woman was talking about how to limit risks in your business and how properly to assess your employees and how do you have good employees without, doing the creative criticism, going through the steps of making good employees. You have to be the manager to have good employees. And, working in the business, having like my pizza place, Byron Pizza, shout out, Sun Valley Boulevard and 7th Street, having my business there, we opened it from nothing. So we're on year 4, thank God, going on to year 5, and listening to these women really gave me ideas on, maybe he wasn't a bad employee. Maybe it was my bad because I wasn't a good boss to him and I didn't properly train him. So it was really empowering to hear other women who possibly have been through this or going through this. It's very empowering. If you love to empower the women, get out there. It's going to be Women in Cannabis Expo tomorrow, 10 to 5. Brooke Westlake, she's running for school district. She has this business. She's the CEO, very welcoming. She just wrote a book called From Crowns to Cannabis. You can get it on Amazon. I think it's about $17, $18. Definitely check her out. We're going to have her on the show. We're going to do a late lunch one day with her, and I'm so excited. So Women in Cannabis tomorrow, Reno Tahoe Convention Center, 10 to 5. Check it out.
Yo, listen to that promo. It's almost like they paid for that.
We got a free hat.
Yeah, oh my God, we're whores too. Anyways.
I'm not going to lie. I got like 20 free fans all about it. It's
Hey! There you go. See, Grace, I told you she got the win. Anyway.
Oh, I should add, men, it's not all about women. There are men there. In fact, the people that receive you there, it's a husband and wife team. Very nice. And then there was another couple inside the woman is actually, or the wife is actually the business, like main character, and he supports her. And when she was up there talking about, in her breakout sessions about how she was so successful, she really attributed a lot to the support that she had of her man. So it's really nice to see the support of the men out there. So get out there tomorrow. Men, women, anybody, everybody, get out there and support Brooke. Thanks.
Love it. Oh my God. Okay. Well, it's almost that time we need to scan me, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's about that time.
We've only been waiting for that for like, I don't know how long now.
Almost 6 days.
Here's what I want you to do. Grayson, you know how to read these things. So once he's scanned me, I want to come back in here and I want you to read my results.
I got you.
And tell everybody how unhealthy I am, how blunt I've been. All right. Well, okay. So go ahead, Mark, tell everybody what I'm about to go through.
Absolutely. So today we're doing comparison scans. Biggs and Grayson scanned about 5 days ago, and Grayson just completed number 2. Looking over his shoulder, we scanned about half of the 120 pages. And there were some variations, but I didn't notice any major variations, which is what we should expect.
Oh, of course.
Let's drum roll, please, because now Mr. Biggs is going to be here.
Yes, it's about that
got
time.
his original. We'll pull up the new stuff, and we're going to plug him in just a second.
Oh, yeah. We're about to find out
I
how
am the
blunt.
plug. You can plug me.
No, I'm joking. Wow. Depends on how you.
All right.
Anyways, I was going to say,
Here's something I haven't said since I was 15.
Yeah.
Finger in this thing.
Finger in the plug.
Anyway.
So now we're going to have Biggs get ready to do his scan, which is it's going to take 90 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. So it doesn't
I need
take
to
long to
relax
do
now.
this. Yes, chill.
And so we did this last week. Are they going to compare last week to this week, or
Yes.
is this our starting? Oh, so where do you have the comparison?
Yes.
Right.
Oh, I'm excited. Okay, sorry.
Now you
I
can
came from
actually
the Cannabis Expo.
you can
Excuse
go
my
through
mind.
there and see what 25
this one's
years
yours?
plus. Yeah, you can go through right now and see how unhealthy I am.
And you know what? I'm not gonna lie. When we first brought this on, we kind of like put him in here like to see if it really worked, to debunk it. You know how they always try to debunk something just to prove it more? This is proving how it works. And it really does work. And I'm excited. And I was telling him, I have a group of seniors, my senior friends, and I was thinking of bringing them in, and they said they can actually be mobile. So if you do have somebody that's, having struggles being mobile, we can get it to them and get it done. So
You know any
very
old
excited.
people?
All of them. I love them all. And I do. Don't you hear I hang out at the senior center? You can catch me the last Friday of the month. at
seniors.
Pop
Yeah, the
Day.
senior
Senior.
center. The senior
Which
center.
one, senores?
Senior center.
In the senior center. Oh, you mean the senior center?
The Sun Valley Civic Center. It's the senior center.
Equal opportunities.
Oh no.
You've been there.
EOO. Oh my God.
Oh.
Where are we going, people?
Hey,
Anyway,
say equal opportunity.
I love it. You never know what's going to happen as I sit here on this show. But hey, as you're driving home, thank you for joining us. I want to give a shout out to all of our new sponsors, everybody out there that's taking care of us, from day one, like Neo City Creative, James, Jay, and Ashley, aka Stephanie, if you're listening. Thank you so much for being sponsors. Also, Roland and Cheryl over at Sign and Design Shop. Nevada Firearms Academy, and anybody else that's
Big B's
involved.
unique cuts as well. So they're also part of that.
Big B's Unique Cuts, 100%. Yeah.
And Eli.
Oh,
Well,
Eli.
if you say that he spent money, he lied. But yes. All right.
but still, he's still a day one.
Yeah,
too.
he's still a home.
He's still.
Well, I met him. We went to the Cares for a Cause, or it was a Call for a Cause.
Yes.
We made these papers for Eddie. We know with the little QR codes and stuff. So we're bringing more awareness to Eddie's situation. And it was all about raising money for the Solid Street. Also across the street, there is First Convention Center. And it was great. We had a pirate show up.
Yeah.
So have you ever seen the pirate going around Reno?
Shout
We
out,
will be,
shout out to Reno Road. Yep.
Reno Road's going to be on our show.
Oscar
We're excited about that.
Fuentes as well. I want to give a shout out to him.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oscar
yes.
is a sponsor as well. And, I got to ask you, Veronica, was that cool? Did you guys have a good conversation? Because I told him on the show after you left, I said, it's great to have a community station where you can go from someone who has very Republican views of
Yeah.
yourself to Oscar, who's very left. I jokingly told him he's farther left than John Holmes Soft.
Oh no.
And he's so, which is okay.
Typical pick.
But hey, that's kind of stuff I say. Anyway, are we done scanning? Hey,
Hey, all that. See, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, 90 seconds is all you need to do this test. That's all it is. Now that we're getting the process of the report getting done, I will be telling the masses how terrible this health is.
Yes, absolutely. Who knows?
Who knows? He might be
Um,
cleaner than what he thinks he is. You know?
Right. Hey, you know what? I
that's the
surprise
wishful
myself. Every time I go to the doctor, I'm all like thinking, this is the time that they tell me that I'm close to death.
Oh man, what, bro?
Me? Yes. I know I'm mostly green.
Hey, besides that category.
All right, I'm gonna go back into the booth where I belong.
Oh.
Into the dog house.
Get back to the booth.
Gotta scan Rob the rabbit dog, bro. We gotta scan him.
Oh man.
Gotta scan that.
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go back in there. I'm gonna leave this microphone on.
Green, blue.
I got gangrene.
Gangrene. A little bit too much of this, a little bit too much of that.
Okay.
But never
I
too
believe
much.
that to be too much of anything makes you an addict.
Ooh. Brain and nervous system.
Wow.
Green, blue, a little yellow.
Better
Hey.
than red.
Work to do.
Better than red.
This is true. Okay.
You get off the screen. Grayson, when do you stop looking at the screen in the evening? In the evening, sleep.
Before I go to sleep, I would. Nah, I think I would get off like 2 hours before.
2 hours. 2 hours before,
2
ladies
hours
and
before.
gentlemen.
I get off.
Rule of thumb.
Yeah.
2 hours before.
Yep. I get off 2
Turn
hours.
it off. Let it go. Return back to your regular, normal self, please.
Mhm.
And get some rest.
Yeah. Couple
Sleeping
rest.
is vital.
I don't sleep much, but I don't be on the screen that much because when I'm
You
doing,
are a graphics designer. Get up out of here.
you
Oh my
out of
gosh.
here,
Does
dog.
that thing detect lying? We're giving
Yes,
he's
thank
on
you.
the lie
No.
detector.
What I meant by that is, as a graphic designer, I probably am not on the screen time as much as other graphic designers. That's what I'm trying
And
to
then
make
he
the
was talking
comparison
about
to.
personal time too, because it's different things that you're doing. Like your job is your job. Literally, like when I was a lunch lady, I would sit 6 hours on a screen. But then when I got off of work, I would go and maybe spend 1 or 2 hours on my phone. You know, so it's like it's a different mindset, I think.
Yeah, because like honestly, like my life it kind of blurs the lines because like everything I'm doing on screen is work or something that I like to do. You know?
And that's true because as being our own bosses, it's
Yeah.
just kind of like, hey, I'm going to work now. When you
Yes.
have time or when you're inspired. Because I know there's times I'll be like, hey, can you take my picture? I'm like, no, I'm right in the middle of something. I'm like, all right, my phone's just going to be right there. When this man gets inspired, he gets inspired. Like he drops everything. He's like, I have this vision. But when this vision manifests itself, it is amazing. It is what you can envision in your mind into a reality. He got skills, and I think that's a gift from God, you know, that he has. I've seen him do work in less than 24 hours, and it's graphics, it's noise, it's a very good representation of the company, and they should be very proud of it. So what we got on the screen?
We're just going to touch base on number 11.
Ooh.
Out of 45. We're not going to do all 45 today. Maybe we'll do like a midnight show. Go through everything.
Yeah, sneak
Midnight
into the-
three, we'll
yeah,
cover all
let's-
the details. But now we're going to look at bone mineral density. Here's the test from 5 days ago. Blue, green, blue, green, blue, green.
And
blue,
this is
green.
for me?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I just.
So
Biggs?
Have I been taking supplements?
Like
No,
for this?
no,
Oh,
no,
you
no,
just
no,
taking it
no.
one to the other? Okay.
Honestly,
Okay.
neither of us have even started. This was just 5 days apart. We haven't even started the process with the herbs or anything.
Okay.
But with big bone mineral density, it kind of actually went down. So it went down to 0.193. So it's a decrease. So it was 5 days ago. It was in the blue, which
I have
was
less bone.
Yes, you are losing bone in
Well,
5 days.
I have not boned since our last test.
That is
so-
diabolical work. But on a serious note, yeah, you had a decrease in bone mineral density in 5 days.
I'm interested to see if my
Anybody?
yeah, any of that stuff.
Yeah,
Any-
yeah,
any-
bring the blood
bring it
sugar.
up, bring it up. Go ahead, all of it.
Hey, look at you, bro. You say you worried about that right now? It's green across the board. That means you are at a normal state of blood sugar. Right now.
What?
Yes. Yes.
No way.
Yes, bro. I'm not lying to you, brother.
How do you feel? You feeling good, Biggs? Dude, it's the hat. I'm telling you.
It's
that hat
literally
just like straightened you right out, just aligned your chi, got rid of your diabetes. Now you
No,
gotta
it's
wear a
not.
hat
I'm just
forever.
too dumb to know if I'm actually
You know what?
diabetic
You
now.
probably
no,
look good.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro.
Probably had a good day.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Your numbers are literally in the middle, directly in the middle.
Is that on the test from last week too?
No, we're comparing. So
That's
what's-
what I'm saying. Like
so
compared
the
to last
ins-
week
so
as
the,
well.
compared to last week, the blood and urinal sugar, they were normal. Your insulin was in the red, going to the left. Now this week it's perfectly aligned. Like literally down the middle, your
Well, something's
numbers
up with that. It
your
can't go-
numbers are
your
down the
insulin
line.
can't go from-
Everything.
What do you think that is, Mark? I mean, it didn't work the microphone there, so you got to talk in that
Here's the
mic. Though.
details. Last time your density was
I'm pretty dense on this subject. for sure.
0.813.
All right.
I know we're doing this sugar right here.
Sugar density. is-
Yeah. Now this is the coefficient of insulin secretion.
Okay.
Last week you were at 2.8. Green, you were a tad bit under normal. You know how with the lipid panel they do the range of normal? Last week you were 0.007 away from normal. So you picked up a little insulin in the last 5 days, maybe the last 5 minutes, and today you're showing normal all around.
Wow.
Like literally, like your numbers are in the middle of the normal range. So you're like the most balanced of blood sugar humanly possible.
Hey, I don't even have a primary, so this is big for me.
And then we could talk about your trace elements. So
green.
green across the board. That means
Maybe it's because you washed your hands and last time there's a little bit of chicken juice on there.
That's correct. That is insane. No, it did not get clean between me and Grayson. I would have had high cholesterol.
Actually, I'm no, we're not doing that. So
no unknown.
So the only you only have 4 that are kind of like, and actually it's just a potassium.
Potassium?
Yeah, you need to take either.
I need a banana.
Banana.
Give me a banana.
The crowd is gonna go bananas.
Give me the banana.
The banana.
The banana.
Here I come and me wanna go home.
Give me the banana. So anyway, yeah. So other than that, you're
Yes, hey.
he got a healthy element.
I'm okay.
That's a fact, though.
Oh my God. This could go forever.
It can. But
Veronica, are you surprised by my health?
You know what I was just thinking? Let me tell you. Here comes the lunch lady out here. Now. Sorry, I got to get a quick photo for this one. Since I've been a lunch lady in 1999, all the training that I have ever taken is exactly what you're doing. It's exactly making sure that the food that we're giving the children is within their nutritional guidelines and it's going to give them the balance that they need. So what I was thinking when they were doing this is you ate well today, you slept well today, you maybe drank some more water, maybe you walked a little more, because all of those are contributing to your diabetes. So that's what I say. When I say you have a good day, that means that you can control your diabetes on your own. Diabetes is a controllable illness unless you're not producing any, right?
Right.
And then you can just get a little bit, they have like stuff. I don't
Well,
know. I'm
hold
not
on
a
now.
doctor.
Let me ask this. So, Mark, is this so sensitive it goes by day? And please make sure you talk into that.
Yeah, what we're noticing in the comparison of the two reports, and we just scratched the surface, is that in Grayson's case, we looked at about half of his report quickly. And there were maybe 6, 7, maybe even 8 variations of one step. And let me explain the steps to the folks. I've got 1, 2, 3. It's a 7-step system where the middle is green. That's the 4. And then on either side is a blue, too much, too little. Then is a yellow, little too, way too much, way too little. And then the red is you're missing, nothing, where is the stuff that's supposed to be there? Red zone.
And I know last time we scanned, we were going through things. We had a lot of things just going on in general in our lives. And so I'm thinking that has a lot to do with it too, depending on how these electrodes go through your body. Maybe you were dehydrated, so they didn't get a good reading, and it could have spiked that.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I
Yeah.
just wasn't sure,
Yeah,
like
because
what-
diabetes it's a daily thing. My nephew has diabetes, and we didn't know. And he was 3 years old, dying because we couldn't get him healthy. Found out he had diabetes. He had to stay in the hospital 3 months till we all learned how to take care of him.
Well,
know,
there's
so-
been research, like for instance, with cannabis, right? That they've shown that people who smoke cannabis have better blood
Yep.
fasting levels. And I'm one of those diabetics. I eat 1 meal a day, and they tell me you
Yep.
should be eating 6 small ones.
Mm-mm.
I don't believe
No,
that.
because our bodies were made. If you go back to, let's say, the master plan of our bodies, how they were supposed to be made, we were not made to eat 6 meals a day. That's why everybody's overweight, high cholesterol, hypertension, all of this. We shouldn't. And that's why they bag so much on school nutrition, because it's actually the healthiest choice for your child. What I'm not agreeing with is their sourcing. We should only be able to use the U.S. for sourcing our children's food. We should not be bringing juice from China or Turkey or any place else. So that's the only thing I have. Good food. I can tell you, one day we're going to talk about school nutrition, but that is to prevent having the diabetes or having, because you lost the weight, right? You just maybe didn't know about nutrition. Your lunch lady is the best person to learn nutrition from, because that's all I trained in. And if I don't give you a reimbursable meal, we're not getting our reimbursements. And that's what my company cares about. So, and that's what pays my checks. So make sure. Look, here's a misconception. Everybody thinks that the kids have to take a milk at lunch. That's not true. Everybody says you have to take a milk for breakfast and lunch. You don't. You don't. The required item for breakfast and lunch isn't fruit or vegetable. Well, fruit for breakfast is juice or fruit. And at lunch is fruit or vegetable. And in order to get a reimbursable meal, you can take a fruit, a vegetable, and a grain, a roll, or a milk. We serve today like string cheese and a peanut butter sandwich. Well, it wasn't peanut butter, it was some butter. But we make sure that every dietary requirement is needed at that level. Again, now, as you grow bigger, going to middle and high school, they're increasing the portion sizes, but they're not increasing the salt, the sugar, the natural fats that really have to be in there. And we're not giving our athletes enough salt to perform at their peak performance. So school nutrition does need to get looked at because that's the basis of this. If we can teach our children in schools how to take care of it, we won't have all these red zones and yellow zones. We'll be in the green. And you're in the green, Biggs.
Hey, but time for us to kind of like tone down the excitement a little bit, just a little. We're now talking about vitamins. All right. So you have 2 vitamins that you need to kind of like monitor a little bit to work on. You have
All
to
right.
work on your vitamin C and your vitamin K. Those are the only 2 vitamins that you're.
Vitamin K, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it myself. I'm like,
I know,
hey.
but what would vitamin K be in? I know vitamin C is like orange juice and citruses and stuff like that.
Vitamin K, it's what promotes the normal blood and bone growth kind of thing. That's what the vitamin K represents. So what transpires and links up with your bone density being decreased over the 5 days. So it matches. So yeah, you might need to monitor your vitamin K a little bit more. Vitamin C, you already know how to deal with. Just pop a pill with vitamin C. But vitamin K, that's a whole nother story.
Right.
Sorry, I looked up what it says you should eat. Nobody's eating this. I feed this stuff to my rabbits.
Is it vitamin K?
Is it
for
rabbit?
kale?
Is it
It's
rabbit
like
food?
Watercress and parsley, broccoli. I don't even know robe. What is the broccoli robe? Cabbage,
I think it's probably the leaves on the broccoli. Or
green
something.
tea and matcha,
I do drink some of
Swiss
that.
chard, soy choy, seaweed salad. Are you digging any of this?
None of it, dude. None of it.
Got some thyme and olives down here. No, it's thyme and chives. Spinach smoothie. I'm trying. You know what I'm going to do?
None of
I'm
this.
going to do some research on this, and I'm going to make you something amazing in vitamin K.
Okay.
It's gonna be a lunch
Okay. I'll have some vitamin K. Okay.
Yeah, that's literally the.
Oh, hold on.
Oh,
It's in the
vitamin K. Yep.
it's in the coffee that
It's
comes
in
in the
this one.
dispensary bag.
I would just drink the coffee because I don't see you
Yeah.
doing any of this.
So yeah, if you want to do that, Nourish Plus, yeah,
No,
that will work because it
I
has
hate
vitamin K in it.
all
There
of
you go.
this stuff.
As long as it doesn't make me crap, I'm willing to try
And
it.
do it at the end of the night so you don't have to worry.
Hold on, let's see if the Keith or whatever it is has.
I'm not sure that's what he said it was.
Well, no, he said it was ground up like something. There was a word earlier, the shake. Yeah, there we go. Let's sniff the shake.
Sniff the shake.
Mark, let me smell it. I want to know what this coffee smells like, man. Oh, okay. I like smelling shake or the big one. All right, hold on.
Wow.
Now, this is what I drink every day, about 4 ounces. Not right when I get up, but soon before I eat, I have about 4 ounces of that. What
can't
Biggs
see.
is holding. Biggs, just tell us how many ingredients are in there to begin
Oh
with.
dear God. I mean, okay, there's a plethora, but they're all pronounceable, right?
That's nice for a change.
Nice.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say.
I love
That's-
that's important.
That's the main thing here. But yeah, even when you start looking at the vegetables and fruit blends in just this bag itself, just this bag has dried whole plants, beetroot, dried broccoli, dried spinach, dried strawberry, dried mango, dried green apple, dried blueberry, dried noni, dried red dragon fruit, dried banana. There you go,
Banana.
Grayson. Dried tomato, and and dried. That's what I did. Dried grape.
But it tastes like a vanilla milkshake. Now, folks, I want to point out about these ingredients. All these ingredients come from the property in Mexico, which I'm not sure. I think it's inherited from Cortez.
Thank you. You're welcome. I'm Veronica Cortez with an S directly from Hernan Cortez, and I believe that because the way that they eat in European countries are a lot healthier. So if they would have brought their culture over, they would have brought a healthier eating lifestyle. That makes sense.
Here's my only thing. You call this coffee? Is that what you guys, or is it? Oh, that's the shake. Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say that it doesn't smell like coffee, so I'd have a.
Ew.
I think I have one of those little capsule things you gave us. The little tubes, yeah. So, all right. So we'll have to try that. I don't know. It's somewhere here around the station. I got to find out. Anyways, Grayson, what do you? All right. Is there any other results or anything?
I can give you a couple more. I have
Just anything might.
that might be of interest. Yes.
What, Veronica?
I found that cashews and edamames have vitamin K. I
Oh.
love edamames. Those are so good.
Ah, we got a Reddies. We got a red
We
one.
fixing you, Biggs. You're
Oh wait, we do have a red.
We got a red
This
one.
one looks
Uh-oh.
solid red.
Yeah, like
good.
all
No, I
the,
know.
so you it's your lung capacity, which is not that's just why I picked it.
That's bull crap. Oh, Mark, we've got a problem.
The blood man
Has no lung
has
capacity.
no lung.
We all know I can talk for 2 straight hours and smoke. Don't even slightly try to go there. That is bull crap.
The tests don't lie, brother. The tests don't lie. So you have a low amount of
A low amount of owl.
PaCO2. So
Paco 2.
PaCO2.
Arterial, your blood oxygen content.
Yes.
Oh,
Your lung capacity. I see. I baited you into that rage
bro,
bait.
where was it last week? Where was it last week? Where's my lung capacity? 'Cause
I had to get you with that.
this is going to determine how much I smoke when I go home.
Exactly.
And that's my. All I need is one mic.
In
All
our
I need is
defense,
one
we
blunt.
did have a lot of smoke in the area that was not
Yeah.
infused, by ourselves. So, that kind of maybe would have constricted our lung capacity due to the fires.
I love Veronica making excuses for my
No,
low
those
lung
are
capacity.
reasons.
No, but your lung capacity, your total lung capacity is actually normal.
Yeah.
What's not normal is the blood, the oxygen content to your blood. That's what's in the red.
Oh, well, then I could have told you that. The oxygen is.
I just want
gives you an
I just leave it out there.
That's
See-
because it's confused. The
exactly.
oxygen is attaching itself to these little THC molecules. They can't figure things out. Enzymes and stuff.
Exactly. But yes, you other than that, you were doing great. You're doing great.
Oh,
Now-
I love it.
Now your brain.
Oh, now this one right here is really.
This one's interesting. It looks good. I'm just one red, and that's your memory.
Well, who needs that anyway?
I
Honestly,
do.
You're going to make new memories every single day.
You
Hey,
still
man,
need
I've
to
got
store
like-
them too.
I've got like 80
Why
gigabytes.
not store them? You could become a complete encyclopedia of memories. So
And
if
then
someone
when you run
asks
out of
you,
storage, do I need a data center to hold my memory?
that's diabolical work. You saying
Oh
it like
my
that?
God.
That is insane. But no, I don't need no
Can you
data
imagine
center,
there's a little brain data center on our property?
right? Hey, we're gonna have like
They
this.
will. The government will control your brain. Just wait.
They
When it
can.
comes-
What are you talking about,
What
Will?
do you mean? Man, they've been doing that.
In my world, it's not happened yet.
No. You're in denial. It's been happening.
The birds are all fake. I'm joking.
That's crazy. But yes, you have like just
Yes, let Mark get on a mic there so he can talk.
Yeah.
I want to hear from Mark a little bit too. And
All right, guys. Thank you so much for having us. We will be back next week. I've got to head over to Rayleigh's for another meeting. Any questions, comments, or concerns, Mr. Biggs?
No, thank you once again. And I would love to talk to you more about having you guys on and doing stuff. So maybe, who knows, maybe once a week we can figure out something where we scan people. How cool would that be? I mean, I'm sure you guys, here's the thing, Mark, maybe I'm wrong. You guys got to be looking for, and I hate to use the word test subject,
Oh,
but
absolutely.
there's got to be, that happy medium. So you have a bunch of different people to test to make sure things are actually doing what they say they are.
No, it's true. And of course, I was their test subject. I've been on the herb since January. I take them 3 times a day, 3 in the morning, 3 after lunch, 3 after dinner. And faithfully, is it August? It's almost September. So I just, I haven't, I don't think I'll ever recover completely, but I'm well into 90%. And it's just extraordinary. All those 45 systems. I'm not all green and blue. I still got some yellows out there. But when I get out of the hospital, red. I mean, I was just a pancake, haggard human being. And it happens to the best of us. It happened to me. And
it sounds like
as
me
I
getting
said
out of a
earlier,
relationship.
I've been on herbs. I've been on
Yeah.
herbs since I was a kid. When I was in the hospital thinking about getting out, I was figuring, how am I going to be able to afford $200 a month? I'm not going to be able to afford it anymore. I'm going to be shopping at a discount vitamin shops and buying what's on sale and doing what I had to do. And that's what I was doing at that point. And so Richard Endeavor said, look, why don't you try these 3? That's what your test result says. These are your 3 primary things to be taken. Take them twice a day. And then I said, no, I'm taking them 3 times a day. It cost me a little bit more. I had to buy more product, of course. But I've been on it 3 times a day. And I can feel it's not a big difference, but there's an ease, there's a clarity. And I think last week we were talking about the driving. When I got to the hospital and driving the car, I couldn't drive. I had to pull over. I couldn't drive the car. I couldn't see. So after about 8 weeks on the herbs, in that second month, I forget where I was. I wanted to tell a funny story about it, but forgive me. I'm in the car. The sun goes down. Oh, I'm gonna.
He woke up. He was at the Mustang Ranch. I'm joking. It's quite a ways out.
But I could see at night, and now I don't drive not very much, but now I don't worry about the blindness and the blurriness of the lights, etc. Not being able to see. So that was indicated to me that the herbs are doing good. The other factor for me before I go, and thank you again so much, I'm on my way to Raley's. If anybody's out there listening to the Raley's meeting, I'm on my way. And
what's happening at the Raley's meeting? You guys are
Washoe County. Yeah. Oh, so there's 2 laptops here. That laptop has all the Vital Health Global stuff with you guys and the crew, and then my Mac has I cut and pasted from This World of Reno, or RGJ Journal, and Washoe Independent, all the newspapers, thinking that we were going to need time to talk. And I scrolled through it this morning. Oh, this is going to be a riot. So at some point, we can just do local news. There's so much going on. I think the library director has left town. She's been asked to leave. I never met her, and the poor thing, she's been here 3 or 4 months. But there's lots of local news, and I'm going to learn more about local news at Raley's in West Reno.
And the one on Mayberry?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
No,
okay.
no, not Mayberry, Mayannie.
Man. Oh, okay, yeah.
Rob Drive.
Rob Drive in Mayannie.
So I'm headed that way. Good to see you all. Thanks again. We will see you soon.
All right, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right there. It's our mixologist and our microphone wrecker, Veronica Cortez.
Me, that would be me. I'm the rookie. You have to realize I haven't been, and then I go out to these events with other like hosts and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, we've known them for years." And I'm like, "Well, I don't know who you are. I'm the rookie." So I'm the rookie. If I bang my microphone, if I hit it on my tooth, if my microphone doesn't work, please
don't hit
give me
your
some
tooth.
grace,
Please
because
don't.
give me some grace, some more Grayson and Grace.
Right? Grayson and Grace.
No, you know what's happening at Rob Drive? Let me tell you. I'm running for legislation, not to try to get political, but I am running for legislation. And since I do have a full-time job and 5 other jobs, I have a group of precinct captains. So the way it breaks up is like there's a district, and within that district, there's precincts. Well, we have very passionate people that are out there walking the streets for candidates. So we're going to a precinct captains meeting, and I'm going to meet with my precinct captains that are walking out. Like I said, Troy and I have 11 overlapping precincts. So we're going to recognize them, tell them thank you for all the hard work they're doing, and just doing the right thing. So I thank you for the opportunity. I got to get out of here. Being blunt with Biggs, it's always a pleasure to be with my right-hand man, Grayson, and my big brother, Biggs. We'll always be here next time. Whenever you need me, hit me up. I'm always doing something fun. I'm the lunch lady. I'll see you guys on Friday, 2 to 4, late lunch with the lunch lady. Thank you.
Hey.
There we
She
go.
was here, and she's trying to cure my Sickness for the thickness.
That's insane.
There you go. No, honestly, I love this. This is so great. Thank you once again to Richard Mark for taking care of me here today and just making it an awesome experience having them here with us. And Grayson,
what's good?
What do you got going on the rest of the week? Anything good? How's the new job going, bro? Tell us about that.
Man, the new job is going fantastic, man. It's a lot of fun. It's simple, but it's a lot of fun because I'm no longer having to physically push myself to the max to get some money. You know what I mean? Because that's been my problem. I'm always maxing my physical body out for no reason. Now I can actually do my work smarter and safer.
Right.
And not be a freaking loose cannon and a crash out.
Boy, you can say that again.
So I'm doing things to be more healthy across the board. So that's kind of been my goal for the past year plus, slowly but surely.
Well, as I told Johnny Green Eyes last week, my good friend, none other than Jay Stu, I told him, I said, well, because he asked me, he said, do you want to go and work out sometime, brother? And I said, no, I do blunt curls and I have lots of sex. That's about the extent of my working out. So hopefully in 2026, I have lots more of that coming my way, but I don't know. You never know, right?
Yeah, that's true. You never know.
Right.
But man, what's been going on with you? Like, it's been a couple of days since I've talked to you and stuff like that. Like, what's good with you? We've been having all these people coming around, but like, I think it's been a while since you and I have actually had like a conversation.
Yeah, well, I'm actually excited because I got my new roommate, Monica.
Shout out to Monica.
She's coming on board here this week. So I've got my last 2 days. I can run around my house in nothing.
Helicopter!
Right. Hey! The big swing. Anyway. No, seriously. But no, I'm excited for her to come on board. She's really an awesome lady. And so it should be a fun show.
Tomorrow. You know who I want to outright give a mega shout out to? Godwin.
Oh yeah,
dude. Him and I had like a 2-hour conversation after we left, y'all, on Saturday. We had a full-blown 2-hour long conversation in the car about various things. So I was like, I didn't realize how like-minded Godwin was until I hung out with him. So shout out to Godwin all the way, man. Nah, nope. Oh.
I say that. Right.
But
you can feel it.
The force. But yeah,
The force.
But yeah, on everything though, like that when we went out and we had a good old time with the boys. Shout out to Rob the Rabbit Dog. Shout out to JR. Shout out to Godwin. We had a good old time. It was good. It was needed.
Dude, that was honestly, I started thinking about it afterwards. I was like upset that we didn't roll around longer almost because I was like, dude, you'd never get the Blunt Crew together and Godwin. That was just awesome.
Yeah. I didn't realize how much Godwin thought like me. Like we were like cracking up all.
No, dude. Godwin's a real one, bro. He's a G.
Yeah.
Godwin's a good dude. And I can tell you right now too that he's going through it like all of us, man. We're all regular normal dudes.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be a very interesting fall. Let's just say that. We got a lot of interesting stuff that's happening. So
yeah, I think from everybody in the Blunt Crew, they have at least one or two things that is very, very crucial to their future.
Right.
That's how I feel about it. All of us.
Well, 100%. And with that being said, let's play some music. I think, man, we've had a lot of talking this episode.
Oh yeah,
we haven't really had much for music on this one. And with what you said, it kind of made me think of this song here that I believe that me, you, JR, Rob the Rabbit Dog, I think we all got high hopes, man, that things are going to be better. Hopefully you out there, if you're driving right now and you're listening, hopefully you have high hopes that things are going to get better because there's always something to look forward to. So let's go ahead and take it over right now with Pink Floyd, High Hopes. It's 103.3 on your FM dial, 93.7, 1400 AM. Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. We're going to be back Pink Floyd right now. Well, there it is, Grayson. Pink Floyd High Hopes right here, 93.7 on your FM dial, 103.3 FM, as well as 1400 on your AM dial. And we are doing and saying things on the radio that no other station is allowed to or doing for sure, because we have freedom of speech here after 250 years of America in the United States. Let freedom ring. But on top of that, we now have freedom of speech that's hit the airwaves here in Northern Nevada with KNR KPGF, Northern Nevada's Voice. Once again, northernnevadasvoice.net. That's northernnevadasvoice.net. Get over there. That's NORTHERNE. Oh, I'm sorry. I messed it up already. NORTHERNNEVADASVOICE.net. It's that simple. It seems like it's been kind of a
tongue twister.
Yeah, a little bit of one, you know,
But
whatever.
it's okay because, you know, at the end of the day, the website's there for y'all to check out. If you have any questions about if you want to get sponsored, I set it up to make sure you guys can get all the general questions answered before you even ask them.
Right.
So
no, the website's top notch, dude. There's nothing better than that for sure. Also, come to speak of that. If you want your website taken care of, well, Grayson can do it for you. Grayson Lee 2007, all social medias. GraysonLeeExperience.space.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds all futuristic and stuff.
Oh yeah, it's part of the.
Why did I get a dot space?
Hey,
I'm joking. I like the net.
yeah,
Honestly.
the dot net. It feels more appropriate.
Yeah, it's NNVN. NorthernNevadasVoice.net.
Yeah.
Anyways,
but regardless, I will be able to do any type of business logos, motion graphics, websites. You ask it, you know, and I start off when it comes down to websites, and I'm making this as an official announcement. I only ask for a $50 deposit, and then we talk about it after I get done with the website.
Wow.
So if you guys want a website,
how wild is that? $50
for a deposit. That's all I ask, because I know everybody's
Grayson,
everybody's strapped with money right now with how the economy is. I'm not going to charge an arm and a leg. You know what I mean? Like, I know people want to push up. I know people want to level up, and I'm just here to do that.
Right, and that's all it takes. Is there I have not looked. Is there a link at the bottom of our site that says if you would like your website done?
I haven't done that, but I will put that up on there.
Put that.
I will put that in there tonight.
Advertisers or something like that. You know, like Grayson Experience, where you want a website or something.
Oh yeah, that will be set up by the end of the night. So, thank you for reminding me that. I totally forgot about that. I've just been trying to just help everybody else. But that's just how I've been, you know. I've always wanted to be that guy that's not necessarily the leader in the sense, but I kind of like to be like the Swiss Army knife. And I feel like I've gotten to that point when it comes down to tech, with the various different styles I've been doing. So I'm pretty proud about how things are going, and things are only going to go up from here. So yes.
Well, man, Scott from the Nevada Firearms Academy, he's not feeling well today. That's why they didn't stop him. Hopefully he feels better.
All good. Shout out to them. They've been going through it just like everybody else is with these fires and stuff like that. So it's good to see that the firearms range is all opened up again. It didn't get burned down with the fires. Thank goodness.
Right. Speaking of burns, once again, please, northernNevadasVoice.net, get over there and try to donate to the GoFundMe for Eddie. Eddie, who's still holding on and struggling after the loss of his wife on Saturday. And if you knew Eddie, God, couldn't be a nicer old guy.
He gave me a couple of tips along my journey at the beginning stages of me being on the radio that helped me.
Don't listen to that JP.
No, I'm
that's
joking.
No, I know.
But, of course. But out of complete love towards Eddie, man, I appreciate every little tip that you've given me before, you know. I will be forever grateful for it.
Something that makes, me think of Eddie is I've had a bunch of people say, "How are you?" And every time someone says, how am I almost want to say to them, like, just like Eddie would say, if I'd be any better, I'd be you.
That is such an Eddie thing to say.
That is, so anyways, with that being said, thank you once again, everybody, for today. And, just try to spend time with someone you admire, someone you love, and, like, seriously, let's try to be nice to each other while we're all here.
Yes.
You know, that's really what matters at this time, especially for that family, man. I feel so bad for them. But anyways, thank you so much for joining us right here. It's Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, and just like we're listening right now to Trevor Something, it's Fade Away. We're going to fade away right here today. Thank you for joining us right here. We'll be back tomorrow, 4 to 6 p.m. The Tabers are next. You decide. 6 to 8 p.m. It's right here, 93.7, 103.3 FM.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
This episode of You Decide is filmed before a live studio audience. Now, here's Tom and Jane, the Tabers.
Welcome to You Decide. Don't forget about the exclamation point because you're the ones that have to decide after you listen to the various guests that we've put for you and our research, our opinions. We try and make sure that we tell you what is definitely an opinion. Or maybe you'll be able to tell because of the way we say things. Tom and Jane Tabor with you. With you. I was out in the Northeast.
No, that's just radio. Everybody else has a life to tell.
Well, our speaker, our guest, Steve Mestry, is with us a little bit earlier, and so we'll take advantage of that because it gives us a little more time to talk. He's an author now, amongst other things. And we will turn on his microphone so that you can see the cover. And Jane,
sir,
are you ready for
I think so. I hope so.
Okay.
Gee
Yeah.
whiz, studied enough.
You did.
Yeah.
How about saying something that our good friends, Mr. Eddie and Sherry?
Shari Floyd passed away on August the 15th. Eddie is in the hospital in critical but stable condition, as the latest reports have it. They were caught in the bug fire out there near Red Rock on the California side. I think it was near Hallelujah Junction. They have a ranch up there for horses.
For the wild horses.
That's right. And they've been there for years. And it's a very sad and traumatic experience. We don't have any other information, although I know it's coming. They have between them 3 children. And we will just be respectful of their privacy. And as news comes out and they indicate a little bit more information, we will be happy to report that to you anytime. But right now, that is their condition, and we send our prayers and thoughts and all of our strength to Eddie and hope that he is still fighting the good fight, because that's just what he does. The one thing about him that we remember very fondly is every time we walk in the station to get ready for a show, he looks up. He used to look up from his desk when he had one over there, and he would say, "Hi, kids." And we say, "Eddie, we're older than you are." He said, "No, you're not." I said, "Oh, yeah, we are."
Now, Eddie Floyd created Nevada Matters and then expanded it to America Matters. And he's been in the radio business, probably 40 years plus.
Easy, very easy. And he's well known. He's fairly well known throughout the community. He attends a lot of functions, and he was very excited in one trip that he had done in August with the president of the United States, and you can't get any better than that. That's just a good experience. I applauded him then, and I still do.
So, give our prayers and blessings to him that he recovers well. Condolences, Sherry.
Absolutely, and we'll keep you up to date if you don't get your news
You
in.
do have some quotes in Jane's quote pocket.
Oh, I do.
with your papers disheveled
Yeah,
from
this
stack
is
to
true.
stack?
I am sorry, everybody. No, let me see. There were some that were really cute. I might have them in the order and blog on it. But just give me a minute and I will have it back in style. Well, of course, let's see. I have one here. I need a second opinion, folks. The first one came from Washington Consultant. Bless his heart. He walked into my office with charts, graphs, pie charts, bar charts, and a PowerPoint slides to tranquilize a horse. I nodded politely for about 5 minutes. Then I thought to myself, I wonder what regular Americans think. That's where you come in. I've put together a quick survey because I would rather hear from somebody who pays taxes than somebody who bills by the hour. It'll only take a minute. I'll warn you, if your responses make more sense than the consultants, I may have to hire you. God bless. John Kennedy, Senator from Louisiana.
John's quite a gentleman. Did you listen to him very often? He's a good storyteller.
Oh, okay.
And
I like
since he comes
storytellers.
from Louisiana, you know he's got a lot of good stories,
Sure.
right? Good Southern gentleman. Jay, what
Sure.
about the midterm GOP
Oh, the
conference
convention.
convention in Dallas?
Yeah, it's called a convention. But for those of you who equate conventions with delegates and balloons and music and
We
yelling
may
and
still
signs
have
and all,
delegates.
yeah, you might do it, but this is a little different. This is going to be in Dallas, Texas. It's going to be September the 9th through the 10th. And participation packages range from $5,000 to $20,000. You need to know that. It is so different. It's a fundraiser. They're going to have on-floor seating. It includes 2-night hotel accommodations and a credential, and of course, they give you a Texas shirt and cowboy hat. So that's all very. And it's a ticketed fundraiser and rally, is how it's described. Totally different from what you remember. But our Orange Man figured it would be really nice to get everybody together because the midterms have been just bombarded with a lot of nonsense, and we need to straighten that out so you guys are not confused, because confusion seems to be the word of the hour, day, year for politics. If they confuse you enough, you might make a mistake and vote for the wrong guy or gal. So we're here to straighten it out in this little convention here. If you want to spend the bucks, that's what you get to do, and I'm sure it will be star-studded and just glorious. But we ain't going.
How about going from land to sea, the USS Lincoln? There seems to be a lot of misinformation floating around about people jumping off the deck of the carrier. You know, it's 50, 60 feet from the waterline up to the deck. That's quite a jump.
Yeah, it is, and they've been out there for 8 months, and they debunked that rumor, story, whatever you want to call it. I'm tired of the media. The media is just ridiculous. I think that if we could ever get them accountable for participation in all this mess, it would make us all very happy, because they are, and they do. They are of the opinion that if they say something, even though they know it's wrong, it's like the Harry Reid principle. Remember when he did that, he told about Romney and he didn't pay his taxes and he did all that, and everybody got their hair on fire. And somebody said to him, Senator Reid, that's not true. And he says, yeah, I know, but it worked, didn't it? And that's the philosophy that they have used ever since. And it comes in all shapes and sizes, all different stories.
Okay, let's
okay, wait.
Wait a minute.
Back to
You
the
got-
floating boat,
you-
a ship.
Yes, but you do have to tell them
Hmm.
because we want to be truthful. We don't want to leave it just that Harry Reid, Democrat Senator Harry Reid from Nevada.
Did I leave out the fact that he was a Democrat?
Yes.
Oh, may I go to jail, handcuffed, perp walk, everything, because
Okay,
you
what
guys got
about
to
the
know that
Lincoln?
he's bad.
What about the Lincoln?
The Lincoln. It says that the USS George Washington is relieving the USS Abraham Lincoln after an extended deployment exceeding 250 days. They are fine, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the Navy does. They float on ships and they take care of wars and what shall we call it? Flare-ups in all parts of the world. That is their job, and they're doing just fine. They miss their families, of course. Their families miss them, and but they do the job. They do it well.
Steve's got something to
Yeah.
say, I think.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the Navy, Saturday we actually hosted at our ranch a party for all the local retired Navy SEALs.
You did.
What a great group of people.
Yes, they are.
Oh boy. Yep.
Yep. They're very,
See,
very.
as I said, he does a lot of things for the community.
This is true. Very true. So you can set that rumor aside. They're doing fine. I think there is a ship that's coming to replace them.
Yeah.
And it's on its way. And we've got too many flare-ups around the world
We
too.
got too many people jumping to conclusions or too many people throwing
Please
stuff
don't let that
into the
happen.
meeting.
We've told you we're trying to help you discern real news, and we'll get into fake news, but the real news, the real reporting. But you never seem to get all of the story. We don't get all of the story, and that's what Tom and I are trying to do. A lot of it is our opinion. That's true. You can always research what we say. We're very open to it, but we want to give you as much information as we have, which is zero what you're going to get from anybody else.
How about Luigi Lagini?
No, Mangione.
Mangione.
Luigi pleads guilty in federal stalking charges, admits that he traveled to New York City with the intent to kill CEO Brian Thompson. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there are two kinds of cases. There is the federal charge and there is the state charge. The federal charge for this darling of these stupid women out there is stalking. All right. He pled guilty to that. But in talking about how guilty he was on stalking, he also said that he killed the man. And everybody knows that because there's video out there about that. Okay. So then we go to the state charge. The state charge is murder. All right. The state of New York has decided they're going to drop the current trial date, and they're not going to do anything until they have ascertained what they're going to do with him on the stalking charge. So all you blithering idiot women out there, I really hope that you can hold on to yourself if he's put away for stalking too. I mean, as far as I know, they're two active and different distinctive cases. I am not an attorney, but I'm telling you, if you can muddy the water and make it difficult to discern, that's what they're going to do.
By
So
the
there-
way, you happen to know that it's Tuesday?
Yes, I do
Well,
know that.
because we're on the air on Tuesdays, right?
Well, and also we have our lawn is watering on Tuesday.
Oh.
I'm very simple-minded.
Florida, Wyoming, and Alaska have primaries today.
Yes, they do.
And, it's really a little bit difficult to maybe swallow. Maybe we ought to chew on it a little bit more. But in Alaska, we have an incumbent by the name of Dan
Sullivan.
And there is a so-called Republican running against him.
Dan Sullivan.
Yes. to the same name. So my look at it, since it's a jungle primary, which means that all Democrats, Republicans, Independents, American Independent Party, and so forth, Libertarians, and they're all in the thing together, and they're going to take the top 4 vote getters,
Mhm.
and they're going to take it to a ranked choice voting,
Yeah, you remember the fight that we had in Nevada about ranked choice,
and we
and
got rid of it.
you all are so smart. You got rid of it, and bless your hearts for doing that, because it was vitally important that we kept the organization of our elections as normal as possible and discerning as possible. With this ranked choice voting, I mean, you could have a horse running, and all of a sudden the horse could be, I don't know, what would you name him? You could name him, I don't know,
Like-
Stud. Let's
Damn.
name him Stud. And
Since
Stud
it's a
could
he,
end up
right?
winning. Yeah.
Okay.
That's true. And he may be, you know, a
You never know with ranked choice.
communist horse.
So we're concerned about Alaska because of the people. The people got rolled over a few years ago when those two ranked choice voting and jungle primaries got pushed through. We were
They did.
lucky that Nevadans saw through it all.
Yes, we are. You all are very, very smart, and we want to continue your smartness as best that we can.
Elsiad.
Wade through all of this minutia and stay on the same road. You're going to be fine.
Elsiad's mother did something.
Yeah, she was funneling money to terrorist groups. Elsiad, for those that haven't been keeping up, is the winner of the primary in Michigan, and he
For
will
Senate.
for Senate, and he'll be running against.
Democrat.
Yeah, he's the Democrat, and Rogers is the Republican.
Yes, but
former
I think that the
congressman.
Democrat also has something such as social American.
Democrat Socialist American of America. Democrat Socialist of America is DSA for short.
Isn't it interesting that the Democrats have a couple of independents that managed to stay with them, right? They
Mhm.
caucus with them in the Senate and in the House, and now you've got a bunch of people that are Democratic Socialists of America who, if they win and they get into the House, because most of them are running for the House or into the Senate, that they're going to be caucusing with the Democrats. Do the Democrats have any idea of who they are?
Well, they're going to be like the chameleon. They're going to take whatever they can get. Unfortunately, the majority of Democrats in the United States of America aren't too sure that this is the way they want to go. So they better be very careful. And the idea here is they throw up all of these weird things that they do, like the 2 Dan Sullivans. We're going to probably find out that the fake Dan Sullivan is a Democrat. And because of ranked choice voting, if the 2 Dan Sullivans get in there, and by the way, they're voting today, they're voting tonight. We'll know
That's
tonight
a primary. Yeah.
for the primary, and we'll know tonight. It's very, very unfortunate. Senator Sullivan is the incumbent, and the one that is not the incumbent has a middle initial that he gave out. Now let me see if I can find it so I know which one it is. It's give me a minute. Say something while I look.
Something.
No, say
No,
more. Say more than
something
something.
more than something.
Yeah, don't mess with me. I'm having enough trouble.
Well, there was mama. That's okay.
No.
In the meantime, New York has instituted this assisted death, be able to assist with death So if you decide you don't want to continue to be around, you can have somebody assist you in committing suicide.
Isn't Mom Dummy such a loving little cuddly bear in New York? You know, and also he wants to tax your second house. I think we said last week that we wanted his second house taxed too. It's in Uganda. It's this big
It
estate.
doesn't matter where in the world you have the second house. It's
Yeah.
kind of like
Yeah, I think that-
California. No matter what happens, they
I-
want to tax you.
Yeah, I think
But you know,
that's
the
what
only
we-
thing better than having your own vacation home,
what?
Have a friend with one.
Yes.
It's kind of like the perfect tax. You ever figure out what the perfect tax was?
No.
It's one that somebody else has to pay.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's their principle, come to think of it. That's one of their major principles, being the way that they are. It's fine. I'll vote for that as long as I
Did
don't
you
have
find
to.
the middle initial?
I did. Dan Sullivan, the incumbent, calls this guy Decoy Dan Sullivan. That's his nickname for him. And it's Dan J. Sullivan Jr. So there is a distinction. And
If you pay attention.
if you pay attention. So we've got more to come, and we are told that we're going to take a little break, and then you get to talk and listen to Steve Mestry and Tom discuss his book, and me with a little sideline sarcasm like usual.
As usual, you have sarcasm.
No, of course not. No, that's not what it is. I don't know what you want to call it. Anyway, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with You Decide from Reno, Nevada at the Town Mall.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
At A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, we've been accomplishing happy feet for over 30 years.
We offer a various range of shoe styles and sizes for both men and women. From all-season shoes and orthotics to work boots and safety shoes, our professional and reliable staff possesses the knowledge to help you find the proper shoes to fit your needs. Hard to fit? Hard to find?
A Proper Fit Footwear is here to give our customers happy feet. We make people aware of potential foot problems as we're sizing their feet, suggesting the right arch support, and guiding them to the proper shoes for their needs.
Stop by A Proper Fit Footwear at 4001 South Virginia Street in the Reno Town Mall today and allow the owner Mike Jones and our fabulous staff to find the perfect pair of shoes tailored to your specific needs.
A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, the home of happy feet, where comfort and your feet meet.
Welcome back to You Decide with, of course, we're all set. All the buttons are pushed. You have many times had to remind me that I forgot to push the button.
I know, but I didn't want everybody out there watching us on Facebook.
Is
to
she
see me
good
do
at pushing
that.
your buttons?
Boy.
Oh, come on, you guys.
Steve Mestry, you are a local businessman, have been for a long time. Your dad was a local businessman,
Mhm.
known
Yeah.
him for a while.
Right.
He helped me with a couple of my campaigns, and he helped me when I was running the baseball schools.
Yeah, he's been very active in the
Yeah,
community.
he's
You
been
bet.
very
He's a
active, and you have
good
been
mentor
very
in that
active.
respect for sure.
So you wrote a book,
I wrote a book,
and it's called, go ahead,
Vapors of Justice.
Vapors of Justice. And what does it say right underneath that title?
Oh, it says author Steve Mestry.
My goodness, Steve Mestry, the
Yeah.
author is with us. How about that? Steve, you asked me to read it, and I did.
Okay.
And if people don't read the prologue, they're going to miss something.
Yeah, the prologue's pretty fun.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
it sets up the book.
later on in the book,
Yeah,
it all comes back out.
right, exactly.
So if you don't read the prologue, you're missing something.
Yeah. Well, here's something fun. Actually, I did an audiobook as well, and I used 11 Labs to use AI voices and assign a voice to every character. So if you want to get a flavor of this book, you can go to my website, which is vaporsofjustice.com, and you can listen to the prologue for free.
Okay.
And so now you get a feel for what the
So
storyline is.
I can go back and hear what I thought I read.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Exactly.
Okay. You surround this thing about a family. It happens to be an Irish family,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
the Dailies. And you go through about four generations.
4 generations of one family.
One family, and all the people they run into, and their pluses and their minuses in life, and so forth and so on. Then you leave us at the end wondering what's going to happen to Darcy and to the boys who are playing with computers and other folks as they get rid of a problem.
Yeah.
Or problems. Okay.
Right.
So
Good job at not giving it away.
Yeah, I was thinking,
was
oh
very
no, don't give it away, everybody. So, okay, great. We know all about it. Thank you very much.
you're welcome. But you start, you got, what did I say? You had 47 chapters, but the chapters aren't very long.
No, I tried to make them so that, like, a lot of times people read at night.
Yeah.
And so I try to make it to where it's not, doesn't keep you up past your bedtime. But unless you just get so enthralled
Unless
with it, you
fall
can't set it
asleep,
down.
Yes. So here's the whole thing starts out in the 1800s in Ireland, right?
Yeah, during the potato famine.
Yeah.
So
How did you decide how you want to put this together and the characters you wanted to put in it? And you had to do one hell of a lot of research.
yeah, so I had a lot of time. I started this project probably close to 20 years ago.
Wow.
And I had heard that we had captured Saddam's weapons depots during the first Gulf War. And that in some of those weapons depots, there were actually U.S. made chemical weapons,
Yes.
which they were ordered to blow them up rather than to destroy them properly. And so those chemicals went up in the air and they landed on people. And then, you've heard of Gulf War syndrome. Well, they've never admitted that would be part of it, but they blame it on burn pits and other things. But I have a feeling there was some skullduggery there.
Blowing
And
it up was kind of like a burn pit. It went
yeah.
everywhere.
Oh man, I'll tell you what. And it just made my blood boil to think that we would treat our soldiers, our men and women, as equipment,
And by the
disposable
way,
equipment.
as a side, thank you for mentioning about the RF-4C
Well,
photo recon, because that's what I flew when I was with the Reno Guard.
right. Part of our history in Reno that I
Yeah.
was able to incorporate in the book.
Well, you incorporate a lot of Nevada in the book in one of the
Yes.
sections of it.
Yeah.
Is any of that biography for you? Did
No,
you
it's not
pull
necessarily
from
autobiography, but one of my goals in this book, to be honest with you, is to have people appreciate how hard life can be for people at times, and maybe to be a little bit more respectful and a little bit kinder to people, especially when they need it, even though they may be a little short with you. You never know what they're going through.
That's true, but you also managed to explain to them you have a family of 3 generations, and then all of a sudden you end up with, shall we say, a black sheep.
Yeah.
So I'm just going
so
to let you tell us how you put it together, and then how you got Patrick Daly and Cheryl O'Malley.
Well, yeah, I'll give you, without ruining the book, obviously,
Yeah.
I'll give you a kind of a rundown. So it really starts out in the prologue of us capturing these chemical weapons and having to destroy them. And I try and humanize the other side. When you go to war, it's serious. You're hurting people. And to me, it's a failure of diplomacy. I think that you can potentially always look for a win-win. And if you look through history, our worst enemies are now our best trading partners and friends. So I think if people are reasonable and they sit down at the table and they try and look for the win-win, I think we can avoid a lot of this. Yeah, I know. Well, it's my dream world. Okay, I get to have my own dream world.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily human nature. But and then the conflict that soldiers bear when they're told to do something that they know that's going to harm somebody, right? So that's all part of what I'm trying to make it real, and I'm trying to describe what it would be like when you're there experiencing it. So then what I do is I weave a story about 4 generations of this Irish family that made that day happen.
Yep.
Okay. And it ties together at the end of the book. But the first generation they have to leave because of the potato famine. They're facing starvation. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy getting here. And so I described the journey and then the struggle once they were here. Part of that struggle is that they have a child who is orphaned and has to grow up on the streets.
Ultimately, yeah.
Yes. And so he meets some other kids and they kind of work together as a team. And so they not only do they survive, but they kind of thrive, And then he and his best buddy end up going up to Pennsylvania when they first found oil. And they kind of learned the oil business.
Valley.
Yeah. And so they kind of learn the oil business. Well, they end up meeting somebody from the South who tells them that there are oil seeps down there. So they gather up this ragtag crew and they go down, and sure enough, they strike oil. And from that, they grow the largest oil company in the country. Then there is a next generation that takes it international. And so now you've got one of the largest companies in the world, and they've amassed huge amounts of wealth, right? And that's interesting how people handle wealth.
Yes.
Some people handle it very, very well, and others not so well. Sometimes people just want more no matter what, and they're willing to do anything to people to get more wealth. So therefore, my fourth generation is kind of an evil person, and he corrupts the military and political situation in order to benefit his company, and that ends up having consequences that come back to him. The novel, as it matures, turns into a high-tech thriller, something you would see maybe like Tom Clancy or something like that. So, and it's got a real strong message at the end, a really very, very powerful message. So that's kind of the crux of the story.
And where may the lovely people who are listening to us this evening find your book?
So Vapors of Justice is on Amazon. And if you just type Vapors of Justice or my name, Steve Mestre, it'll pop up. And if you're on the fence of if you think you want to buy it, there are some people who have gone in and they've reviewed it. And those are honest reviews. It's all what stuff they did. So, and I hope you will do that too, since you're somebody who actually did get the book. So,
And actually flew one of the airplanes that you mentioned in there.
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
Well, actually, one of my high school buddies was a backseater in an F4. So I was really up to date in what was going on.
Yeah, they can't look down and look up because it'll scare them to death, especially if they were with them.
Yeah. And that's something too. Thank you for your service. I haven't said that to you in a while, but you're very appreciated. And I know some of the stuff that you did because we actually met in the Air Squadron, the Washington County Sheriff's Department.
That's right.
Search and
You're
Rescue Unit.
volunteers. Both of you are volunteers.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah. So that's where we met and became friends.
It is most honorable. It is a most honorable squadron.
Yeah.
So if they get the book, they're going to learn about Patrick Daly.
Uh-huh.
They're going to learn about Sarah O'Malley.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to learn about Ryan Daly.
Yeah.
And they're going to learn.
By the way, Ryan is he is one of my heroes, and my message through Ryan to corporate America is to think about the people that work for you rather than just trying to make more money.
But there is that feeling of a great family and a tradition within the family, and there's something that they're going to have to read that is between Ryan and Patrick that Ryan takes with him.
Yeah. Right. There is something that brings things through time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And helps him through a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
especially
something
when
from his
tough decisions needed to be made.
Yep.
It grounded him. Yeah.
And I call it kind of cute, but Mrs. O'Leary is a cute person.
What? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Mrs. O'Leary.
Oh, Miss O'Leary. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. I put her in there honestly because a lot of times we tend to overlook elderly people in our communities, and she had lost her husband and she was struggling, and she was kind of adopted by some of my characters.
Yes.
And she was just a lovely lady that came along at a time that changed the course of history.
Yep.
Not only for those boys, but for the course of history for humanity, actually.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like much, but had that not happened, the rest of the book might not have happened.
And then you had the merchant, Peter Spitz.
Oh yeah, Mr.
Spitz.
Yeah, another kind gentleman that kind of helped the kids when they needed it the most, and kind of bridged the gap between there when they were able to go out on their own.
You've got Joseph and John that helped.
Yep. Yeah. So again, it when people are helping other people, we just go a lot further. Life becomes easier. And my lesson in life is that even when you do it well, it still is a struggle. And at times you just get hit hard. And when you have other people there to help lift you up, then life is just better.
It is.
So,
So I have a question, a quick one on the title. How did you? Was it the explosion part? I mean, what gave you the vapor justice? Was that easy, or did it all of a sudden come to you in a dream, or what did you do?
actually, we were trying to come up with a title that isn't taken. Do you know how hard that is?
Oh,
Yeah.
and they all copyrighted or
Well,
trademarked it, or
you know, their names are just taken, and you want to try and you want to come up with something you can nail on social media as well, right? So we were just, you know, the book is about justice, right? And so there's, I described the explosion, and so the vapors of chemicals, and so it was actually my wife that came up with it. So I have to give her credit. She said, "Vapors of Justice." I said, "That's it. I love it." And we did a search on it, and it was open. And so we just started gobbling up all the social media sites, TikTok and Facebook and all those to make sure we had that for marketing the book in the future. And so, but I don't know. Did you feel it fit?
I kept waiting to see where Vapors of Justice might be inserted. I found it on page 318 was the first mention.
Yeah. Yeah.
So where did the story come
You
from?
kind of drug me along.
Where did the story come from? Oh my God. It just came in my head. You know, the whole thing is, it's a historical fiction.
Okay.
So it's all made up. I mean, every single paragraph is made up.
But
And-
it mirrors a lot of people that I knew in the service.
Yeah. Yeah. So
You mean the AD personality type people? Is that who you mean?
Well, don't forget, this took me 18 years to write.
I
so it
heard
didn't-
that.
so-
Yeah, I
and I
had
didn't-
8 actually.
yeah.
I didn't get the.
When I first started writing it, I thought, well, everybody's got a novel in them, and I thought it would be a fun challenge. I had no idea what I was going to put myself through. And you know, the amount of research that you have to do, and then a lot of times I would come up with scenarios and I would just go crazy. I would write like crazy. You couldn't get me away from the computer because it was just flowing. And then that's it, vapor lock, and
I think you're
nothing for a
probably,
long time.
yeah, I think maybe that's probably true of most writers. You know, you have your valleys and you have your deserts, and when you have your deserts, you're just going nuts because nothing comes.
Yeah, I let it lie. I wasn't in no hurry to finish this, but I just, when it was done, I wanted it to be a really good read
But
with a
his
good message.
deserts are in the book.
Oh,
I'm sorry, what's that?
Some of your deserts are in the book. Not your writing deserts, but deserts are in the book.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
because your book covers a broad part of the world.
well, the fun part was of this, if you think about it, is that energy has driven the entire industrial revolution.
Mhm.
Everything that you see within here has an energy price tag to it, whether it's this book or this table or whatever. There's an energy equation involved in that. And that energy, for the most part in our history, has come from hydrocarbons or oil. And so all of the advancements in society that moved us along, if oil wasn't there, it wouldn't have happened. So the fact that this family controlled the oil made them extremely powerful.
And for you people who think that wind and
Solar.
solar cells are wonderful, you don't oil the windmills, they don't work. And if you don't have oil, you don't have.
Well, you have to have oil to build all that stuff, right?
Oh, yeah,
so there's an energy
clothes.
equation in a solar panel. There's no doubt about it. But it's just another form of energy. I think that our energy future is probably going to end up being nuclear, small modular nuclear reactors,
we
and they're
agree
already
with that.
deploying those, I think,
Yeah.
in Texas for the data centers.
Yep.
You know, the demand. I heard NV Energy, and I don't know if this is exactly right, but their peak demand for the entire state is something like 6 or 7 gigawatts.
Yep.
They have. I heard they had like 28 gigawatts in queue. Okay, they just cannot meet the demand at all, not even close. And we're electrifying our transportation. So that on top of it, we've got to improve our grid, and we've got to come up with a dependable 24-hour, 7-day base load power source.
The big help with nuclear is that you do the same thing as you do with hydraulics. You got a standby that comes on the line right away. Whereas with solar and with wind,
Yeah, clouds come over and the output drops.
or the wind's too high or not
Yeah.
high enough, and how do you get that demand that just drops on? Because with hydro you can, and with steam you can, but you can't with solar or wind or tide.
Yeah, well, there's no one solution for all of this.
No, there isn't.
But for energy independence, if I don't know, China's doing a lot of smart things with their energy. They're really cranking up their ability to provide power. And what I do know is that when power is plentiful and cheap, life is good.
But China is also almost putting together one coal-fired electrical
A
plant
day.
every week.
Is it every week?
As they are nuclear too. They're building
Yeah.
nuclear power plants like crazy, and gigantic solar fields. So, and that makes sense. I mean, it takes a tremendous amount of energy to manufacture things.
So we have what we refer to as taking a spur track. Now let's open the switch and we'll get back on the main line.
yeah, fair enough. Let's get back to the book, huh?
Yeah.
But the book does cover a lot of things that are, modern issues, right?
Oh yeah. And it got into some very interesting areas of research and what people were doing, both in the medical side of things and in I want to say the spy side.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it does get pretty exciting in the end as far as the adaptation of technology and the vulnerability
Yeah.
of technology. And I don't really want to go into any of that now. A lot of that, to be honest with you, I read a lot of science, and so I read about things that were in the lab years ago, which now we use in modern warfare. And so I applied some of those things actually early on, wrote about those a long time ago and included them in the book. They were a stretch back then, but they're absolutely normal now. So, and I stretch the timeline a little bit because realistically there probably would have been 5 generations. And so I push the timeline a little bit, but it's not, it's not really, it would just, I didn't want to make the book too
Well, if
long.
you
It's
go
long
back-
already.
Back to Patrick and
Sarah's
parents, because they're at the start of the book.
Yeah.
So you could say it's 5.
Well, their parents, yeah, I guess you could, but they were the first ones to come to America.
Yeah.
They emigrated.
But I'm just saying that if you're looking at the genealogy of it,
Yeah, the chronology of it. Yeah, the timing of it.
well, but
Yeah.
okay.
So, but anyway, yeah, it was and it was fun to imagine, and I did a lot of reading actually, and I didn't make it as bad as it was on the Irish that came over, the ships that brought them over. They were actually called coffin ships because so many people died on the voyage. Nobody dies on my voyage, but I didn't sugarcoat it necessarily either. I mean, it was difficult. It was a difficult trip. So just getting there, and then once you're there, now you got to figure out how am I going to
It takes you
survive, right?
takes you a long time to go against the wind.
Yes. Yeah.
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 So you're going from Ireland to Boston, I think it was.
Yeah.
And
You have to go south. Yeah.
but your wind is basically coming out of the southwest anyway. So
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, it was fun to research all that. It really was. And so this was more of I want to write a book that's a fun story for people to read that leaves a good message, that's exciting, rather than, I want to write a book and get rich off. I don't care if I make money off the book, honestly. It's just more, I want to have people read it, and maybe it fosters a little more empathy towards each other. And I don't think that empathy is a weakness. I really think it's a cornerstone of humanity. And it's a higher level of consciousness in my book.
That's right.
So,
We're losing it. If we haven't already, we need to come back to
yeah, well,
it.
read my book and I'll come back to you.
I watched Tom read it. It was I had to shut the TV room door, and he was right there, boy. And he'd come up for air about every couple of hours.
Yeah. Well, it's not a short book. It's definitely a longer book. So you get your value.
468 pages.
Yeah.
But when you get through with it, you're happy that you read it.
Yeah. 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 I've had one book club read it so far. And I have another member of a book club that read it, said, we're absolutely getting, when it's my turn, this is our pick. And I've gotten, I think there's like 10 reviews now of people that have gone back. It's hard to get people to go back and write a review, and I get it because they're busy and,
If people want to have you come and talk about your book at their groups meeting,
Their
not
clubs or something like that.
not necessarily just book clubs, but maybe any other type of
History, economics,
you
all
could-
those things.
you could have almost any group,
Any subject. Yeah.
and Steve could come in and talk to you about it because he covers a lot of subjects in this book.
Yeah, if you're a member of some group, particularly book clubs, because that's what they do. They read a book and then they talk about it. I'd be happy to come and answer questions. It was kind of fun. I mean, I went and talked to the one book club and they had all kinds of questions for me.
Good for you.
What did you think about this character? Why did you put them in? And what was your
that's right.
what's behind it? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't want to get into that part because I want people to read it.
Yeah.
And then, but the situation is you gave us an idea how to get the book and how to contact you earlier. Now maybe the folks have done what we request of them. When you tune into the show,
Yeah,
get your
pencil and paper.
and so forth. So how about going over all that?
Yeah, maybe a
contact
phone
information?
number or whatever,
Yeah. So to get the book, we'll go back to that in case somebody's just picked up on the radio. It's called Vapors of Justice by Steve Messer. You can get on Amazon, or you can go to vaporsofjustice.com where you can get the audiobook. And again, the audiobook has a different voice for every one of the characters. And there's over 100 characters in the book.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of characters. Probably been criticized for having too many characters, but you're going over 4 lifetimes, so there's going to be a lot of people, key people that you need to introduce. Myself, it's Steve Mestry, and you can reach me at mestry@gmail.com, or my cell number is 775-560-4425. And I'm happy to have people reach out and call me.
Mestry is spelled
Mestre.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess that's important. I know how to spell it.
Yeah. That you do. So, Steve, we're going to have to say thank you very much for joining us.
Well, it was fun.
Probably after the general election, I'd like you to come back and give us a deeper understanding of how many people you've spoken with or where you've spoken and the questions that they asked. And
specifically for the book, or did you want to talk about current events, or what do you want to?
We don't know. We throw spaghetti to the wall and see if it sticks.
Yeah.
So it could be anything.
Well, been
you
in
can't
business-
prepare for
Yeah.
this show, Steve.
Yeah,
if that's
yeah.
what you're hinting at.
There's
no way you're going to know what we're going to shoot at you. No way.
And that's fine. I'll take it. You hit me with what you got. I've been in business for 48 years, so I mean, in Reno, so and have volunteered with many service clubs and other organizations. So
Well,
yeah.
people are very warm-hearted about the hometown boy,
Well,
So, I'm wringing my hands because I guess time is of the essence, and now I have to say goodbye, Mr. Mestry. We
Thank you
will
so much
see
for
you
having me.
again. Shall I sing a song? The party's over,
No, the
and we're
party's
going
not
to break an unless we're thrown out of the studio.
we'll be back on You Decide.
All right.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Welcome back to You Decide with an exclamation point. Tom and Jane Tabor with you. Did you get a breath during that break?
Yes.
You
Thank
did?
you.
Okay.
Well, we have great air in the Sierra Nevadas, you know that?
Yes.
And we have great water too, unless somebody's going to mess it up. Tumwa. Anyhow, yeah, I did. Thank you.
I have an announcement to make
Yes,
because
sir.
we were going to have two guests today.
Yes, we were.
And our guest, Teresa Benitez Thompson, who is running for CD2,
Yes.
Congressional District 2 in Nevada.
Right.
She got caught down in Las Vegas. You know, for those of you who have not been a candidate,
Yeah, she's probably on the rubber chicken circuit. I mean, Republicans don't have a stamp on rubber chicken dinners.
no.
No, and they're bad. And they're not bad. It's just long, arduous things happen and schedules change.
Yeah. And everything happens. So she called, her office called, said that she wasn't going to be able to make it. So we set her up on the 29th of September,
Oh, good.
which
Okay.
was an open date for her on her schedule, and 6:30.
Yeah, we tried to be fair, everybody. We make the announcement a lot, and this is an important election. You guys have to know as much about these people as you possibly can, and hope that what you're envisioning or hearing is, the real person. That one you're going to have to do research on. That's something we can't really.
So for all of those candidates out there that are in the general election, if you wish to join us on You Decide with an exclamation point, I always have to add that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, except for one thing, on our website and so forth, it's You Decide
Without the exclamation.
without the explanation. On our email, You Decide at Reagan.com.
Yeah, we're getting all that together, ladies and gentlemen. Phone number too. It's all in the works. Oh, we have he's showing me the phone number now. It's 775-519-5330.
Yep.
Speaking from you to everybody else.
Oh.
That is the local
one-
telephone operators
One
number.
ring-a-dingy, two ring.
One ringy-dingy, two ringy-dingies.
And who was that?
Lily Tomlin. How could you miss her? She was fantastic. Still is. So there. I just thought.
And the website should be up, I would presume, by next week. I'm crossing my fingers that it's all going to be put together.
Oh, please don't hold Tom to that. Just say, oh, well, he said thereabouts.
I did. I did say that.
Thereabouts. We're working on it.
Okay.
All right.
How about election integrity? What is that? Most people don't even understand.
I don't know. I
it.
don't think we've had it for a long time.
So
how's that?
Well, I've got some experiences we can go through that.
Yeah, Tom ran for office. Let me tell you something. As you are a candidate, and then you are the family. And that is so hard on both. The candidate has to do a lot of things. and walking and writing materials and going places and introducing. And then the family wants to know, where is daddy? Where is mommy? What's going on? Why are they gone for 4 days? It's brutal. And you really, as a voter, have to appreciate what they go through. Try to appreciate. And all these things cost a lot of money too. So
shall we talk about election integrity?
yeah, I think it's time.
Or in some instances, election morality.
I think so. What we have come up with the last couple of weeks and some of these things that have been happening nationally, and I don't know, locally, they always doing the same old thing. They throw mud at each other. And it's very annoying to me as a voter. I don't know how it is for you guys out there, but I hate that. All I want to know is whether you're going to be a representative for me or you're going to be a representative for yourself. Whether you're going to make decisions for our quality of life or yours. And sometimes it really hurts when you realize they think more about the candidate or the one that got elected thinks more about themselves than they do about you. And you were the one that put them in there. And that is very frustrating. And we want you not to do that anymore. We want you to be as sure as you can of whom you are voting and for. And it's vitally important. And that's our calling. That's what we think we would like to do for you. Like we say, you decide. We'll present these things, you decide, and you research them in election integrity. Oh man, I mean, this Harry Reid thing, I keep going back to that, and I'm sorry if I'm driving you guys nuts out there, but it's true. They say things, the competition or the news media says something that they know is not true. But they say it anyway because they think it's going to stick.
Well, it sticks because it's the first thing you hear about the subject.
Absolutely. And it's wrong and it's a lie. And they've hurt and besmirched another human being just in the competitive world of things. It's not utopian. I'm not trying to be a utopian candidate. Leave that to the Democrat socialists. And by the way, you guys, if you're Democrat socialists, there ain't no utopia. There's no perfect society. There's no perfect human being. Okay. Get that through your thick skulls. None of that's going to happen. I know they don't care. I know
socialism been around for a long time, and their excuse that it didn't work is because it wasn't run correctly. So when they run it, it all ends up at the same place, at the bottom of the pit, but it takes years to get it back to something that's normal or close to normal.
That's right. And we have a lot of little stories about election integrity. We mentioned one earlier. That was the Dan Sullivan's. Decoy Sullivan has J as the middle initial and Junior.
Folks that didn't have a chance to tune in earlier
Yeah.
might have tuned in. So why don't you talk about the two Sullivans?
Alaska, a ranked choice voting is there. That makes it very difficult. And now you have two Republican candidates named Dan Sullivan. The decoy, as the incumbent Senator Sullivan refers to him as, has J as the middle initial and Junior. I don't know how it appeared on the ballot up there, but I hope everyone up there was very careful what they did. We'll know soon enough, I guess. But the suspicion here is, and it's not a conspiratorial theory, they do this the Democrats do this kind of stuff all the time. I don't know of any Republicans that would stoop that low, but there may be. So giving an open viewpoint of the thing. What we have now is current events, and it's happening now, and the Democrats are the ones that are doing it, okay? So we think that this supposed Republican isn't Republican at all. He may be a Democrat. in sheep's clothing, as they say, and a Republican in sheep's clothing. We don't know. That's going to be hung out to dry. And do you really want to have elections that are like that? I mean, you can't trust anybody. You can't trust the media to tell you the truth. You can't trust the candidates to tell you the truth. Where are you going to get your information? Where are you going to find your research? You know, we told you if you're going to look up somebody on Google and you want to know the truth, go back about 30 pages and maybe you'll find it. Isn't that right?
Yes. But remember that O'Keefe, you want to tell the folks about what he found? Just recently, and they've been
they just did it. They just went in there in Michigan. They went into a polling place, and one was dressed up in a burqa, and the other one was dressed up as an imam. Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
And they identified them. The one person doing all the talking identified himself, gave a name, and he talked to the lady there in the polling place. And you can take it from there. I believe that
what he was trying to do is find out if he could get his friends registered.
Yeah, if it could help get his friends registered.
And that he didn't have any real ID. So how does he go about it? So she explained that if he were a registered voter, and he claimed he was, that he could vouch for eight other people, and he would be their ID.
Oh, I promise that's Joe Blow. Yeah.
Well, I just promised. Yes, he's a citizen, and he can
Yeah.
register to vote.
Sure. Okay. And that's what they did. They didn't sign anything. They didn't take a ballot. They just went in and they asked questions. Now, you're going to hear news articles that absolutely go beyond the pale on all of the facts. Let me tell you something. Other than the fact that they went in there dressed as they were, gave a name that they are not, did not sign anything, did not take a ballot, did not indicate or give 8 names for voter, did not do any of that. All they were seeking was a verification that this is sloppy business, and they got it. And it was O'Keefe that did it. He is known for doing this stuff. And look at what it brought back to us. It brought back to all of the citizens an understanding that there is something very wrong and unethical about our voting situation. That's why we all, over 87%, want the SAVE Act. Thune. Sorry.
Thune.
Thune.
Okay. Well, since you mentioned Thune, I was going to take you a different direction, but since you mentioned Thune, you wanted to mention Masto and Rosen as well.
Oh yeah, I want to. Hey, they're on this recess, they call it, until September the 14th. Man, I would love having a job like that. That would just be really neat. All I do is bloviate, and I lie. I would never do that, so I can never run for office, and I can never get elected because I wouldn't lie. And then I would be there without any friends, and I'd be all alone and terrible things. Blah blah blah. Okay, no. These are the numbers for them at home. You don't need the Washington numbers if they're not going to be there. So we're going to cut it close to the chase here.
So you're going to give him the state numbers.
I'm going to give them, Masto 775-686-9750. The SAVE Act is alive and well, and you need to call our office and say, stop it. Stop voting for things that are not helpful to the citizens of the United States and the very state that you represent, Nevada, and her citizens.
When you've got as many 80 some odd % of the population desiring to have something done, and you folks are sitting on your thumbs.
Yeah, you could do that.
It's time to get off your thumbs and do what your folks want you to do. This is supposed to be a citizen up situation.
I'm telling you what,
not-
Masto, if you don't do this, you're not going to get reelected. You got that? You are not, because we are going to go like crazy on how important the voter ID was for our clear elections. I'm just giving you a little PS here.
Okay, the PS from my side is I'm going to make sure that we're going to try and make sure that you don't get reelected because of what you've done thus far, which is zip for the help of the
Zip,
people.
you went along with the crowd every doggone time you did, and you know it was wrong. Fetterman doesn't. He stands by his ethics.
Okay, so next.
Okay, that's Masto. Rosen, 775-337-0110. And just for giggles, Thune in South Dakota, you cannot escape the long arm of Nevada
Or the voters.
or the voters. And his is 605-334-9596. There's a toll free, but I don't know how that's going to go. You could try it. I don't know. You try them both. Is 1-866-850-3855. That's also for Thune. He's done. He's cooked. I don't think South Dakota is going to give him 1 ounce of
Okay,
understanding.
Don't put that away. Start with Masto and then go to Rosen and then go to Thune and just give telephone numbers.
775-686-9750. That would be Masto. Rosen, 775-337-0110. Thune in South Dakota, who is the majority leader in the Senate and responsible for all this boondoggle. 605-334-9596. Those are the three that we will concentrate on. The House has already done this about, I don't know how many
House
times.
has passed it
Yeah.
a number of months ago.
Yeah. And so, for now, we'll leave those four alone. But, watch your 6 o'clock because we have your numbers.
Okay, since we're talking about voting, there's something that's been in my craw forever, is that the Washoe Registrar of Voters is a revolving door. They keep changing people because for some reason, the registrar of voters either get themselves in trouble for something, or the Washoe County Commission or the Washoe County manager get ticked off on it and try and find a way to boot them out. This position is the only really important position that is not elected
right.
in Washoe County. This should be an elected position so that they have some autonomy to being moved about by the commission or the manager of the county. We should make sure that this year that we get the commission to make it that way, or we get the legislature to make it that way, so that we have a little bit better opportunity to make sure that somebody that gets in there might do the job the way it's supposed to be done.
Here. I'm all for that. Now, the legislative people who are out there may be listening or will be told about this evening when we were discussing this. Put in a bill and don't let the Legislative Council Bureau mess you up. It's cut and dried. It's simple. We want it to be an elected position. You can't muck it up. And
Well,
that's it. That's all we want.
The LCB, Legislative Council Bureau, people who write the bills, can screw it up because we have a constitutional position that you can only have one subject in a bill. Yet they have repeatedly put in more than one subject in a bill, and it gets through and it has to go through the court system and it gets tossed out.
Absolutely. And there's nothing more frustrating than have a legislator who has been elected, who puts up something that he or she knows is not favorable to the Constitution, to the people of the state of Nevada, and just is downright awful. But they want to do it anyway, and then it costs an enormous amount of money to straighten that all out.
And speaking of the state of Nevada, the electors in 2020,
yes,
they got caught, both the Republican and the Democrats, because at the time that the electors were supposed to be received by the Senate, they hadn't decided which party won the election in Nevada. So both parties sent things in, and the attorney general said, "Oh, that's okay. They can do that." And then he turned around and filed an action against them for fraud, that they were trying to
be fake electors.
And they have just had the case dismissed. Now, Mr. Ford, who's running for governor, has decided he's going to file against them, but hopefully by the time that it gets to court, that he's not going to be there.
That's right. And the thing that has bothered me, and maybe a lot of you out there, is the money angle. You know, not everybody can be like Donald Trump and have the money to fight all of the illegal activities or the pronunciations of doing something so terribly wrong and surviving.
You're going to have to take a break.
Okay. We'll be right back with this because it's very important.
Well, it's important that we take a break.
Yes, that's true too. I agree with that. Well, break we must. Oh, and I was on a roll. All right, we will continue this in the
Well, listen up, Reno. When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. 'Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss, it's a direct reflection of your business.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
Hello there. We're back on You Decide with an exclamation point. Hi, Jane.
Hi.
We cut you off.
I know it's okay. That's okay. That's I cut off my brain. No oxygen. Boom.
Oh, okay. No oxygen. Huh?
But we are talking about ethics and elections integrity. Um, Fetterman talks about it all the time. He doesn't understand how a person can deny what is true. There's a girl and there's a boy. That's true. Uh, my sun comes up in the morning, the sun comes and sets in the nighttime. But if Trump says that, it's not true. They're going to sue. They're going to impeach. They're going to do this. We cannot have this back. I don't want it back. Please vote Republican. What have you got to lose? Vote Republican. Let it run for 2 years. If you don't like it, you can do something about it then, but at least you've tried to help your families, your neighbors, your state, and your
And
country,
yourself.
and yourself. You will feel so much better because you will see more clearly. Truth, transparency, all of those things are important. And yeah, every once in a while you're going to get some rogue Republican that's going to do something stupid. Let me see. Cornyn from Texas, that's a good one. Cassidy from Louisiana, that's a good one. They're both senators that were not, listen to me, were not reelected. So you see, you have the opportunity to do something about this. It is important. Don't listen to these people on air, especially when you know there's something more to the story. Your gut tells you. Follow your gut.
Or in the newspaper.
The newspaper's not going to tell you anything either.
I don't.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Would you like to know what she thinks about all this business with the women's
Because
national
I
basketball?
know where that is, and I think you should mention that. Are
Okay.
we done with the election?
We're good.
Okay, we'll come back to it. It's pretty emotional for us. We've been through this a couple of times. And four times, and we have gotten pretty adapted, recognizing that somebody's lying to us. Okay, we'll go take a breath. We're gonna go to women's basketball. Or whatever it is.
Caitlyn Jenner says that the Women's National Basketball Association is showing the hypocrisy of what's going on out there in the WNBA. Jenner says Cantor and White. You remember who Cantor and White are? The two guys. They're 6'7" and
Former, well, they're
former
they're
NBA basketball
players.
They
yes.
have just read all of the requirements to join the
And they
W.
meet the requirements.
They meet the requirements, so they've asked to be included in the draft.
That's right. They did. And they've been interviewed and they've stuck to that, and they are right.
The WNBA had their meetings on the issue last week. Okay.
Yeah.
And Kathy Engelbert, the head of the WNBA, says
You should get rid of her and put someone else in. Go ahead.
Well, there's a lot of people we should change.
Yes, that's
we
right.
talked about the trans issue, but we just haven't come up with a conclusion at this point. Wait a minute.
What?
You sat down for however long they sat down, and you discussed the trans issue, and you discussed what's going on with all of this stuff, and you haven't come up with a decision. Anyway, we will continue the conversation. And Caitlin says, if you are XX, you should be able to play. If you are XY, you're out. It's that simple.
Yeah, that's 10th grade biology class. That's where I learned that.
And the WNBA is still plain dumb. I can't believe that these people.
They really think that. They can't really think that. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Well, now what they've done is to really mix up the pot. This is so annoying. They have a female baseball organization.
Well, they did that during World War II.
Of course they did, and it became a movie, and it was very successful, and it was entertaining, and it was fun. And those girls knew how to play. Girls, all of them were girls. And yeah, they had a man coach. A man coach. Nobody cared. They were there for the entertainment and the enjoyment because all of the men were at war. Get a grip, people. We're filling some much needed holes in this here society. And every time we turn around, the Democrats are digging another.
The ladies have fought for years and years to get Title IX.
They did. They worked hard, and they train. They do the best that they can, and they compete with each other. That's what it's supposed to be. You're not competing with somebody who's going to kill you.
Oh.
Or hurt you so badly that you can't participate in the sport
It's
anymore.
like the gal that got hit in the head with
Volleyball.
volleyball.
Horrible story. And how about the boxer?
Yep.
Same thing. And even when you have very talented women basketball players, they're getting attacked
Women,
on the court.
women have been allowed to try out for teams. They were not told you can't try out for a team that's mostly men or all men at that time. In fact, when I was running the development of baseball, we had girls that came out, young ladies came out, and they played with our team, and one of them actually ended up
really
playing for
good.
the Worcester.
That's right. That's right. I think that's the daughter of the professor at the university.
Probably was.
Yeah, I think so.
But-
Really fine athlete. That does happen. It's not common, though, but it does happen. It's a talent that you born.
A number of years ago, maybe 10, 12, 15 years ago, there were 3 elite lady golfers, and they were allowed to play in the tournaments in the men's PGA. And after a year or two, they quit. Well, if you're going to, either the guys are going to play off the women's piece or the women are going to play off the men's piece, because you have to have it all equal. If you're going to do something different than that, then you're not, that's not Billie Jean.
Oh, Billie Jean King and Bobby Riggs.
Yeah.
That happened so long
She's
ago.
30 years old,
And
he's
he's
60.
60. And they make a big deal that the woman beat the man in two professional tennis players. It was laughable what they did. But here's the deal. They both made a lot of money off of that. And what they were trying to do, I guess what they ended up doing basically was entertaining everybody because it wasn't a competitive athletic sport. It's like having, some guy being like a tyrant, 6'7" and, all muscle playing who's really tiny. Oh, Laura Ingraham, she's barely 5 feet tall. Tyrus is gonna win. He's
More
just
likely.
more than unless you put poison in his soup.
Anyhow, the whole thing is that this is getting to be more and more and more and more ridiculous.
It is. We need just to get back to the basics, everybody. Hold on. There are men and there are women. There are differences between men and women.
If you happen to like somebody in the same sex, that's fine. But don't have men playing against women. The girls play Little League with the boys, or the boys play Little League with the girls.
I remember
But
that.
after about 12, 13, 14, the girls drop out and do other things. They play sports with the girls mostly, but very few play with the boys. And that's the reason we were happy enough to be able to say we had a couple of ladies in their 14, 15, 16 years, 17 years old that were strong enough to play with us.
You can't shove something that is not logical down people's throats. You can't say it as you think, Democrats, over and over and over again, and sooner or later, people are going to believe it. We've gone through that gig already. We're wise to it. That part doesn't play anymore. And I am sorry, but we just can't put up with this anymore. The Democrat Socialists of America want to do away with the very foundation of our society. And you out there, wherever you are, you think that's okay? No, it's not okay. And they need to be defeated. And they need to be separate. I agree with Mr. Carville. You can't have Democrat Socialists of America involved in the Democrat Party. You got enough chaos going on over there. Clean up your act. Yeah, we Republicans need to clean up our act too. I agree. Everybody just chill and start over. For heaven's sake, we're just going off the rails.
We do know that we have two major parties and a whole bunch of minor parties.
Yeah.
Now, what people have been saying is they need another major party. Well, how about the Democrat Social Party of America?
They don't want to do it.
No, they want to hang in and screw up the Democrats.
Sure they do. They want to hide.
The Democrats can do it enough on their own.
Clothing. Sure, they want to they want to have all of the perks, but none of the responsibility. And they say the most outlandish things, horrible things. And you guys, clean out your ears, listen to what they say, and watch what they do.
Because they are telling you exactly what they want to
They
do.
are. This isn't a game. This isn't, oh, well, it's just a fad. They'll get over it. No, ma'am. No, sir. That's not it. They are in it till they get what they want. And what they want is the destruction of the United States of America. And you don't want to be a part of that. This country has blessed us
We need to protect her.
This country is actually blessed the world.
Bless the world. And look at what is happening now. We're trying desperately hard to fulfill your oath of office and support and defend the security of the United States of America. And you don't defend the security by saying you're going to take away the police, you're going to take away the president, you're going to have only one party, you're going to pack the Supreme Court where nobody makes the decision. Anybody out there in corporate America have a board that's got 99 people on the board? Do you ever get anything done? No. How could you? I mean,
You're looking at me. I was on a board. I was on the Airline Pilots Association National
Yeah.
Board. You were on the Association of Flight Attendants National Board.
yeah.
But we didn't have 99 people.
No, and we had 13, and that was more than we needed. Corporate America knows I'm telling the truth.
Okay. People have been concerned about water. We got about 7 minutes left, Jane.
Okay.
So people have been concerned about water. Water, seems not to be filling up Lake Mead.
That's right.
Why is that? Because we haven't had a lot of snow in places, and we haven't had a lot of rain in places that run down in Lake Mead's situation, Colorado River. But we've also had a lot of people taking water out of that river so that they can irrigate farmland and so forth. And I guess that's good because then we get something to eat to supply people with water. But there are a number of things that we do with water that comes out of various rivers that maybe if you're in the desert, you don't want to have all of the fountains and swimming pools, grass, and so forth. Everything evaporates off of. And now we've got problems in the Middle East and in Europe about whether or not various rivers, the Danube River is so low now that we're finding things that they never thought they would ever find.
The thing is that it's all over the world. They have places in Bolivia. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head where they are. Mumbai. In the United States, it's like we were just discussing. It's like
Well, the Ural Mountains that separate Asia from Europe.
Yeah.
And there's a lake there that is getting low. Even the lake that's in the north of Iran is getting low. And
But doesn't the almanac say we're going to have a little
we're going to have a big El Nino, supposedly, but that's only going to cover parts of the world, cover the whole world. So some places that are having flooding now may have flooding during the winter too. Places that don't have any flooding now may be flooded.
Just pay attention to the water levels because of this yak about data centers. By the way, there seems to be in all this research that we've been doing, there's a China connection that's hooked up to the We Don't Want the Data Center group. We're going to still investigate, but I thought it would be important to let you know that things are not exactly as they appear to be, but this is going to take some time because even though they've been in existence for a while, they just sort of slipped under the radar, and water is one of their features. And electricity.
Water is very, very.
That's right. And as far as I am concerned, personally, I think people need it. And I'm not going to sacrifice a human being for that. But that's being extreme. And I want you to know that that's not an example that really has any merit. But it's just to make a point. Good.
last week I mentioned something about interesting information about old age. And I got down to explaining that, breaking down that 7.8 billion people into groups of 100. So it's easier for us to understand. At least it's easier for me to understand. For example, out of 100 people, 49 live in the countryside, well, and 15 live in the city. 75 have mobile phones, 25 do not. 30 have internet access, 70 do not have the ability to go online. 83 can read, 17 are illiterate.
Yeah.
33 are Christians, 22 are Muslims, 14 are Hindus, 7 are Buddhists, 12 are other religions, and 12 have no religious beliefs. Okay? So that gives you kind of an idea. 26 live less than 14 years. 66 died between 15 years of age and 64. 8 are over 65 years of age. And we both fit into that category. Excuse me. If you have your own home, eat full meals, or drink clean water, have a mobile phone, can surf the internet, and have gone to college, you are in the minuscule privileged lot in the less than 7% category.
Of the whole world.
Yeah.
Wow. I like knowing a little bit about our neighbors.
And they highlighted that among 100 persons in the world, only 8 live or exceed the age of 65.
Okay. Still living longer though. Yeah.
So they say if you're over 65 years of age, be content and grateful. And I'll finish it up next week because it's time for you decide to say we'll see you next week. And I believe we've got to change. We're going to be on Mondays.
Are we on Mondays? 10
So
to 12?
next Monday, 10 to 12.
Yep. Yep. We're flexible. You be flexible too. Don't forget your pen and pencil. Have a wonderful weekend. We have no idea what's going on, but something is around this town because it always is. And we'll see you on Monday.
At A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, we've been accomplishing happy feet for over 30 years.
We offer a various range of shoe styles and sizes for both men and women. From all-season shoes and orthotics to work boots and safety shoes, our professional and reliable staff possesses the knowledge to help you find the proper shoes to fit your needs. Hard to fit? Hard to find?
A Proper Fit Footwear is here to give our customers happy feet. We make people aware of potential foot problems as we're sizing their feet, suggesting the right arch support and guiding them to the proper shoes for their needs.
Stop by A Proper Fit Footwear at 4001 South Virginia Street in the Reno Town Mall today and allow the owner Mike Jones and our fabulous staff to find the perfect pair of shoes tailored to your specific needs.
A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, the home of happy feet, where comfort and your feet meet.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com. and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
It's a sign and design under the Reno sky, where the high desert sun keeps the spirit dry.
Storefront signs, vehicle wraps, banners, decals, and logos. If it puts your name in front of Reno, the Sign and Design Shop makes it. Custom built, fast, and done right the first time. Sign and Design Shop, 775-357-8900, or find us online at signanddesignshop.com.
Shining down on the best little shop in this neon town.
This is a collect call from the Washoe County Jail. To accept the charges, press 1. Please note, all calls are recorded or monitored.
All right, here we go with another edition of Wide Open Talk. I'm Greg, I'm your host, and I've got my buddy Grayson in here hanging with me. And you know what we're going to do tonight? We're going to roast somebody.
Oh, yeah.
That everybody knows. The audience won't know for a bit, but I'm sure they'll figure it out. But we also have our first in the studio. Opie, say hello, Opie. Boy. Yeah, so we have a master with us. So if you hear some clicking in the background, that's or it's mining. So yeah, you guys. I hopefully you guys enjoyed Chris, who was on last week, carrying the weight. What is he go by Conspiracy Chris?
I think he does now.
Yeah, Conspiracy Chris, and he was on Jay's show this week. He was on Jay's show yesterday, right?
Yeah, man, we talked about like literally. Every
Oh, and he's the guy for that. He does trust or believe anything. When I see him light my phone up, I'm just, oh, man, trying to see him right now.
looks like my Facebook, my personal one, it says right on the headline, it says everything personal money.
Yeah, yeah. Gosh, take lots of chances. Which many of you who tune in know that a portion of the show has to do with cars, and we just finished the Monterey Car Week, which is basically the largest gathering of car people and billionaires, so there's some of each, in Monterey down on the peninsula, where none of the locals want you there, and the police gathered up pretty healthy dose of revenue for the town by ticketing everybody. California is, I know this is going out on YouTube, so there's probably some people in California, like Blaney, watching right now. But California is getting nuttier than it has been. And the cops now are running around and they're state refereeing you. So what state refereeing is, it's whatever, but it's
taking your money.
Yeah, whatever that may be.
But what they're doing is they've all got in the trunks of their cars a decibel meter, and I don't know what
I saw that
the
video.
exact parameters are. If it's 3 feet from the tailpipe, and they set this thing up and they listen to how loud the car is, and if it breaks a certain decibel, then you're state refereed. And what that means is, from what I've gathered, I don't know if this is exactly correct, but I think it's pretty close. What it means is they are allowing you to drive the car away, but not drive it anymore after that day. You have to just take it to wherever it's going to be parked. And then it turns into your typical, I'm not allowed to say that particular one, your typical S show. That you've got to get the thing put back to stock, and it's a mess. But last night they announced that they passed, I don't even know what they call this law, but what it is, by 2029, they are going to have a situation in place where you don't get to choose, per se, the tires you want on your vehicle. You have to choose within this California certified group of tires, and they are low rolling resistance. So the first year, the number is 9.1, and then the years after that, it's going to drop down to 7.1. I don't know if that's a straight rolling resistance number or what, but it's going to save all of us money and make America great again, or at least California. Anyway, it's, the freedom factor, it just gets thinner and thinner and thinner every day.
It sounds more like a hassle than anything else.
Well, it's totally, and even the tire manufacturers are kind of going, what? So,
Man, they would hate me with my bass.
Oh man,
the tires on the back of the 3RS, the Porsche, are 13 inches wide, each of them.
Well, I saw the Murcielago, the one that got pulled over down in LA that was from British Columbia. Right?
I didn't see that. No.
Oh, you didn't see that video? Yeah, that guy. So, I'm sorry, he was in Florida, and they were like, "Yeah, we're pulling you over and giving you a ticket for loud exhaust." It's like,
In
what?
Florida?
Yeah, and I was like, "What? Loud exhaust?" He's like, "Well, the car isn't even from here, kind of thing." And he's like, "I'm sorry, but I can't really do anything about it because it's naturally loud." I was a jerk about it, but I guess the cop had also pulled him over like 3 or 4 years earlier on the video too.
That's got to be.
Not sure.
Because they bring the cars down.
It is pretty, yeah, it's gonna be an apple or something.
Yeah, it's it doesn't do very well for having a good relationship between. And let's face it, there's a couple different variants of group car people out there, and one are these people that can afford $1 million cars or $500,000 cars, and then the real enthusiasts that are the core of the thing are younger, and they're running around in $50,000 cars that they've got lowered and tricked us. It doesn't seem like it when we were kids, but those poor guys are the ones that it looks like get targeted even more, and they don't have resources that the rich guys do to rectify the situation. So,
money talks and BS walks.
Yeah, kind of, and certainly when, you're down at Monterey Car Week and you're running around in a $3-5 million car, there's a good chance somebody who can wipe that ticket out or have that fire to give to you or whatnot, and maybe the enforcement officers are also in a situation where they may not want to approach into somebody like that if they think there's somebody who has some power. But yeah, the society is revealing that more and more
in everything.
Exactly.
Not just in cars.
No, that's what I mean. Yeah, society as a whole.
I'm liking it because it's now getting to the point where people are opening up their eyes. For the longest time, it's all like you see no evil kind of thing. So it's now that it's being exposed. Now that all these people that are considered conspiracy theorists, they're now geniuses.
There's always a little truth behind every conspiracy.
Yes. Right? That's kind of what I'm realizing in everything that's going on.
But the problem is, and I think if you look at just the government in general and the administration currently, they're not even really trying to hide it.
No.
And anybody who wants to challenge it can either, weight of the sword or doesn't have the resources to do so. So the division continues.
Yeah.
And it's scary, but through social media and propaganda and all the crap that we suffer through, as long as they keep us as a people, just take the Democrats versus the Republicans and how hardcore that hatred for each side is, they are never challenged because we'll never come together. And we will never overthrow our own government who's supposed to serve us.
Right. Exactly, yeah. And with all
Why do I feel like with this music, you're doing like a presidential speech or something? I just totally was like,
And if I'm elected, my first order of business is to remove all crosswalks and signals.
Hey, whoa, wait a minute. That might mess me up.
We're going to bring back natural selection, brother.
That's going to mess me up because I walk everywhere. That'd be a problem.
Oh my God. Public transport it is. Man.
Yeah, pavement pizza. That's what it'll end up being.
That's
So-
okay. It is what it is, man.
So from dog to the studio to cars running around, one of the richest areas in California or the U.S., we kind of get dumbed down to our in-studio guest tonight.
Hey, well, thank you for that.
So this came to me the other day, and I thought, I get a lot of questions. What is that place? What are these stations? Who owns this? What's happening there? This is all new, and then I get questions about our guest, who's intricately involved in this, if not 100% the backbone of it, and that guest is Jay Biggs.
It is. Absolutely it is. And you know what? I am one to admit that I am wrong at doing certain things, and I put on the wrong music for the background of this. Just give me 10 seconds. Reintroduce me for 1 second here because I need to make sure that's right because we're both perfectionists. That's why I love you, bro. Is because the guy spent more on shirts than he did get admissions back at this Reverend Roast. So, gotta love him for that. But I've got a really nice shirt.
Those shirts are fire.
Dude, actually, just real quick, Grayson was on the stage with me. Tell everybody about the Reverend Roast one more time and what happened there and how exciting that was.
Oh man, everybody, whoever didn't show up to the J Resort Globe Plaza during the weekend, that weekend they missed out because it was a great combination of.
And so, what are we talking about?
We're talking about just the whole Reverend Roast.
The Reverend Roast, Ultimate Supercar Party.
Yep.
Yeah,
we're talking about all of it.
A couple weeks ago.
And I loved it just because the energy, the crowd was excited for all the cars, the exhaust, everything that was going on. The luxury cars was amazing. The conversations that we had, like outside of it and everything, it was great. And on top of it, I was on the stage with Biggs. Biggs was the MC for it all.
Yep.
Hyping up the crowd. And I don't think I've ever hyped up a crowd before. So it was really nice to do that. It was a lot of fun. It was so much fun. And shout out to you guys because you guys had great branding. Great branding. The shirts were great. All of it was
We should have sold those shirts. I just made a
y'all
bunch
would've
of
got a
shirts
kill.
for the staff members that were running around, and I had a lot of people asking, where can I get a shirt? And I mean, there were a
Everything
couple-
was good quality too. That's
oh
the
yeah,
thing.
always,
Yes.
always. 'Cause I use the same vendor for all the rallies that
Right.
Wide Open Rallies does that we use for the Reverend Roast. And depending on what happens, if we have a title sponsor next year, we'll do it again, and we'll do it bigger, and we'll make some adjustments. Like one of the reasons that the gross was negligible was because the vendors from the food trucks left the gates wide open back there. Gates you couldn't even see, so people were just walking in off the street
From wide open rallies to wide open gates.
Exactly. It's a nonprofit organization. I can prove that.
A 501c me
No,
lose.
no. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. No, it totally was. But it was good to see so many people come out, and there was a week to 2 weeks of just constant social posts, and I was getting a ton of DMs that were coming in that people, because so I liken this to, I used to be in the ski industry and we sold hard goods, skis, binding boots, and then there was the ladies that were sales people typically handled all the soft goods, and it was a real eye opener when one of the older reps told me when I was young, it's like, we have to have snow, we have to have skiers to sell what we provide. For women, everybody gets cold, so you don't have to be a skier to buy a winter jacket, And the difference between the rallies that we put on when we have the last one of the year starts this coming Wednesday, a week from today. Today? What is today? Tuesday.
Tuesday,
So a week from tomorrow. We start off for a 4-day one party night to start with. We're going to be starting from the J Resort, which is the sponsor of Wide Open Rallies, and we'll go down to Petaluma Hills, and we'll have a kickoff party at Adobe Road Winery right there in Petaluma on the river. Have the cars parked on the deck overlooking the river. It's a whole new winery with a gigantic place, and we'll have a dinner party there. And I mean, the weather's supposed to be like it is right now. It'll be beautiful sitting out there at night. Oh man! And then the next morning we start 4 days of driving up into the north, go as high as Ashland, and then swing back around, back out of Oregon into California, and then back over into Nevada. So that's going to be somebody who wants to drive and has cars. But the Rev and Roast was anybody who had any interest, whether it was a novel interest in looking at these cars, not knowing at all what they're seeing, or somebody who's super into it, or aspiring to, getting their eBay store up and running, and next thing you know, these kids are sitting next to cars and they've got 5 of them, But it's cool, and it was a good community event, and everybody was all smiles and happy, and all kinds of people were talking to people who just met there, and then the whole thing culminated with the demonstration of the exotic cars doing donuts in front of it. I still can't believe we did that in that venue.
Right?
Oh,
Because of how small it is, to be able to precisely do the donut without making it look too far in or whatever. Yeah, it was great. It was a
and the
great
fact
presentation.
that they let us do it. This started.
Yeah, but you had to put down
months ago.
water.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
That was the best. That was the best suggestion. It was Logan Neighbors that came up with the idea of spraying down the asphalt, because if you take those cars and you do donuts and you do them for too long, if you go 30 seconds, you start to melt the tires, and you get a lot more smoke. But you melt the tires, and then before long, you just melt right through, and you're into the threads, and then they blow. So with the water, you got cooler tires. And to tell you the truth, because I was one of the ones out there, it was a lot more controllable. There was no having to have the car go 100% to keep everything moving. And something went wrong, you have to deal with 600-800 horsepower walking up and shooting you towards the crowd or something.
Right.
It was a really good call. I would do it again just like that.
About the percentage, since you said that you guys weren't doing 100%, about the percentage is what you guys were doing at Rev and Roast. If you don't
Are
mind.
you asking?
Yeah.
I would say you're still like, so I did it in the Porsche, and you're not having to bounce off the rev limiter. You're running 70-80%. You just keep it spinning. But when you're on dry asphalt, aside from the heating and the overheating tires and that part of it, you're able to go longer when it's a little wet. You can get more creative and figure eights and that kind of stuff. And so it ended up working out well. And I don't know if it was any easier on the cars, because some of those bouts were like a minute long. The one that I did was I took it until lights were coming on the dashboard and stuff, But aside from that, and Jay's, super super well done emceeing at the Rev and Roast.
Oh yeah.
We should talk about this station and this man and who you are and how you came to be here and what this is.
Oh no.
So where'd you grow up, man?
Well, that's kind of a long story. So my dad owned a traffic construction company, and we lived kind of a bunch of different places because we went from project to project.
Is that because he was always getting chased out of town? Have you ever seen Arrested Development?
Yes, yeah. You screw somebody on materials or something. I'm joking. But no, seriously. So, just wherever the big projects were. So, like, for instance, I was born in West Plains, Missouri, right? But I quickly moved up to Alberta, Canada.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I lived up there for just a little bit. Then we moved back down to Texas. I was there in Dallas, Texas for a few years. My dad's company built the Dallas Cowboys Training Center in Irvine.
Yeah.
So we were part of that. My dad became, do you know football very well? So my dad became really good friends with this guy named Tom Landry.
Yeah.
So I actually, at 5 years old, I got to go to his house for dinner. I don't remember it. I was only 5, but that was a cool claim to fame for a while. Of course. So,
where did Landry live?
In Dallas
In
somewhere.
Dallas,
Yeah, somewhere. I mean, we were in Cedar Hill, which is like South Dallas. So, yeah. So anyway, lived there. Then we went to Alabama for a while. We built a hotel. Went from Alabama to British Columbia, to Vancouver Island, where they built the buildings on top of a cruise ship dock.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then we went from there to
So how old are you, say, Vancouver?
in Vancouver? Oh, like
Era.
like 7, 8, 9.
Yeah. Okay.
Somewhere in that range. The dog's getting his tongue into.
Yeah.
But yeah, somewhere in that range, like second, third grade maybe or whatever, and then we moved from Canada down to Colorado, and we built a house for Christy Brinkley and one for Oprah.
Oh, nice.
And so yeah, so he was working in Aspen for a while. My dad was in Telluride.
Is that how you got those Christy Brinkley cams hidden in that house?
You know.
I do.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Now we all do.
Damn it! I thought that was closed caption.
Exposure.
No, it's open caption.
Very
No,
open
no,
caption.
I've got her OnlyFans. Let me know. But and you know what's funny is like I can't even really put any thought to what Christy Brinkley looks like. Probably need to Google that.
Oh, I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she's still quite good looking.
Well,
she's got to be close to 70.
I don't know if you remember her, like anything of her on the news, but her and her husband, whoever he was, the time I was there, they had just gotten married. Didn't tell you right. They skied down the mountain together in their wedding dress.
Oh, really?
That was like a big thing up there. So-
I think she married a developer before she married Joel.
Maybe it was the developer. Is that who she's married to now? Is Billy Joel?
No, I don't
Oh,
know
okay.
she's married.
Yeah,
right.
it's been like
We haven't talked.
what, like
No,
92?
it seems like it is.
Something like that. You haven't talked to me here. Is that what you just said? I caught that, dude.
Smart.
Right. I was gonna let it slide for a minute, and I'm like, wait a minute. But yeah, then we went from there to Kansas City, and my dad built this thing called the Sprint City, which is in Overland Park, and it used to be like the Sprint campus where it looks like a bunch of like large towers, like skyscrapers kind of, but they're just Sprint. It was a Sprint campus.
Oh, Sprint, like the phone company.
Yeah.
Sprint.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, what was this like for you bouncing around? Like, what, 2 years?
Yeah.
Was that the typical
Right.
day?
Every time. No, I had no. That's something I get jealous of people when they have like lifelong friends.
Yeah.
I mean, I have some friends now, right? But like even Grayson, like he's like my best friend, right? But I've only known him since like 2022, 2023.
Yeah.
Something like that, right?
Pushing about 4 years now.
Right. I have best friends for
There's
30 years,
there's
but
some nepotism in the studio, huh?
you could say little nepotism. But I'm joking. But no, seriously, I just didn't have any like solid core friends growing up. Maybe a couple here or there, but I don't have like any from my childhood really on.
Did you ever? Did you ever finally get to one place where the brakes went on? You had the last childhood years.
That's kind of where I call Kansas City home.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because even now I've been in Reno since 2003 permanently, on and off since '97, but I still call myself I'm a Kansas City, and I'm from Kansas City when people ask. And I'm like, wait a minute, I lived in Reno way longer than I ever lived in Kansas City. So I don't know why I don't just come out of the closet and say I'm from Reno.
That's a crazy line to say, but I also understand why you still rep KC because it's still home at the end of the day. That's like me repping Pasadena because I'll still rep Pasadena because that's where I have a lot of my core beginnings. So
Right.
it's the same thing, right? But I've lived here. I've lived in Nevada way longer than I lived in Pasadena, California.
True that. True that. But yeah, so that Kansas City is where I called home until pretty much I was bouncing back and forth between '97 and 2003 because I was trying to figure my end of my teens and my early childhood days out, because we're all a little crazy in those times. It's like we can't decide what we want. And so I was bouncing back and forth here at KC quite a bit for those years. But finally landed in Reno, stayed here 2003, left again in 2006, 2007, moved to LA. So I was there for 2 years.
Would
but then-
you chase a girl down there?
No, actually.
A boy?
I can't say it's autonomous.
We're judgment-free
I'm
radio.
joking. I'm joking. But no, my ex-wife was from down there, and I got a job opportunity on the radio down there.
Oh,
and
nice.
so
Yeah.
so I was like, oh, I'm going to go to LA and be on the big time, right? So which was cool, and I got to do a lot of cool things. I got to sit in traffic a lot. I got to do airborne traffic a couple times, filling in. So that was kind of neat to see LA, like when you're up in a helicopter, for miles and miles.
They developed their own thing with this police chase deal, and who calls the police chase best? There's a guy now who's identifying the cars and giving the stats of the car. So that's a Lexus. That's a 380 horsepower car, and
Now he's going to be able to outrun the
I-
CHP and
yeah.
those 200 horsepower.
It's just like everything in LA. It turns into like a show,
Yeah, it's funny you say that because, like, in LA, I really felt like I didn't really realize when I left here when I left. I had like somebody for everything here, and this was more home than I knew. And so I, went to LA, and I felt like such a small fish in a big pond. Whereas here, I felt kind of like a big fish in a small pond. So it was just a very different feeling. Down in LA, if you don't know Spanish, you don't know anything, right? Like, and seriously, like, that's what the jobs would ask you. You know Spanish, Well, you have to be able to at least communicate with our workers.
When I got out of college, but I left college because it was like, how am I going to figure out what I want to do? But I ended up getting a job working at Sunset Couch Studios down there, and that started all production stuff that I've done forever. And it's such a weird deal because it's such a big place, and you have this small circle that just kind of grows and then settles in. And those are the people that we just moved around and did all these different shows together, and it was actually kind of unique. But man, it's brutal. It is a brutal place.
Right, it is absolutely
just to move around and
Well, and the worst for me was I was a traffic reporter, so I had to be there during the drive times, right?
So you're there
And-
early, huh?
Well, dude, twice. So I would have to work from 6 to 10 a.m. and then again from 2 to 6. But I was in Corona living and driving down to basically Newport Beach
Oh man, that's
for
a
work.
distance.
Dude, I was on the 91 parking lot. So it came to the point where during the day, that 4-hour gap between 10 and 2, it's not even worth it.
Just go to the beach.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah.
So I would go down to Newport, and I would hit down that circle, and I would check out the beach babes. I would eat food. I would take in the waves and the sun. I got a tan, all that good stuff. Or I'd sleep in my car or whatever. But I was not about to drive possibly 2 hours. If you get stuck in traffic, dude, you're stuck.
And the Corona thing, you're just beyond that choke point, like before Placentia, that whole little zone in there.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, if you pay for the what's it called? The,
Fast track.
Yeah, the fast track. then, But then again, they raise that during peak times. You know, you're paying like $7-8.
You're paying to drive on the freeway in the condition it should be in for what you paid for the freeway.
Thank you. But I only had to go as far at first when I first moved in to LA. I only had to go to like Lincoln in the 91. That wasn't too bad. But then I had to. My next place was just a little bit. It was the last exit before Riverside, so I was at McKinley, which was right after the 15, which is, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, so
Nasty to say the least.
yeah, dude, in that whole stretch, it seems like it's like a couple miles, and it is, but it's like, man, it's a parking lot. That's why they call it 91. Anyways,
So we're choppy on YouTube. So we don't take calls, we take texts.
Choppy,
This
choppy people.
is the new era of radio. Text in.
Well,
texter, we have a texter online.
Right. Text in if you'd like to. I give my personal number out.
I give it out too.
It's like the crazy thing is it's everywhere now.
And actually, you know, we should give Chris's phone number out because I have him handy here.
Oh, we
so people
should.
can call in when he's on the air. So anyway, jumping back into your life. So you got back to Reno, and how did you fall into this, and what is this? What is this place? Who owns this? What's happening?
Well, this is, I mean, okay, it's a lot has changed in this last week. I do want to just take a moment to please direct people over to our website, northernnevadasvoice.net, to give to Eddie. You know, he's fighting for his life right now, man, and that's.
Why don't you tell everybody what that is? What you're talking about?
Well, the guy who was in charge of America Matters Media that I took over about a month ago, he essentially lost his wife in the bug fire on Saturday. They actually got burned on Thursday, and air flown over to UC Davis.
They were trying to get out. They were driving out and got caught in their cars.
Yeah.
Do I understand that?
Yeah, exactly. And poor Eddie, you know, the guy's he was almost 80 and fragile, and his wife had Parkinson's and stuff. So it's just, I can't even imagine. It's sad. But I've been in touch with a lot of family and friends and people that care about him, and constant flow of people stopping by since it's all happened. He was trying to escape, and him and his wife, were burned really bad, and they air flew them over to UC Davis. She succumbed to the injuries on Saturday, so he's apparently still stable.
Is he in the burn center down there?
Yeah, UC Davis. Yeah. So that's kind of what we're, if Eddie does survive this whole entire thing, which is what we're praying for and hoping for, then he is going to be probably in need of assistance and help. Naima Ranch for sure, which is what,
their baby.
Yeah, that was, and they loved it, and the horses and all that. That was their thing. So thankfully, from what I understand, all the horses made it. It's just a sad situation, man.
Yeah.
I do want to once again just direct people to give on that. So northernnevadasvoice.net. That's NORTHERNNEVADASVOICE.net. Just I have a few people that seem to be like it's hard to.
And that's the GoFunding.
Yeah.
Northern Nevada's
voice.net.
Yep.
That's the website where you can find the GoFundMe page.
Right on the top.
Right on the top. Right on the top.
That's good. How much has been collected so far? Do you know?
I have no clue. I know that the goal was set at 25,000.
That's all.
Well, I think you got to set a little goal first and then see what happens. Yeah, I think you just keep raising the bar as it goes.
Give you that answer right now.
Yeah, hey, there we go. Grayson Lee, my Iggy.
And it's about 48% completed out of the 24,000. Currently, right now, it's at $11,515.
Wow, that's amazing.
Good. Yeah, that's only like 3 days old, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that one has actually only been up since Saturday. I think Saturday,
it's crazy. It's 2026. You live in Reno. You hardly saw any smoke just because of the way the flow was going. The winds were all taking it north. You could see the plumes out there, but you didn't really know where it was.
Right.
It was really, you're seeing posts of major wildfire is storming its way into Reno, and just just crap like that was being posted, and you would look at those maps, and it's like, there's not really any references on these maps. You see it lined out in red. Trent Palmer, who lives out by those guys, and he has a YouTube channel, and he posted videos of them saving their own home and working through the whole fire thing and stuff. And he was talking about it, and it was the clearest thing that I had heard about where this actually was. And he said it started by the bug station.
That's why they call it the bug fire. Yeah.
Right. And then moved east from there. And so that's a pretty easy calculation living here to know where that goes and how that's flowing over those
And when
hills.
you say the bug station, just so folks out there understand, we're talking about the CHP checkpoint after you.
Well, the agricultural station.
Yeah, that's right before Hallelujah Junction, going north out of.
We go through there in the cars on the rally because we go to Hallelujah Junction to start to head over to Sierras. Every time you get in there, those guys stop you and they go, "Okay, let's hear what you got."
Yeah, dude, I'll already tell you, dude, if this doesn't work out at the station, I'll probably be one of those dudes. They have the easiest job. The ones, especially, they're in Truckee. They just wave their fingers.
They don't even man the thing. It's a stop sign on the freeway is what it is now. You go through there, and it's so rare that you ever see anybody standing in one of those.
They used to do stuff like
They used to, yeah.
I had a buddy John that lived in California, and he came over here and he bought some ammunition. And because I don't know if it's like they sell different ammunition here or something than they do in Cali. I'm not sure what it is.
I think it's regulated or something.
I don't know. All I know is
regulated in California.
That would make
Right.
sense.
Wow.
California. Never. But yeah, apparently he had the ammunition in his seat, not his gun or anything like that, and stopped at that checkpoint in Truckee. And they were just like, "Oh yeah, have a great day." And then he got like half mile down the road and pulled him over, and they were like, "Yeah, apparently he got flagged by CHPs."
Did he have to give it up? Or
No, I don't think so. I think they figured out what was going on. Just because he had a bunch of ammo on the seat. Something, right?
I've had gun guys want to send stuff to my house in Nevada, and I never asked them why, if it was a taxation thing or a certain amount they could buy or whatever. I don't know. I never did it.
That would make sense.
So,
all right. So yeah, as far as the station,
the station and your involvement and your background getting into this. So we know you did the traffic report now in LA.
I've done basically 23, 24 years of radio that I've been involved with now. And I've pretty much been on all stations that you can think of, man. And I've done something with them, whether it's live radio or voice tracking, or just a voiceover guy for them or something here in town.
So I need to ask you this. Okay, 20 plus years. Is it like when you moved from Australia and after 20 years you don't have the Australian accent anymore? Is this really what you should sound like at this age? Or did you set the FM voice?
Dude, I have no clue. Everybody says that I turn on some sort of different voice when I'm on the radio, but I don't even feel it.
So it's innate.
Okay, so honest to God, my first time ever doing radio, when I was down in Missouri, they were like, "Hey, why don't you just here's some news on a paper," and they were like, "Just go in this booth, hit this button and this button, and read it for us, and then when you're done, come back and grab it." Okay, and so I went right in there, I read it, came back and got them. They listened, one of the guys listened, and he's like, "Hold on, just." He runs back in, he gets the general manager, and he comes back in, and they listen, and they both go, "You sure you've never done radio ever before?" And I'm like, "No, I promise I've never done it." They're like, "You might be a natural." And I'm like, "Okay." But
Dude, you know what comes to mind is those guys running around the beach with their cameras, taking a headshot of a girl. "Hey, you want to meet me in the desert? Because I can't believe you've never modeled before."
God, yes, that's the okay.
It's that creepy level.
That reminds me of about 10 years ago. I think I posted about it. Any girl that wears red lipstick is apparently a pinup.
Oh, nice.
Really?
Without
Without the hairstyle and everything else
right,
along with
like
it?
the 1950s.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm talking if they dress up in a dress that has some red dots on it, and they put some red lipstick and they flip their hair some cool way, all of a sudden, and they're in front of a classic car, they're all pinups. And there was this whole thing about 10 years ago where girls were randomly getting all these pinup pictures done, and I'm and then I see that the photos courtesy of John Bon Jovi photography or whatever, and then it's like you look up John Bon Jovi and he's like just some putz that has a camera, like it's like, oh, I'm just right. Well, I'm just saying he's, like he's got a separate file at home somewhere, right, with all the extras. So you know what I'm saying, like so it's like that the creepy dude at the party, it's like there was those guys back in the day, the guy with the camera at the party all the time.
There's still that guy running around.
Well, there is. It's just on the phone.
Yeah, he's got his old camera. It makes it look like he's got something going on. But anyway, so you got the voice. You weren't sex trafficked, as far as we know.
No,
you
my
beat those.
voice might
You
have
beat those
been.
charges, which we're all very happy that you were able to beat those charges.
I was able to get those drops.
All
that I
those
put
all
in
those
Nevada.
little boys were liars. Unlike
No,
that
God, no. Let's not put that out there. Little Billy is not my love. That's Michael Jackson reference.
I swear I was about to say it too.
That was great. No,
So you ended up here somehow.
yeah. Essentially what happened was about 4 years ago now. Yeah, about 4 years ago, I started doing a talk show over on KKFT with John Potter. A lot of people know John from the news here. And so we're doing the show, and I just was like, man, John's okay and all, but like I kind of want a younger twist to it, whatever I'm doing, right? So I started talking to them about doing a show. They weren't interested. So I said, okay, well, I'm gonna get out of radio and start doing Uber full time, which I did, and I actually was doing really, really well.
You should have broadcast
from my
the Uber show.
Right.
The Uber God.
Uber traffic. Anyway, yeah, Uber traffic.
Just interview the people. It's like, what was the HBO show with the taxi cab
Taxi Cab
confessions?
Confessions. Yep. I love it, dude. Or what's that one with Derek Calvin? Cash Cab.
Yeah, there it is, Cash Cab. Right?
Is that a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or well, no, it was on. You remember the guy who had the ceiling in the cab that had like all the different lights that go crazy as soon as people would sit down in the cab?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I ever saw that.
Man, you got to check that out. 'cause
Cash
that-
Cab's good, dude.
Cash
He asks-
Cab.
Yeah, if you're in the car with him, he asks you like 3 questions, and like if you get it right, you get a free ride, kind of thing. It's like, yeah, it's pretty good, dude. And his ceiling, I've always wanted a ceiling in a car like Cash Cab, but the dude looks he's a dead ringer, and that's why I said Derek Chalman. He's a dead ringer, the guy that sat on George Floyd's neck. So yeah, there you go. Cash Cab. But yeah. So anyway,
Typical Reno. You can't. There's no. I have full bars.
Oh yeah,
we're not gonna play.
This is why I know the moon landing is
It's so
fake, and stuff. Or Mars is fake. Because if we can control we can't even get a phone call or a text across here within 2 miles of where we're at. There's going to be a cell phone tower. I guarantee it right now. It's within 2 miles of us, and we can't even get a phone call or a
You
text.
can't. You can't drive past. You drive right through the middle of downtown on what is it? 395 now, or no, 580, whatever they call it.
Right.
And I lose 5-10 times and it disconnects from the car and the whole bit.
It's weird. That's why I'm telling you the Mars rover's BS.
Yeah.
I have to agree with that mainly because of this. If we can't have that, but yet we can have a fire, a hail, a tornado, all in the same day.
Well, we better get into what I'm doing, I guess, for the station because we got like 11 minutes. Dude.
Oh,
jeez.
okay, come on, hit us.
Let's go. Anyways, so now we're on the radio and we're done.
Anyways,
so essentially, I was going to buy a radio station. Looked into it. It was very costly, and I did have some people to back me, but I started thinking, maybe on my own dime is not the best way to go. So I proposed BGM here. They didn't accept it first. I went and still tried to buy the radio station, but then they came back and were like, "Oh, could you please be the GM again?" And I'm like, "Okay, well, let me see if I can merge these stations and do something." Right. So I talked to Barry Sears, our engineer, and he said, "Yeah, and simulcast them, split revenue." And I'm like, "Great! Now we
so
have
if someone
20
wants
stations.
to advertise, they can advertise on one or all three.
Well, all 3 is all we do right now because we're just simulcasting across all 3
So if
stations.
someone is out there that wants to advertise, how do they go about it?
NorthernNevadasVoice.net, and get over there, go to the advertise link. All the packages, Grayson has that up right now. It's really easy to just see what the packages include. Get in touch with me. My phone number, my personal number's there. So it's easy to reach out. We'll get back to you and come over and see you or work with you.
And can anyone advertise? Can the Bunny Ranch advertise?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. The crazier the better, honestly.
So you do trade out?
Oh no. No. That's with Steve's bathhouse. So anyway, that's where our next wide open rally is. No, I'm not going wide open at Steve's.
That's a crazy title for it,
See how I turned that on you again. But no, in all seriousness, we got a lot of cool stuff going on here, Greg. I'm so happy to have you as a part of it, man. And like, just everybody that's doing it is a close friend to me. I feel like, and so it's a very personal thing, and everybody that's doing something on this station is doing it because they have passion. If they didn't have passion for it, I wouldn't want to do it. Wouldn't want to be involved. And we got some minor changes of things actually coming down the line now with Eddie's situation and whatnot. We have some spots to fill and things to do. So I've kind of rearranged the board a little bit, and I guess I got to talk with you, Greg, because geez, the 2 hours before you are just like your rallies. They're wide open.
Are they going away?
They are going now to Mondays from 10 a.m. until 12 p.m. So
maybe I combined Conspiracy Chris as a counterpart on that one.
Well, yeah. So what I'm trying to do is cut the amount of hours I have to be here. Let's just be honest. So I want to I'm going to do my best to try to keep things between 6 and 6. But if there's stuff that has to be outside of that, then we absolutely have to do it. So what I'm going to have to do with you is ask you if eventually if there is a day you would like to do a show, or if you would like to do it starting at 6 at night. So that's something
starting at 6 and going till 9.
Not that long, no. Going like 6 till 7.
Okay,
just move. Yeah, just move 6 to 7. Exactly.
Well, we'd have to have a few weeks to let all the followers know.
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah. I can't attest to all 4 of them are listening right now.
It's 6.
Is it 6?
Damn, that was my last view.
20%.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Well, that is a big percentage when you look at it. Next week it'll be 10.
No, slowly but surely, it's the organic growth.
So 4 haters and 6 followers. That works perfect. Because you have to have the haters.
Yes,
I love it.
Not
I
doing
love
anything
it.
right.
Oh, exactly. They do more good for you than they think they're arming it, but it just pushes it.
Well, what I will say, just in closing on what I got to say about this whole station thing that's going on, man, there's something for everyone. So if you look at the board on who's here, whether it's Valerie in the morning, she's doing her 80s and 90s music. It's real upbeat, and so it's a nice way to start your day with some music here. Silver State of Mind with that is an awesome show. He does a really good job, and he basically talks about topics that are really happening here in Nevada that are on everybody's mind. You've got Ken's Bulls and Bears, who does financial talk. You got State Your Case, which is basically free lawyer advice. We got 2 lawyers in here every day. Or I'm sorry, not every day, but every Monday. You got Teddy P, who comes in here. He drops music between 2 and 4 to start your afternoon right, to kind of keep you hyped up before you leave work, and then when you leave work. Of course, you got me from 4 to 6. We do the 420 roll call every day. So at 420, we do a free shout out to all businesses and people that drop their name on the comments at my social media. Facebook.com/BiggsBlunt, BIGGSBLUNT. If you get over there, I will also say your name, even if you're a part of Greg's crew, because I love you. Also, we have religious shows, like Lost and Found. We have Military Matters, which is military veterans here in, Northern Nevada. So that's huge. We got Faces of Success Radio. So that's, that's giving the NAACP a voice here in Reno that they didn't have. We've got Luck Pita, who does Stamped. He, basically gives all the young musicians here in Reno an opportunity to come on his show and play music that you cannot go to any other radio station and play here in town. They just will not allow it because you got to pay to play, or you're not part of BMI or ASCAP or any of that. So he's giving opportunities to young talent here in town, which is something I feel is very needed. You've got, the Reach with Ryan, and that happens every Thursday. That's EDM and techno, so you're getting all the white boys. You're getting, you got comedy with John Banks on Friday for 2 hours. Just there's Rocket Reno, which is live rock and roll right here where we're sitting. There was a band, Tiny Paper Hearts, playing last Saturday, and we killed it.
Nice.
The music's
Nice.
awesome, dude. Yeah. So we've got a little something for literally everybody, including the weekends. We got-
Now, and there's a website for the station, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's northernnevadasvoice.net, where you can find all of Eddie's stuff as well to donate. So yeah, northernnevadasvoice.net.
So if somebody wanted to see what's coming up, it's all listed there.
Yep,
The
it
schedule.
even gets
The schedule's in order.
Schedules in order, and it shows what is live when it's going on. So like when it says live on air, it'll show you what shows live, so you guys will be able to check it out.
Can you click on it and get the feed?
Yes, if you click on
Absolutely.
the listen live, it'll redirect you to americanmatters.us. And then you can click the listen now, and you'll be able to hear it right now.
It's crazy how many places there are. So we're live on YouTube.
Yeah.
We're live on 3 radio stations. We're streaming through America Matters, right? America
Yeah.
Matters.
Mhm.
And you can pull that up directly through America Matters, or you can go to the Northern Nevada's Voice website and stream it from there.
Perfect.
The concept that I believed in before we did all this is that I wanted to make sure that everybody can find everything about this nation, no matter what.
And the website, hey dude, I gotta give you kudos, bro. I don't know any other website that's as good as the one you made for us. I gotta be honest with you, man. You could not have done a better job. So, and speaking of that, if someone goes over there and happens to check out the site and like it, then Grayson Lee, he's even got an advertisement up there. He's doing a special.
Yep.
A summer sizzler special here as we wind down for businesses that want a website, $50 down.
That's
and
it.
And he'll make the site for you. And then what happens from there?
Afterwards, then we'll discuss the final price. That's it. Like, how much do you feel like you want to pay before the work that I do? So, like, for example, I'm working on Sub-Zero Films. I'm working on revamping their website. Eli, shout out to Eli from Ads in Motion as well.
He did trade for freeze dried Skittles.
Nah, I did. I didn't do a trade. We genuinely had a
freeze dried honey bun.
We genuinely had like a really good conversation on Sunday at the convention center for Con for a Cause. So it was really cool. And also, speaking of which, another show that you forgot to mention, Late Lunch with the Month Lady. It's on Fridays from 2 to 4, just before it's being blown.
That's right. Yeah, there's a plethora
so
of things.
much.
Hey, this show, Wide Open Talk, is listed as upcoming.
I will fix that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
No
you know
worries.
what? Actually, yeah, I meant to ask you that a long
Well,
time
the
ago.
way that it was presented to me was that it was going to premiere next Tuesday, like how it was told to me. That's why I didn't know. I didn't know. So, but now that I know, I can fix it. That's 0.5 seconds.
There we go.
So,
You're no longer premiering.
So
you're live. You're real. You're a real boy.
I've got to go, man. I've got a girl that's waiting on me.
Do you? Lucky you. An old one? Young one?
Oh no, they're never old.
They'll get there.
Yeah, eventually, in like 20 years.
When are we going to have a female board op?
I don't know, man. I've had enough women touching buttons lately.
Pushing buttons. Oh yeah.
But I'm gonna let you close and go in there so we can actually do all that, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, thank you for having me. And if you want to deep dive in my life more, feel free to prog me and oh yeah, if you guys actually want to do a proper roast of Jay Biggs one day, I'm totally wrong with that. That'd be fun for my birthday or something. I'm good with it.
When is your birthday?
September 8th. I'm a Virgo.
Oh, you're coming up.
Coming up.
Yep.
Coming
Yep.
up.
Hey,
Well, thanks for being with us.
Of course.
There's a lot of questions about what's going on. Before you go, where do you see this all going?
No, I'm joking. No, this is all going upward and forward. Because man, it's something that is different than anything else ever in Northern Nevada. With this. Because,
KPGF,
well,
93.7
there we go.
FM, Sun
Yeah.
Valley,
So hey, thanks for tuning in.
1400
I
AM
hope you can hear me. This is Greg signing off from Wide Open Talks. Thanks, Grayson. Thanks, Jay.
more from Town Hall. Walker, represented by Donald winning the Republican nomination for Florida governor, and former Representative David Jolly has nabbed the Democratic nomination, setting the stage now for a November contest to replace the outgoing governor, Ron DeSantis. Trump administration is increasing pressure on the regime in Cuba.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio continues to push a hard line against Cuba's communist government. Rubio, whose parents fled the island, has long called for an end to the regime. The administration has already called up major oil supplies to Cuba by pressuring Venezuela and Mexico. A new CIA Cuba task force has been established, and the State Department recently released a lengthy report calling Cuba the capital of 21st century colonies. Officials say the goal is fundamental change to the island. William Nelson, Washington.
The damage done in Russia is being described as absolutely tremendous. We're talking about the latest Ukrainian drone barrage on Russia.
Ukrainian forces have launched one of their biggest drone attacks on Russia since the war in Ukraine began, firing almost 800 drones. Moscow's mayor said of the more than 600 Ukrainian drones that flew towards the Moscow region, 180 were shot down. Officials reported no deaths or major damage. The overnight attack comes just 2 days after a similar assault. Meanwhile, a Russian missile strike on a village in Ukraine's Kharkiv region killed at least 10 people and wounded 8 others. I'm Karen Shamas.
Well, the Navy is now confirming that a destroyer, the USS Benfold, with some 300 sailors on board, suffered a major breakdown last month in the Pacific. It was left without power for 4 days. The spokesman says the vessel reported an engineering casualty involving instant generators. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. Nice! With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era. I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff. I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era. Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era. Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era. Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you can save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things you like. Every savings era. Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too. My computer career. They'll help me get the skills and certifications that can get me noticed by top employers in months, not years. Now I want a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take a free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school. Mutual aid is available to those who qualify, including
ABC is filing a lawsuit against the Federal Communications Commission alleging violation of its First Amendment rights. More from Rick Thomason.
The suit alleges a violation of Disney ABC's First Amendment rights. It comes on the heels of FCC Chairman Brendan Carr stating that broadcasters have a duty to operate in the public interest. Carr says the commission is trying to restore that standard. The broadcast license review comes well before those licenses are due to expire, and it follows President Trump's calls for the firing of late-night host Jimmy Kimmel. Rich Thomason, Washington.
Well, data centers continue coming under fire from state leaders around the nation. More governors shifting their stance and taking more steps to squeeze the centers as the midterm elections right around the corner. At the same time, public opinion sours on the energy-hungry Greece. Breaking news and analysis. Town Hall. A nice climb for Home Depot. Bob Agnew explained.
Home Depot sales improved during its fiscal second quarter as customers spent more during the summer months and concentrated on smaller projects. Revenue for the Atlanta-based company increased to $47.86 billion. That exceeded Wall Street expectations. Sales in stores open at least a year, a key indicator for any retailer's health, climbed by 1.7% in the U.S. Comparable store sales up by 1.3%. Bob Agnew reported.
President Trump promoting new data showing U.S. prescription drug prices falling 0.8% in July, down 3.1% from 1 year ago. Trump's administration credits most favored nation drug deals at the Trump website. Wall Street Tuesday, another down day. The Dow was off 116 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Your SRN program begins in 10 seconds. Your SRN program will begin in 5, 4.
In a time of division and distrust, clarity matters more than ever. This is where common sense meets conviction. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Morning glory and evening grace, America. I'm Hugh Hewitt. Welcome to the Hugh Hewitt Show on this Tuesday. For those of you who are watching on C-SPAN, welcome. It's a week of C-SPAN for the Hugh Hewitt Show, and I'm very glad to have you join my large and growing audience that has been now building listener by listener, viewer by viewer since 1990 when I started on the radio on AM 640 for stimulating talk radio in California. Then I moved to PBS for a decade doing their nightly news and public affairs show over Channel 28 KCET. And then for the last 27 years, the Hugh Hewitt Show has been with Salem Media. 27 years of those, all of them on the Salem Radio Network, which is carried across the United States, and local affiliates in Salem owned and operated stations. The last many years, I've been live from 3 to 6 p.m. on the Salem News Channel, which you can watch on all live TV stations like Roku and Samsung and Amazon and wherever you look, Pluto TV, or everywhere. The Salem News Channel, I'm on from 3 to 6 p.m. You can also go to snc.tv. That's Sam, Nathan, Charles, snc.tv, or at HughHewitt.com. It's got watch live button, and so you can always watch me live there. I also have an X account, which has been very busy in the last couple of days. I'll tell you why in a moment. My X account is simply Hugh Hewitt. And I've got a YouTube channel, which I would very much like you to like and subscribe to. We put our best interviews at my YouTube channel. I'm an interview-heavy program. And if you've been watching C-SPAN for the last